Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? Another day, another you, another me, but today is a special day. It is the Throne of the Titans. Smash! Smash! So much Throne, so much Titans, and so much day one. This is day one of 4. We've got day 1, we've got day 2, we've got day 3, and we've got the grand finals. Today, I will be watching Mosca vs. Soup, Kavoth vs. Grass, Magic vs. Mosca, Rapple vs. Grass, and Recon vs. Soup. Wonderful. Soup and Mosca, they've already kicked off. We don't have a huge amount of time. It's $1,500 on the line. Absolutely wild, insane, and all the other good stuff. Absolutely wild. All right, so we've got, how do I put this? The players are already in. Let's jump over to the draft. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to talk about it. It's best of 3. It's a round robin. It's exciting time. So let's jump to the draft, talk about what's going to happen there and everything else. Alrighty, guys. So this is the first... Yes, this is the first tournament that's featured heavily a best of 3 format. It's a round robin. These guys are going to be playing all day for us. We got 6 matches today. Motaba is also casting on his stream the other 6 matches that are happening. For those of you who can do some counting, if you've got an 8-player round robin, that is 7 matches plus 6 matches plus 5 matches plus 4 matches plus 2 matches plus 1 matches. So a grand total of 8 times 4 plus 4, I believe. Or is it 8 times 3 plus 4? I don't know. It's a lot of matches. There's a lot to be, or 7. No, yes, 8. Anyways, that's a lot of matches to play, a lot of matches to get excited about. Our first one here is Mosca and Soup. We do have Mosca banning out with Slapotchly, Soup banning out Mosca's Poseidon, which is nice. I think Poseidon's quite strong at the moment, so it's a smart ban from Soup. And then Mosca does grab himself Tsukiyomi as his first god. Interesting there. And then Soup grabs the Fushi Quetzalcoatl. Mosca then grabs Isis Ra. And then Soup grabs Nuwa Odin. And then Mosca takes himself that Hades. So our first matchup is going to be an Isis versus Odin affair on the map Steppe. Let's jump into it, see how it's going to go. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's going to be an insane day. There's going to be so many games. Tell your mum, tell your nan, tell your partner. It's Age Mythology Day. Get yourself a beverage. Get yourself some tasty snacks. Sit back, relax on the couch. I'll take it from here. Let's get some Age Mythology action off onto the map Steppe. And off to the races we go. Throne of the Titans. The first game of the round robin. We are off to the races. Here in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves Mosca playing as Isis. His opponent today in the red color on his patented Odin. He's got himself his build order sorted out. You know he's going to be going for some shenanigans here. You already know it's the biggest brain in Age Mythology himself. It is Mr. Husk Super. The map is Steppe. It's a best of 3. This is a vicious format. You make one mistake and you're already on game point. You're not allowed to lose. Well, you can lose 1 game. You're not allowed to lose 2 games. Otherwise, you've lost the series. That being said, it is a round robin. So that does mean that, well, every single game matters. Every single series matters. But if you do lose a series, you still can bring it back. You can still make it into that grand final. Basically, 1 player potentially can get through undefeated. The second players will all have lost one game and it will be up to them. So you can basically lose one series. That's it. Everything after that one series loss, if you lose 2 series, chances are you're out of here. If you lose 3 series, no. Sorry, my friend. You will not be in that grand final. That being said, every single series win is worth money. So I can't remember right off the top of my head, but it's around $50 per series, maybe a little bit less per series, but there's money on the line for every single series in this round robin. So must-win games for these players to eat tonight. Must-win games for them to get their their ticket, their bus to Athens, or their bus ticket to Athens. No, this has got nothing to do with Athens. That's later. This is its own separate thing. Thrones of the Titans. And we are seeing Soup here jumping in onto this map, and he does go straight for the early Hersa. He's found himself the Cathara of Apollo. Now, Mosca's got himself the Obelisk out already, so this is going to maybe give him a little bit of relief seeing that Hersa going for the relic. It means that Soup is not rushing him. We have already got the Berserk starting to work away at knocking down obelisks and things like that. There's relics down to the bottom. Blanket of Empress Zoe there as well. If we take a quick look at any other relics that have been picked up, I'm not sure I've seen them just yet. We do already have 2 relics in, actually. I'm so behind. Kobesh of Horus and Scales of Echidna is so big for Soup. Scales of Echidna is an amazing relic for the Norse because it means that their Iron Hari, as he's going Heimdall, or his Frost Giant, Mountain Giant, or his Fire Giant, Venerous Wolves, whichever one he decides to build once he gets that favor for free, which he gets from playing Norse and fighting, right? He's going to be able to spam those out much, much easier. And he's got 4 of the relics. He got every single one of the relics. That's 0.04 favor per second, which is... That's a lot of bonus favor to be having just because. Of course, the Hersa are all behaving as a relic themselves. All of that 0.1 favor per second, as we do have a priest coming in onto this side. And the Soup Hersa see said priest and say, "Excuse you, get back into your safety net." It's been taken out. Already advantage Soup. He's locked up the map nicely. The barracks are starting to come down for Mosca. He's going to need himself to get out those axemen a little bit late on the undermine. Unfortunately for the Soupstar, doesn't actually hit that house either, as that one will end up finishing. Soup going to come in with his ironry, blows that horn of devastation, but Soup does decide, no, I want to pull around here and actually take out the barracks. That's the more valuable building. Houses are free for the Egyptians, as more priests are going to be coming in. The axeman is through, and Soup now will have to either take a fight that he probably doesn't want to take versus all those axemen, or get out of here. So the early game damage from Soup, I mean, he picked off 1 priest. That's nice. But he did just drop his god power, and he didn't get anything for that. Normally, he walks away with an undermine, having killed a temple, having killed a barracks, having killed something, having slowed down the ISIS. But that's not going to be the case here. Soup's going to have to pull back. He's now going to be going into what looks to be berserks here. His opponent is making axemen, and he's going berserks. He is going up for a very, very early Rixdula as well, which is going to be a big help. Soup already out on that secondary hunt is a wild prospect. Now, luckily for Soup, he's not spotted. Mosca doesn't know that this is happening. Generally speaking, these early sort of Egyptian pushes don't tend to work super well versus Norse. The general advantage comes a little bit later in the matchup. At this point, these two thrown axemen can cause absolute havoc if there's no slingers. Those axemen need to return back home. We do see the spearmen roaming up onto this top side, going to be looking for some villagers to take out. Soup needs to be really locking in to this sort of a movement. He's got some wood back in his main base. He's getting attacked, so he will know. He's got the Raven in the main base as well, just checking things out. Sees the villagers on wood. That means he knows that slingers are a potential here as the Berserk's coming up to the top. There goes a new bite. That one's going to be a little bit of a pain for the Soupstar to deal with, but he'll be in here to defend, and the straggler trees underneath the town center are going to be enough, though. A couple of goats have been stolen. In the old times, if you were caught stealing a goat, well, that was a big deal. That was a big deal, as the Berserk's not going to be having a happy time versus the Anubai, at least not until the mask technology comes in, which is going to boost up their speed and all the other good stuff. But yeah, you don't want to get caught stealing a goat, you'll go to jail. That's what'll happen. No, I don't know what I'm saying. Hersa coming through as the Anubite does get spotted there. A couple of smacks onto it, and it will end up going down. That's huge. That's really, really big for Soup to manage to actually not only kill that, but kill it without taking any damage. That's so big. Because normally the Anubite can just jump away, and it's like the Hersa are never going to really get a huge amount of damage. But Mosca just not spotting that. He's got so many Axemen in, though. Soup's got to be careful. He wants to go berserk here. He wants to. No. He's building them. He's already got himself 10 berserks. These aren't good versus Axemen. Axemen hard counter them. Just for the small reference, 4x times 5.5. 5.5 times 4. That's a lot of damage. Berserks are only really doing 10.2, so double the amount of damage these Axemen do versus the Berserks. Over double. Soup needs to start thinking about building some different units. Throwing Axemen do beat the Axemen. But there's no front line at the moment. The only front line is going to be Ironry, and that's a little bit lackluster. As the defense is in for Mosca, he's got himself watchtowers. Soup is roaming around, searching for things to take out up onto the top side. He has spotted the villagers on the hunt. Just a little bit of annoying raids here. He's got to be careful to not drop any units here versus those Axemen. He gets a couple of smacks of damage off. We'll be able to pull out there. He's got the regen from Odin as well, so he'll get back up to full HP slowly as the Berserks will swing in up onto this top side. But the Axemen are there, shouldn't be dropping any villagers, just gets a little bit of damage as the priest will say, no. We've got some healing. The gods have blessed us, and we can heal. You don't have any god's blessing in this game as the Berserks coming over onto this side. You can definitely try and take out these barracks. The army out of position on that top hunt there, out of position, I say he has to be on the top hunt here to protect it, allows Soup the ability to poke, take this down, poke, take this down. Really, really great multitasking from Soup at the moment. Mosca, on the other hand, he's looking to get to the Heroic Age. We're going to be seeing a Heroic Age also coming through for Soup as he wants to get that Scardian pickaxe also on the way. Soup comes in, he throws away the units though. The Axemen are getting some big, big kills here. This is not ideal in the slightest. Over on this side, he did take down the barracks, but he gets away, doesn't lose anything. Couple of Berserks. It was only 2 or 3 that he lost. Not the end of the world, but not good either. As now some walls onto the bottom side of the map as Soup will say, you know what, we got to move here. We're going to grab this hunt. That will get spotted at some point. Picking off the obelisks here and shutting down that vision on this map is going to be very key. Very, very, very key. Shutting down vision is one of the keys to victory here versus Egyptian, because it means they don't know what they're facing. And if they don't know what they're facing, then it's a roll of the dice. And if you roll that dice incorrectly, you do have some problems there. As the Berserk sneak in, they get a Vilbic, and they get out without any losses. The advantage of this Hamask upgrade is on full display in this first game of this series. It's only a tiny little bit more speed, 5.3 instead of 4.8, I believe. But when your opponent's only got 4.3 speed, you can dart in, you can pull away, and it's always going to be good. As the army charges, I imagine some sort of a frost is going to come down. He does drop that, and he's going after the villagers. Drop that ironry. Drop that ironry horn and go for it. It's not working out for Soup. His units aren't coming up onto these units over here. The actual throwing axemen are actually having a field day over here as the villagers coming in over onto this side. Soup's going to be picking off the Pharaoh, doing so much damage here. Mosca is in a very difficult spot. However, this is a god power down. Soup not going to have this god power for later is a bit of a scary thing for him. He's up 6 villages. That's partly from Rixdooler, it's partly from the raids, it's partly from just the comment. There's just the current game state, right? But he's out a heroic age god power. Mosca's got his Locust. Locust can do more damage than what Soup got there. This potentially can. We'll see. We'll see how it's all going to go. Raiding Cavalry coming up to the top side, and he's going to try and get through here. The Plague of Serpents is down. There's no gold at the moment to drop down that Migdol stronghold, but Sun-Dried Mudbrick does come through. It's going to make his Migdols a little bit cheaper. There's 2 monuments up, so favor up the Wazoo, which does mean that Sukos are going to be a threat. Obelisk coming down here as the Raiding Cavalry will poke through onto this side. They do get greeted. Soup will pull away, and a hill fort into the center of the map. Meanwhile, onto the bottom side of the map here, this rock searching for villagers to take out potential locusts to shut down onto these units and potentially get some sort of damage done. If Soup's paying attention, he probably won't lose anything. He definitely should be considering to grab this technology here, survival equipment, nice and fast. I think it would be very, very important here for Soup, just because of that locust swarm. Does a lot of damage to your villagers, and not losing your villagers is better than losing them. Only the best advice comes in on this channel. Only the best of advice. That's it. There's nothing more. All right, now the raiding cavalry are going to be swinging back through onto this side. Going to look to try and take out this barracks and do all the other good stuff. There's now the army of Moscow coming back in. The barracks of Moscow will end up falling here. But for the moment, Moscow's in this position which I'm not sure he's going to be super happy about. We're seeing stone walls coming through for Soup. He's locking off this position with these stone walls. This is an expensive technology. However, Safeguard is in, and that makes the wooden gates cheaper. That makes the normal walls cheaper. Everything else, more attacks over onto this side. As one raiding cavalry going to be attempting to shut this all down. This Camel Rider getting sent packing for the time being. More Camel Riders coming in, and Soup will have to consider running from this. Picking off the temple is a lot of value, but don't want to lose the raiding cavalry for it. Up onto the top side, a couple units getting stuck into the center as Soup dealing with those nicely. Looks like he's just in a fantastic position. Everything is pointing to Soup being in a great spot here. Moscow, on the other hand, he's stuck. He's going to have to slowly move out of this position here, getting over onto this settlement, maybe coming to this gold mine. This is going to be very, very, very tough for Moscow to figure out at the moment. Up onto the top hill fort coming up. We will see a town center here, as well as Soup is like, I can just protect my hunt. You don't see this very often, but because of Heimdall, because of Safeguard, these hill forts, it's worth it to just slap them down. They're so cheap. You don't have to spend any villager time building them. It forces out the siege towers. You can take those down. We do see a monument getting moved over here just to prevent any sort of double frost shenanigans. I would love to see Soup saying, I've got cheap frost giants. I've got 85 favor in the bank. Let's make some of those. Or go Mythic Age and then start thinking about making something else. Fire giants, Fenris wolves, or even frost giants in the Mythic Age. They get stronger as you advance, right? They get an extra 25% HP. On the flip side, of course, as we see, oh my days, the villagers manage to survive here. They get out, they're almost dead. Please, for the love of all that is holy, get survival equipment, the Soupstar. He's running right into the locust swarm. Okay, all right, locust swarm out. That's kind of a big deal for Soup to have avoided that. Mosca here not being able to actually get any real value with that one build pick, with that heroic age god power, gives Soup everything that he needs here. He's going to be pulling away. He needs to get himself his army through. Losing a hill fort's not that big of a deal, but this army from Moscow is starting to get into a very scary spot here. Axeman Camel Rider, what do you build if you're the Odin? Well, you can't really build Herdman because then the Axeman will take them all out. You want to build Herdman. This is just a really tough micro fight for both players. This is going to be very confusing to see who's going to win. Quick armory check. Moscow's on full copper, full tier 1. Soup also on full tier 1. He decides to charge in here. He does have the hill fort helping out. We've got a plague of serpents coming down at this point. That's never going to be much of a help here. More berserks getting converted off onto the side here as Soup says, I need to win this fight. If I win this fight, I win the game. And he is completely dominating the fight. And Mosca has to pull away. Soup with that conversion with the berserks was gigantic there. I think he was already winning, but now look at the difference in military. Soup here has 150 favor. No ability to drop an undermine onto this Migdol stronghold just yet. Soup's gonna pull back, not wanting to throw his advantage, but to be completely honest, he could just walk in, kill the monument to the village, drop undermine after the god power goes away, protection goes away, and that Migdol stronghold with the rest of that army is not going to survive. Into the middle here. Hillfort coming down for Soup up onto the top. The units coming through, going to start knocking this down slowly. We've got the Camel Rider coming through, and Mosca, he's got some catching up to do here. It's 64 villages to 51. 64 villages, 66 villages. Portable Rams coming through as well. Camel Rider's going to be searching for something to do here. This was after the Berserk, the Go Berserk as well. Portable Ram's going to take down the town center. Mosca's got 140 population remaining here. Throwing Axemen coming in, going to be sniping every one of those Axemen. You don't even have to micro, just attack move. Even if you miss, it's fine. And Mosca taps out. Soup walks away with a win. In game one, an absolutely dominating statement from Soup here in this game. He comes in with his own style. He grabs 4 relics early. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see him go into his mass Frost Giants, which I know he was wanting to do. Deep down, he was saying, I want to build some Frost Giants, but he didn't quite get there. Maybe next time. But he absolutely took it to Mosca. Mosca here, one thing I'm surprised from Mosca was the lack of Betsukos. That's the one unit here for ISIS inside of Sobek that's really scary for the Norse players. The issue with it to some degree is that it's very, very slow. It's hard to use and all of that other good stuff. But the players at this level can use this unit. But Mosca didn't use it. He actually went for a second Plague of Serpents, which is, to put it bluntly, a terrible use of favor. You've got Prosperity as a decent secondary usage of favor at 60 favor. But more important, like I said, those Petsukos or even Anubites would have been really nice here in the Heroic Age as well, as a unit that could jump on and disrupt the Heavy Thrown Axemen. Mosca didn't do it. He loses game number 1. Soup up 1-0. 1 win from winning this series. It can be over in a split second. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, so Odin does get the first win. Our second game is going to be on Ghost Lake, and Mosca is going to be picking Tsukiyomi. So it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Fushi matchup. A Tsukiyomi versus Fushi matchup on the map Ghost Lake, everyone's favorite lake that is frozen. Everyone's, no one else. I do not appear to have a room just yet. Where is it? I don't think they've made the room. I am not sure what's happening. I have a feeling that we've got ourselves a little bit of a private match going on. I could be wrong. We're just going to jump into a phone call here with the Superstar just to see what's happening, because I don't see this game anywhere. Or he's on DND. Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. Have a watch of this while this happens. We're back. Moscow. Moscow. What's going on? What's going on? Are you in the game? Yeah, you're playing in a private game. I can't watch it. So could you please restart the game and we make the lobby open for spectators? Okay, thank you. All right, fantastic. We're gonna just be restarting that game. I'm glad I've spammed them with phone calls. We don't play chicken with this anymore. This wasn't fair. Moscow was winning. I don't care. I don't care who was winning. The game restarts because I said so. If we, I need a game. I need a URL. This needs to happen. This is part of the deal. All right, let's just come here. I might get all right, this is fine. We're gonna get into the next game here momentarily. It was we went off to a fantastic start, but it will be happening sooner or later. Okay. So, everyone enjoying the old tournament thus far? While we're waiting, take a look at this little shenanigans we got going on over here. Schmackety schmack schmack and oofity oof oof. Soup does actually have an insane win rate versus the Moskinator at the moment. Look at that 2-0 shenanigans. While we're waiting for this game to get underway, what are you guys interested in? We've got 8 different players in this tournament right now. 8. What are the results you guys want to see? Who do you want to look at? Which one? Come on, chat. Help me out here. Help me out. We need a matchup. A matchup of the Titans. Who do you want to check out? Rapple and Garneth is no. We need people in the tournament. Interested in how? It's already there. We're getting there. Right. Magic Kavoth, Rapple and Soup. All right, let's check out the old I Am Magic versus Kavoth. All right, let's have that look there. We do have about 3 minutes to wait until the next game on Ghost Lake does kick off. Apparently that was all wrong. These guys have got a very, very interesting, interesting record. Actually, this is going to be one for the old ages. Magic and Kavoth. That's a advantage. Kavoth. How did he manage that? It was all in Wrath of the Gods. Wrath of the Kavoth, more like. Clash of Immortals, Kavoth did not have it. And Wrath of the Gods semifinals. Magic had it, but Wrath of the Gods winners match best of 5. It looks like Magic lost the more important one, which is very un-Magic-like. That is as un-Magic as it's going to get. What was the other one you guys wanted to see? You wanted to see Rapple and the Soupster. All right, let's see how those guys have been going. Schmack. Date. There's definitely no flame. It's just all factoids. There's no flame if it's a fact. Up, Soup dominating everyone. Look at him go. Pandora's Box 2 winners bracket quarterfinals best of 5. That's right. Soup cheesed Rapple out of existence. Soup cheesed Rapple out of existence. Oh, that's right. Magic was in a hotel in Panama, so it doesn't count. That's a fair shout. I'll allow that one. I'll allow that one. All right, guys. Let's jump back over to the draft and we'll have a little bit of a chat about the Tsukiyomi Fushi affair. We're going to Asia, even if we are on the Lake of Ghosts, but let's have a little chat. I thought I had it. I thought I clicked the right button there, but I did not. Alrighty. So, onwards and upwards. We've got ourselves this next game coming momentarily. Ghost Lake, which is Mosca and Soup. So, Tsukiyomi and Fushi. Yeah, no Loki pick from Soup is a little bit on the odd side, but I think Soup is just valuing Fushi, Quetzalcoatl, Nuwa. He's valuing the China quite highly, I think, because of the recent Guafu changes. I'm not exactly sure where I personally am thinking about China, but they definitely feel very, very good on this patch. But that being said, Tsukiyomi is always going to be strong. Whether or not it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake or a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, you're going to either see the Tsukiyomi being able to play incredibly aggressive and dominating on the second gold mine, or play for a slower game and actually end up enjoying that late game. But that being said, if it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, that's where Soup wants to go. That's where Soup wants to go. That's the type of game that Soup wants to play. So I guess that's the question. That's all that's going to matter about this matchup, is whether or not it's going to be a game that Soup wants to play with a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, or if it's going to be a game that Moscow wants to play with the 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. I do think that Tsukiyomi's got a little bit more coverage in this one, just on the fact that he can play both sides of the spawn. But 1 gold mine, 2 gold mine, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Let's jump into game number 2 and see if Moscow can strike back. If I can find Ghost Lake, that would be awesome. There it is. Off we go. And off we go into game number 2 here. These players have had a little bit of a misstart. So they may have played half of the game already. I don't know. But it is what it is. In the top of the map, Moscow here has his Tsukiyomi. In the bottom of the map, we've got ourselves Soup on the Fushi. Temple coming up for the Soupster down the bottom. And the game is off to the races already. A very, very fast Temple from Soup. Soup has decided for himself here that it is worth it to actually go for the early Temple over going for the first Coafu here. So, reason for this is obviously he's either rushing for something in particular, whether it be for relics, which makes sense for one, so it gives him that option, and two, it allows him to potentially go for a double Coafu right away and have a really, really good time. But he does need to get to 8 favor. I'm not sure he's going to quite be able to get there. Let's have a little look-see at the relics and see if there's anything that matters. As we've already got a second Pioneer out. Head of Orpheus is out. The Pioneers are going to be moving around the map looking for more and more cows and herdables. Tawara Todder's last arrow is up onto this left side as the Kitsune are going to be roaming around. We've also got the Anvil of Hephaestus over here. And finally, the blue crystal shards. So some incredibly good relics for our main man, the Soupster here, as he does manage to get himself out the next two Coafu after all, and immediately queues out this Divine Land. This is what we know and expect from Soup. His build orders are tight. His build orders are crisp. He has a very, very specific plan in mind for what he wants to get done in the early game, and then we'll see if that's enough for him to come out with somewhat of an advantage. So, on the other side, Mosca, he's starting up his houses. He's got his temple up. He is building everything he wants. He's going up through Inari Orkami here. 400 food is in. And he's got himself his wood at the back. Got himself how many goats? This is kind of the the sort of barometer, so to speak, that what matters in this early game really for most players is how many herdables you get, because it's a big advantage as Soup comes in with the Tarawara Todazaru in hand. The big thing is how many cows, and I think Soup ends up with more. Keep saying cows, herdables, goats, pigs, cows, turkeys. Person who comes out with more has the better early game, and that is the case. Oh, the blue crystal shard gets stolen from underneath Soup's fingertips there as this Sky Lantern searching around. Soup here pretty disappointed. He wanted to get himself everything. He's got himself the Head of Orpheus. That's nice. He's got himself the Tarawara Todazaru. That's really nice, but he wanted that extra 5% gather rate on gold and wood. It's already through the roof because of the Coafu, but then you get an extra 5% on top of their already high base gather rate. Unfortunately for the Soupstar, he does not manage to get that one. But fortunately for Mosca, he's grabbed that. He's in a fantastic spot now. He's going to be getting, Mosca's going to be getting his stable, getting his guardhouse, his Juragumo sitting out over onto this side as well. Going to be enjoying that position up onto the top here. We will see the walls coming through for Mosca. And now the bushy Naginata Rider for Mosca will start out. It is 2 gold mine Ghostblade. This is generally going to be a matchup, a map, and a situation where the China player generally wants to go for that second town center, but Fushi, unlike Nuwa, unlike Shenong, doesn't have the I've forgotten the name of it because I hate it that much. He doesn't have himself the wall, God power. The clay wall? No, that's not what it is. Can't believe I've forgotten what that's called. I'm going to check it. I don't care. What is it called? This one. Earth wall. That's right. The brain just doesn't want to work ever. It's fine. The earth wall isn't here for Soup, but it doesn't really matter. He could just get some units out, then wander over and grab the town center a little bit later. It's going to be fine. Nonetheless, up onto the top, Mosca playing defensive, getting units out, looking to sort out his position and everything else. We've got the walls coming up onto the top here for Mosca. Yeah, I'm washed. That's 110%. I'm a pro player at the moment. I'm beating everyone. I forgot how to cast. We got the Naginata Riders slowly starting to come through. We've got the Watermill in the middle here coming up as well for Mosca. I think I like the way that he's playing. I like that he's playing very, very slow defensively. The big power spike here for the Japanese, for Tsukiyomi, generally comes in the heroic age. Generally. Thank you for the rating party, Illuminati. I hope your stream went very, very well. But the big power spike is normally in the heroic age. And that's what Mosca wants to be grabbing here as the Yatsa comes through a couple of smacks onto this villager. Will it get to the town center? No, it will not, but a lot of damage there in onto the Yatsa, but Ibushi also goes down. He gets a Bill pick, he gets a Bushi kill, and the Yatsa is still alive. Villager over here trying to finish off this wall, does manage to stay away from danger there, stays alive. The Miko is in for some heals as the villagers will move back up onto the top, onto the berry bushes, no problems, but that there has to feel good for Soup at the moment. Meanwhile, onto the bottom side, Mosca is now getting ready to hit some sort of a revenge attack here. Soup is in position to defend, though. He's got all of the line of sight, so he knows these Naginata riders are coming in, but there's only the one halberdier. That's never going to be enough. One halberdier down, and he will decide to run from this, but I think he can continue to turn, continue to get damage, continue to trade some HP for kills. Then he can pull back and heal up those Naginata riders, and it's totally fine, as these Sky Lanterns are just in full flight here. Absolute full flight as the Pioneer Javelin here. Pulling back. We do have some more Halberdier coming through for the Superstar up onto the top side. Oop, Wanjiro Gumo does say hello there, Monsieur Halberdier, but does pay the ultimate price for that kill. As Soup is like, let me in. I want this. I want to stop you from getting to the heroic age. Please fight me. And Mosca's like, I already got my wall up. I don't want to fight. This is why I got walls. If I wanted to fight, I wouldn't build walls, right? But with the fact that there are pioneers here and there's all that extra divine damage that's going to come through, you don't want to get close to this at all. Yatsa goes down. Soup's going to have to think about the next stage of this game, because sticking it out in the classical age. Yeah, sticking it out in the classical age is not going to go all too well for him. He's moving over here to grab this town center at this point, which, to be honest, at 8 minutes and 30 seconds, without having done any significant damage, in fact, taking some damage, he did lose he did pick a villager off, but he lost a couple of halberdier and the Yatsa as well. So it's not exactly, I wouldn't say it's clear who's actually in the advantage here. But without that clear advantage, going for a town center at 8 minutes and 30 seconds does basically play into what Mosca is wanting to do here, which is a big, fat, heroic age timing. No, you don't want to be running straight past the Najar, straight past all the halberdiers. That's two Kitsune getting sniped in that movement as well. Great find for Soup, and that's going to shut down any sort of attempt at a raid here as well. Back to 6 speed from 6.6, back to 6 speed. Not going to be able to do anything. Has to rebuild those two Kitsune to get out of its base and make that all happen. He doesn't even have himself the Kitsune, so just maybe one Kitsune to get out of here, as the Yumi archers will slowly get that damage done. One Yatsa decides it wants to potentially sacrifice some HP to get some Japanese units out of position. We've got the Swampland getting dropped down, and the Naginata riders will get some damage as these units need to pull away. This is some good value from Mosca. It picks off a bunch of units, and now Soup's got to get out of here. But I mean, you take the good with the bad here. No more Swampland available for Mosca moving forward in this game. Halberdier on top of that. Tengu's got to feel bad. Good control there, though, from Soup. Good awareness. Turns back onto the Naginata riders, but there's just not enough stuff in the middle of the map. After that, Swampland comes in, turns around yet again. We'll decide we can get a couple of smacks of damage off. Picks off a couple more Naginata riders, and those Halberdier with the upgrade mean absolute business. Look at these bad boys. They're doing 5.6 hack damage per second, and they have 4.5 bonus versus Cav. Let's just say to Cav lovers out there, look, the advantage you've got as a cavalry user is your speed. Let's try not to face tank the Halberdiers, because your lives will be over quickly if you decide to do something like that. All the upgrades in the sun coming through now as well for Mosca. But the big thing here for Soup is that he did get this second town center, and he's traded away that God Power. Now, there is still New Moon. The New Moon timing is still real, still very, very scary for Soup to defend. But what I'd love to see from Soup is actually, let's not mine this gold mine. This gold mine here is not important. We want that for later. let's get over here and mine this gold mine. Let's put these Kwafu and villagers on this wood line and grab this gold, saving potentially this gold mine for a rainy day, and saying, great, if you want to come and attack me over onto this town center, fine, we'll leave. We'll pull back into the main base. We can eat the gold mine. We can eat the tree later as well and live the dream. For the moment, though, Gormang is coming through. We've got the towers coming in from Soup as well on all of these military camps. He wants to get everything sorted out. But Tengu for Moscow going to be swinging through here. We'll see what's going to happen for Moscow. He's just full sending on this one town center all-in decision. This is so risky. This is not the Moscow that I know. Moscow is a boomy player. He plays defense. He doesn't want to go for these sort of crazy all-ins, but he's put into a position where he almost has to. And Soup is just like, yeah, come and kill me. But all of a sudden, Heroic Age is now in for Soup. He can throw a ballet up here, or even 2 ballets up here if he wants to, momentarily. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Naginata Raiders are coming in, or Riders, not Raiders. Riders are coming in to hit some sort of a raid. Villagers will turn. They've got that attack move. Attack move is now functional, ladies and gentlemen. Thank the devs. Or should I say thank the gods? I'm not sure. And that will send... You can't raid with 3 Naginata Raiders anymore. It just does not work out in your favor. We do have the forest protection getting dropped down, and I gotta say, I'm not liking Moscow's chances of executing a gold starve and finding the value with his small amount of military advantage. Towers can come up even more. There's a military camp, double military camp attached with towers. A tower can come up over onto this side as well. The units will get that damage done. Soup now throwing a ballet down onto the bottom side. He's not even concerned with this gold mine just yet. Why not? Safe ballet to protect this town center. Allow him to get some White Horse cavalry out. You're never going to kill that ballet at the back, so it's just going to be cav coming through forever. Moscow has to figure something out, and Moscow is actually saying, I can't win this game right now. He's dropping a town center of his own at the top of the map. Now, this changes things a little bit. A little bit. For some reason here, I think Soup has to have lost some villagers at some point, because he got his town center up over 5 minutes ago, but he isn't in front on the village count at all. Of course, one advantage of Tsukiyomi is you advance faster to the 3rd age. It means that you're going to get a couple more villagers in than your opponent while that advance comes through. But this town center's been up for so long, I'm a little confused on the whole situation. Nonetheless, a castle for Moscow. It's only a tiny differential here, but this will slowly build into a big differential, which can be overcome by Moscow getting to the Mythic Age through Orkuninushi and getting Divine Prefecture. So there is an angle for Moscow to slow down here, take good trades, work towards Bushido Tier 3, and keep this game very, very, very close and make life very tough for Soup moving forward. Onto the top here, White Horse Cavalry coming through. Going to get a couple of shanks in. Now, the castle will be up here for Moscow sooner or later. The big question is, can Soup make a push happen here? Or should Soup make a push here? Is the better play to just go to the Mythic Age right now? Because, well, in fighting Moscow, yes, you keep him in the Heroic Age, which might be good, but you're also giving him Bushido, which might be bad. At the moment, I think the fighting is actually quite good, but he's got to be very careful and very strategic about how much he wants to, especially with a castle now up that locks up this position a little bit. Without siege or your own sort of castles or whatever, it can be a little bit underwhelming. Soup's actually building nothing but Kwafu out of his 2 town centers at the moment. My guy says, I do not care about anything but Kwafu. I'm getting myself how much favor? 11 favor per minute. I'm not actually sure he's got enough favor to afford to do this on loop, but he does. Yeah, he's going to get himself peasants out as well, but he just wants everything as the Tao Wu going to continue his Tao Wu ways. But this does allow the Shogun to come through, getting some damage done. That's going to be Samurai. There are only a handful of Fire Archers here. So Samurai are going to be absolutely huge for Moscow to sort of not only tank, but mostly be able to pick off any sort of halberdier that are coming through, as Soup will pull back into his main base. And I don't know exactly what I'm watching in terms of like where this game is going, but everything points to Soup being in a nice position, except for his military. I think because of all of these Quafu getting spent, he doesn't have the economy right now to actually build. But in 2 minutes, all of this economy is going to come online, and life is going to look really good for the Fushi player in this game. And especially with this position already grabbed and all the other good stuff, he's going to be very, very good. Orchid Inushi is now pre-queued though, which completely shuts that whole thought process down, because as soon as that comes in, there's another new moon, there's another swampland, there's another shogun to come through, and most importantly, that divine prefecture, as well as potentially those very all-important Onmaraki. Over onto the side, Tengu back in, but we don't care about you. You like send this Tengu and go, hey, that's a myth unit. That's got all the damage. No, that's dead to my big boys. My big boys who can throw some big stones. Well, put an end to that bird. Didn't have much HP anyways, but still. I mean, 100 HP on the Tengu. I imagine it would die to pretty much every amount of. This is 21 peasants sitting here. I'm pretty sure the 21 peasants killed out 100 HP Tengu, but that's fine, guys. Just you can write whatever narrative you guys want to write. Walls coming up onto the bottom here as Soup is being incredibly aggressive to come in and try and steal this gold mine. I'd be fine with it if he threw a barrel lay down and his army was over here, but these guys are out in the middle of nowhere. He's almost got the gold. He's got the gold to go to the Mythic Age, but not the rest of the resources. Villagers actually for Moscow are looking like they're coming for this town center, which seems absolutely... Oh, never mind. He's going Orchid Inushi, so it's not absolutely crazy. I thought he was going for this before the Mythic Age, but Orchid Inushi is in, and I think after all is said and done, I think Moscow's in a perfectly fine place. I've been hyping up Soup's position for a while, but this villager differential is going to be erased. Absolutely erased. And while Soup will have himself Great Flood, I don't think killing off one army with this Great Flood is going to be enough for Soup to find a big enough advantage to actually win a game. So this game is going long. I feel like we're going to be here for a little bit longer, guys. Strap in. These guys aren't going to be tapping out anytime soon. It's now not the samurai, but the halberdiers coming through. We do have that Sacred Gate. There goes the new moon cast, and that's full iron in, with the exception of the iron shields. I don't think Soup should be fighting this. He should be thinking about running. Swampland comes down. He drops himself the lightning weapons here in an attempt to deal with all these units. He's still sitting on top of this Swampland, and those units are crying. They're like, get me out of here. But Moscow says, I gotta run. He can't win this fight. The units can sort of either get out of the Swampland if they like, or go elsewhere. I'm surprised Soup was able to even go equal in that fight. As the Onmaraki coming through, do we see upgrades is the big question. No, we haven't. 135 favor in the bank for Moscow. Doesn't have Divine Prefecture just yet. That's got to be thought one. I think that's the thing you should do even before you even think to drop your new Moon God power. Before you even drop the Sacred Gate is Divine Prefecture. It's just so absurdly valuable at any point in the game. It's very, very, very strong. And then after that, you can do everything else fine. But Moscow's deciding to not even tech into that, which is going to give Soup a little bit of play here. He's got so much food and gold in the bank. You can tell all Soup wants right now, he's got the upgrades already, is Tiger Cav. He's like, I see the units you're building. You've got cavalry in the shape of an archer. You got cavalry in the shape of a cavalry. And you've got some Yati. What does that die to? Well, it's going to die to somebody who's going champion cav, last stand, and full send on the 4 ballet that are up. His levy conscripts, his conscripts did get cancelled there. I'm not sure if Soup will notice. It's kind of it's somewhat of a rare technology, but Soup's conscripts has been cancelled. So he's getting the units a little bit slower than he might like. As all the Tire cavalry will slowly make their way across the map. Shogun comes in from Moscow, so he's got a little bit of an answer for everything as this Qinglong comes through. The scouting from the Qinglong to come through as the unit's going to be riding the wave straight in to the ballet. As these Tiger Cav will come in and try and take out the rest of those units. They're all pulling back home. Big damage from Soup, but it's still not quite enough here. Not quite enough. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we do have the Omaraki is in, causing some pain over onto this side. Moscow's got to be a little bit careful with those. But he can actually utilize the specialty to take out a town center very slowly, but you can actually go for that if you want. This town center for Moscow will be falling. However, as double ballet coming through as the wretches, they're in for a little bit of damage. Don't ask me what these wretches are doing. They've got a mind of their own. They say, we don't want to partake. I think they might have been considered idle, and Moscow might have clicked a button, and now they are running away. Ballet up onto this side. We'll get up the Soup. Over onto here. Fighting happening yet again. But Moscow is so far from champion. Does he have enough stuff here is the question. Here's the thing. The Yati Spearmen absolutely and unequivocally dominates these Tiger Cav. Especially if you have any upgrades, of which Moscow has none. He's got no Yati upgrades. Fire Archers are queued out now for Soup. He might want to grab himself the attachment or build some more machine workshops. But Moscow has managed to find himself somewhat of an advantage at this point, but he still has to get his town center back. He's still got to deal with a whole bunch of stuff. We've got some Naginata Riders coming up onto the top gold mine to deal with this as Soup is trying to lock up as many gold mines as he possibly can. This is the one significant advantage that Soup has at the moment. Take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold mines to 1, 2, 3 large gold mines. So Soup's got that double gold mine advantage with this one being secured as an axe cart comes through. Going to try and deny this town, and I'm not sure he's going to be quite fast enough, but Moscow will have to bring back his units to actually deal with this thing. Otherwise, it's going to actually be able to take out the town center. But the repairing already starts. More raids down onto the bottom. Where did those Omaraki go? There is a bird. I see the bird coming through. There's only 2 Miko in for Moscow. You know me, I'm a favor fiend. Tell me we can get 5, 6, 7 Miko at this point and go into a whole bunch of Myth unit as the best play, but I'm not sure that Moscow is going to need that. I think Moscow has managed to crack this Fushi of Soup. Soup is running out of military numbers here. He's still got plenty of economy. He's at 100 villages, but he just does not have the military here. He needs the Tiger Cav. He's making himself halberdier at the moment. Again, great control from Soup with the garrison micro to keep himself alive, but the siege rolls in, and that's going to be putting a stop to these ballets and everything else. So Fire Archers down to the bottom. They're doing what they can to deal with everything here. As we've got Najar, the adult, back in to try and slow the bleeding straight out of Dynasty Warriors, but I'm not sure if even a Dynasty Warriors champion can help out Soup at the moment. He is just constantly bleeding units. Can't fight down this much population. It's never going to work, even with some castles up, as the siege coming in yet again, trying to distract. Does come through that. Wow, yes, they do deal 14 hack damage per second. That's not nothing. And the crush as well. So yeah, you can take out siege with these bad boys, but the Yumi will be able to deal with that with the help of those Naginata Riders. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, for Moscow is his strike back as Soup not able to convert. There was 100% a moment here that it felt like Soup was in a fantastic position. I think once he hit his Tiger Cav units on the field and those Yati Spearmen came out, Soup needed to pull back. Accept the Yati Spearmen were in, pull back, go Fire Archer, and then fight again. Once you have the Fire Archer Tiger Cav numbers in, well, all of a sudden, life gets very, very, very tough to deal with that, because what are you going to do? You build Yati to kill off the Tiger Cav, you build Naginata to kill off the Fire Archer, and well, the Tiger Cav protect the Fire Archer, and Yeah, he die really quickly. Anyways, doesn't work out for Soup. Mosca strikes back. We're going to be going to a game 3. Match point. There's only one left. That's it. Just one. Let's go check out what they're going to pick for that next game. Alrighty then. We got a win for the Tsukiyomi. And our last matchup. All right. Let me come over here and we go have another one. I think we've got a game room. I'm not sure what they're playing just yet, but let me get this sorted out and then we'll get that next thing happening. Alrighty. So for our last game, Soup does get to pick. He gets the privilege of picking the only map left, which is Giza. And it's going to be Ra versus Quetzalcoatl. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just going to be completely fine. And I'm finally going to figure out or learn how to play this matchup because I got no clue. This is a very, very tough matchup for Ra. And on the map Giza. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Alrighty, let's go in onto the next map. Giza, off we go. And off to the races we go in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Ra. His name is Mosca. In the top left-hand corner of the map, playing as Quetzalcoatl. The new Aztecs, shining from the above. It is Husk Soup. And Soup here, he is going to be opening up with his patented, tried and true Kalpuli Lumber Outpost opening. I love this one. 3 villagers go onto wood. You grab the lumber outpost. Fantastic. Over here, you come grab that livestock pen. Then over onto this side, you immediately grab the crafts workshop as well. And you just live the dream with all of that early game economy. Only really possible for Quetzalcoatl. You can do it with the other ones, but it just takes a lot longer to come online because it costs a lot more. Of course, these upgrades not only boost your income, but they're actually creating resources out of thin air. If you've got yourself if you got yourself 1,000 starting food in your main base, then the Kalpuli will make that equal to 1,150 food. Not bad. Not bad. I'm very, very interested here in what Mosca is going to come up with. Now, here's my main difficulty in this matchup. How do I beat the Eagle Warrior? The Eagle Warrior has been hard nerfed in this patch. I haven't seen this matchup just yet, but I have been on the receiving end with a different Egyptian god, and to be honest, it was a struggle for me. So I'm really excited to see how the top players are going to be approaching this. I can steal what they do and throw it throw it in my little backpack and go, okay, I'm just going to try and do that. Sometimes that's the best way to learn. If you're ever struggling with a matchup and you can't figure it out, and you're like, every time I play Poseidon versus Gaia, I lose. Well, just go and download a Mosca replay of him winning with Poseidon versus Gaia, and then all of a sudden you can be a Poseidon versus Gaia dominating player, right? That's the secret. That's what we do. That's what I do. I don't know if that's what you guys do. Anyways, the secrets are out. Magic revealed. Over here, we've got some big relics with the chariots of Sibel. Into this middle here, we've got the Tower of Cestus. This is damage bonus against Mythianus plus 1x. Onto the bottom side, we have the Wu Hao Bow of Huangdi. And finally, we've got ourselves the Dwarven Horseshoes, cavalry movement speed plus 5% there. So some very, very nice relics for both players. Of course, one player doesn't have cavalry until the Mythic Age, so you just want to grab this one and keep that away from the boosted Ra units. Of course, the Camel Rider for Ra are actually quite good versus the Eagle Warrior, come to think of it. So maybe the Camel Rider are going to be the unit that Mosca wants to go for, and that will force out some Thalmati Spearmen from Soup, or potentially something else as well. Could be his option. I don't know. He is going through Patakatl, and he is going to be giving himself the opportunities to drop a tree down. He's also going for some early Warrior Priest sort of favor generation rate. Now, holy favor generation rate. If you compare this over to the Atlantean, this is a little bit more expensive version of the Atlantean favor generation rate, right? Like they build units out of their temple, oracles out of their temple, they place them around the map, they get around about 0.07 favor per second. Now, these guys start at a very large amount of favor per second, but it starts to go down. It ticks down as their HP goes down, right? But even so, they're still incredibly safe. So once they get to the lower end of the favor generation rate, it's very, 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 very good for Quetzalcoatl. Of course, you can't go up to 10 of these. It's going to start cutting down very, very quickly, like the Greeks gathering on the temple. But still, I'm actually quite interested in what they end up going to. I'm not 100% sure. But nonetheless, some more Sensen Totochten will come through. Are there any other berry bushes on the map? No, this recently Ra did get a incredibly large buff on the berry bushes. You can see he's grabbing them at 0.82 food per second, compared over onto the chickens, which are only at 0.81 food per second. So very, very slow here. Very, very fast. These guys are going to be enjoying those berries. So big food boost early game as the bunny rabbits coming in. They are literally... I haven't really had the time while I've played to watch these guys attacking. They were doing something weird over there, but out of the base they go. Oh, is that going to go down? Oh no, it's a sad day to be a bunny rabbit after the Pharaoh and priest say, get out of here. Meanwhile, we've also got a lot of warriors coming through for Soup, and an armory also going to come through for Soup on the back. A little bit surprised, to be honest, to see what we're seeing as... Is he able to build veterancy on animals? Surely not. How much is it? It's 20 each, so if that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 100 HP that he's dealt. Maybe he can. Soup is the kind of player that would know that's a village center. That there would be a village center. I could be wrong, but it's looking like it's a village center. Did Soup see this? Soup absolutely saw this. I'm the only one as the caster who didn't see it. Both Mosca and Soup know what's going on. I'm too busy focusing in on the rabbits killing off Zebra in the back of his base to realize that anything else is actually going on. Alrighty. Fantastic. Coatlicue will be coming through for Soup. This is generally the god that we're seeing most Aztec players going versus Egyptian at the moment. It gives the ability to take out a large amount of your opponent's units, and it basically shuts down the barracks from existing because you can't run away from it very easily. Nonetheless, we got Hand Axe coming through for Soup. And we do have the Noble's Huts on the way. Up onto the top, another Noble's Hut coming through for Soup. And a whole bunch of upgrades. We've got Feathered Shields, got Feathered Armor, You got flint weapons. So all tier 1 on the way. And we'll see exactly which way Mosca is going to go moving forward. The big problem for Mosca, and I could not be more proud to see a player doing this. This is so smart. Anytime your opponent does a fast heroic, you know what you have free reign of? You got free reign of the map. Why not be on the second gold mine? Why be in the main base eating all this gold only to then not be able to get onto that second gold mine? Migdol Stronghold coming through. Mosca will be able to get past the first of many landmines in this game. He will be able to get past the first of many landmines in this game. More war huts cutting down for Soup because he knows he's going to need some spearmen to deal with camel riders because he's going in for eagle warriors. So playing a little bit of the I'm doing X, so I know my opponent's going to be doing A, so I better do Y so that I can deal with their A, and my X will already be dealing with their B, so we're all good. Right? Does that make sense? This rabbit now up to 3 already with only 66 damage. I'm pretty sure it does gain heads off of the passive arrows. Wait, does it? Or is it on 2? No, there's definitely 3 rabbits there. He is definitely enjoying. He might have just eaten berries somewhere. I don't know. I might be missing something. Nonetheless, little bits of damage coming through from those Eagle Warriors for the time being as Mosca needs to build up a decent amount of units. We do have a Tajipla actually coming through here as Soup's like, hang on. I'm ready. I've got myself in a touch lead. Let's go. We've got ourselves the Tajipla charging in. Gonna look to get some damage done onto the backside. There goes the Eagle Warriors. And the aggressive Agave Bloom to come through. That's going to be healing up the Tochli as well as he pulls this one back ever so slightly. Onto the backside there, the Tajipla trying to get that damage done. Can he keep the Tochli alive with the help of this Agave Bloom? Villagers coming through to shut this down. Is this just going to be absolutely already all over for Mosca here as the Eagle Warriors? They've got to take out the Priest. What is he doing? Also, shout out to F2 player. And the Tochli does go down, but Soup can stay here for another 749 HP. He's not going to care about the damage. He's got some Slalomani Spearmen to come through. Got more Slalomani. Well, we do have the Eagle Warriors sort of face tanking here. He's got to get those Spearmen something over here. This is not looking actually all too crash hot for Soup to sit onto this position. The Agave Bloom is no longer working. He's gone full all in at the moment, and Mosca might be getting past this. The Spearman doing some good damage. We'll turn around and at least fight back for a little bit here as the Camel Riders going after the Eagle Warriors here. But, I mean, he's still got health. He's got a lot of low HP Camel Riders as he does manage to snipe both of those low HP ones. Villagers getting pushed back. Look at this Sensun. This rabbit is being an absolute menace at the moment. An absolute menace as the Sensun Todachichin will start to finally start taking some damage here. Big damage coming through from this bad boy as some villagers going to be getting picked off. Some much needed damage for the Soupstar. We will see the String of Hearts tech coming through so we can at least get some siege onto this position. Rain coming down. How many farms? 18 farms. That's a decent amount there as the Eagle Warriors will pick off a couple of villagers while sitting underneath the Migdol Stronghold yet again. Trying to take out the Camel Riders, picks off a couple more villagers onto the back there as the low HP Camel Rider will go down. We do have a couple more of those frontline units there. I say frontline, but he doesn't really have much. There's so little in the way of anything for either of these players. I'm literally shook at the amount of damage that Mosca is taking while having this Migdol. It just goes to show how powerful it is to just sit underneath the Migdol Stronghold here. We've got another Tajipla coming through. Soup is not ready. He is not ready to give up on this attack just yet, but I mean, to be honest, I think he's done the dash. I think he's done the damage. He might want to just pull away and just call it a day here. Do you have any more spearmen? A couple more spearmen will be coming through. He's continuing to stay underneath that Agave Bloom as the Spearman will come through, and they're going to start frontlining. And he steals the Agave Bloom! And it gets stolen back. Never mind. Tajipla will go down. And while Rock is searching for things to do as more Eagle Warriors are coming through, still very, very close. Mosca is doing a fantastic job of staying alive in this game. I do wonder if potentially some Petsukos here wouldn't go astray. Of course, you're scared about the Tajipla, but to some degree against the Quetzalcoatl Tajipla, you just run the Petsukos when it comes in and you should be okay. Now the wall's coming up for Mosca as he goes, all right, you attacked me. I'm still alive, bruh. What next? Soup for the moment. Oh, that's what's next. That is what's next. Soup says, I'm going for a massive sack. Let's get the Atochli in. Potentially, he didn't sacrifice the turkeys for added bonus there. But he's going to have himself an Atochli. He might even be able to go for another Earth monster here in an attempt to break this position. I don't know if this is going to work out for him. This is a big, big all-in. He can build another Tajipla if he wants. Heavy Camel Riders in as the Agave Bloom now done. There is one Priest, one Pharaoh. It's F2 player the second, by the way. As the Rock coming over and the Shifting Sands coming in from Mosca as he says, excuse you, you're not allowed out of your base. I've got raiding dudes. Well, here's one Spearman in now already for a little bit of support as the Spearmen come through, and the Camel Riders will come out of here. Another Atochli on the way now, but a rain from Mosca to help boost his economy up even further. And Soup's strategy has not seemed to cut it at the moment. He almost needs to just, I don't know, bring the villagers forward with him so that they don't get raided by the Camel Riders. Up onto this side, raids in onto the main base. He does have the lumber outpost, but he's not paying attention to this. I mean, to some degree, he can kind of just go for an all-in, and if the Camel Riders don't want to come and fight, well, he's going to lose his base. But Soup is spreading out, and this is never going to be good because now the decision from Mosca is simple. He just goes, I can pull back and deal with this. There is enough favor, and there is the Tailwind here. Tailwind could be huge to help his villagers escape from the Camel Riders, block off the Camel Riders, get his Spearmen in to deal with the Camel Riders. I mean, you've got 4.8 speed. His villagers over here are under attack as the Atochli going to be going down very slowly. The Migdal Struggle with 600 HP. Over onto this side, the Spearmen are in for some defense here as the Priest and Pharaohs are through. Can he keep this all together or not? The Pharaoh goes down. He's got the Earth Monster again to say, get out of here, army. I'm going to start eating you up. And I think the Migdal Stronghold is going to go down, but Mosca's moved over onto this side already. He's got the resources to get himself another Migdal Stronghold down. But look at the villager differential. It's 30 to 71. Mosca does have himself in the very, very important upgrade as well. Skin of the Rhino. He is missing himself this specific one here. Survival equipment. Migdal Stronghold on the top coming through as the Atochli going after the main base. And Soup looks like he will be missing this. If Soup drops this God Power down, he can also, like, I'm pretty sure he goes somewhere. How much speed is it? 1.5. Like, that's 50% more speed, no? What are they at? 4.8? I'm pretty sure it goes fast. I'm pretty sure the Spearmen are faster than the Camel Rider. Like, Tailwind on the Spearmen to kill off the Camel Rider? Surely. Nonetheless, Migdal Stronghold will be up in the main base. Soup's still going after this. Does he know about the gold mine? He doesn't know about the gold mine villagers over here under attack, but there is some defense there as well as Soup is going full all in. He's trying to get as many kills as he possibly can, but he's got Well, he's got the military advantage up the wazoo. That's huge. But he still has to deal with this. Another Ayatochli could come through here as the camel riders on this side slowly going down. The golden lines absolutely and unequivocally carrying Soup through some of these situations here as the Migdal is up. Eagle Warriors to take out the back line. So much gold in the bank though for Soup. What is he doing with that gold? Maybe a market or something. I don't know. Villagers going down as the villagers pop out. More spearmen coming through here as well. There's villagers up onto the top gold mine, however. I love that decision from Mosca. Spread out all across the map. Fine. He's got a rock as well he can use to almost sneak the villagers around the map as the villagers will come over here. Walls back up. Back over onto this gold mine. No problems. Villagers popping out. Soup has to turn. He's got to fight. He's still got the military resource advantage. Up onto the top side here now. The camel riders swinging in on top of the Eagle Warriors as the villagers are going to be the actual military units here for Mosca at the moment. 44% pack armor, 51% pierce armor. They don't die, and Soup's army has disintegrated here. He's still got plenty, though. I'm not sure where. No, never mind. It's all sort of sitting in here, no? As the Atochli will come through. What is Soup doing for his economy, though? 38 villages. He needs food. Coming up onto the Rhinoceros, there's not really much food left on the map in the slightest. Tailwind? Potentially here, as the villagers will say, that's not a scarab. This is not a scarab. Priests come through, sending these guys packing. And Mosca, he's got 3 Ayatochli to try and break through this specific Migdal stronghold. But even if he does, there's still gold mines. There's still 80 villages versus 40. Eagle Warriors popping through, trying to get damage done, trying to utilize that 20 range. It's a big amount of advantage to have. Does he not have ballistics? Yes, he does have ballistics, but the chariot archers have got the dodge mechanics, and we still don't have that tailwind coming through. I feel like he needs to utilize that tailwind or something, but he's going to be holding on to it till next game as the Camel Riders getting destroyed by these medium Tlalmani spearmen. All the Atochli end up dying. And Mosca survives another one. Another rain from Mosca. Mosca says, I don't need myth unit. I got rains. I got 1,400 food in the bank, but I'd rather drop my 45 cost rain than anything else. Of course, he could probably sell that for something else, but Soup going to pull back now. I mean, damage has unequivocally been done. It's just that it hasn't been in the shape of anything that really matters in terms of win con. It's just idle time mostly here. As the Eagle Warriors pulling forward, trying to take out the chariot archers on the back. Spearmen taking out a whole bunch of units here as well. The Camel Riders ending up dying. The big problem for Mosca, to be frank, is Mosca needs an army that can beat Spearman, Eagle Warrior. And the army to beat this, I don't know if Camel Rider Chariot Archer is working here. Maybe it will. We'll have to wait and see. Like, I almost think full Chariot Archer might even be a better shout here with just a handful of Camel Rider just to play tanking role. I don't know. Maybe some Axemen mixed in? So at least then the Camel Rider have got something to make the Spearman's life a little bit tougher. But this is the big thing from... Well, I love this. One little cheeky rock there to say, I can get away from here. Let's go. This is clearly full Wadget angle. You know, Wadgets make sense. Wadgets always make sense.
Gary.
Camel Rider gets poked down over here. Down onto this side, Mosca will finally say, I'll get another Migdol up. And Mosca's going to get up to full pop soon. He's going to be able to either go to the Mythic Age. He's always got 100 villagers on one base. Of course, he's got the village center there, but the point is he's only got 175 pop. So if he gets to 100 villagers, that's 75 population he gets to use, whereas his opponent's got 180 pop to use. Well, 130 pop. More than that. I can't do math. Anyways. Second town center up for Soup. Third town center up for Soup as he is going to be preparing his comeback. Of course, he needs farms. He needs a whole lot of extra resources in. That's going to be the tough part. Camel Rider raids. Going to be trying to sort this out. Walls all up around the map now for Mosca, as well as he knows that this is important for him to actually translate the advantage of economy into a win. He's got to shut the map down, cut Soup off of everything. But this is actually another issue. There's only one large gold mine for Soup. The gold mines, the numbers are really low. Picking off a couple of villages here is nice. It's not going to be too crazy helpful, but a couple of villages to go down. So Soup's only got one large gold mine. This is probably the more important difference maker moving forward. Look at this. This gold mine's almost gone. This one's got 5,100 left in it. Of course, this is probably, I would say, Soup's gold mine, or this one was over here actually. But either way, both of those gold mines on the sides of the map, this is not ideal, not in the slightest. And Mosca now says, time for some markets, time for some trade, because I know the gold mines aren't going to be lasting all too late. Osiris on the way. Thalmany Spearman will come over, get a couple of jabs. Chariot Archers coming through as Soup says, I don't really want to chase you. I'd rather just pick up at least a couple more villages to slow the economic powerhouse of a boom that's coming through. Eagle Warriors coming in to snipe a couple of priests, but too little too late to get that town center stopped. Still gets some good value out of his army here. He's still translating the military advantage that he's got into somewhat of an economic edge too, right? Like every bit of units he's killing off is sort of making up for the fact that his income is so low. Meanwhile, Great Temple coming up in the middle of the map for Soup. Farms coming up over here. I'm still super concerned about the lack of gold for Soup. Now, the one thing that he does have is the Kalpulu. The craft workshop is in. Which does mean he gets an extra little bit of gold on top of the 6,000 that is already in that gold mine, right? So he's enjoying that, but it's still not going to be the same as having both of those gold mines on the side. That being said, Mosca, his units do cost a lot more gold than Soup's do. Soup might know that. Thalmany Spearman, 15 gold. Eagle Warrior, 45 gold. Onto the top side, the Camel Riders do sneak through. Soup has not thrown walls down in this game, so these raids are going to hurt him in a big way. But in a sense here, this is just almost a counter-attack. You also have to remember that these units do actually have crush damage because he's got that String of Hearts tech. Onto this side, we do have the siege towers coming through. Over here, we've got the Tailwind finally in as all the villagers up there are dying, but this town center will go down. The villagers over here will go down. Over onto this side, there is the Great Temple. Soup could build some Thalmany Spearmen to come over and play defense for a little bit. As the Migdol will go down. That's 3,700 gold there, of which Soup will desperately be wanting to secure. Losing this town center, not the end of the world, but also not the best thing either if he's going to drop all those villages as well. He will come over here, pick off all the villages. That's big, but, I mean, how much does that really matter when your opponent's at 100 villages? He's just going to be back up to full very, very shortly. Mosca coming in now to grab this town center. Siege towers to take out houses and all the other good stuff. This gold mine, 3,900 gold in it. Over onto this side, Thalmany Spearman getting a little bit of damage done. Can Soup deal with all this? He is building some Automaton Smashers to potentially smash, but now that there's champion war elephants in, that could be the answer that Mosk has been needing for these Eagle Warriors for quite some time. The Warrior Priest Discipler will come through. They'll help deal with the Mummy as those Eagle Warriors coming in to get some revenge fire through. Of course, the villagers should probably be getting pulled over here to deal with this. There's so many resources in the bank now for Soup. As you can tell, he wants his own Mythic Age in. One huge advantage to still come through for Soup in the shape of his great temple sacrifices that come from the Mythic Age. A little bit of shoot and scoot as the Slamani Spearman will start to come back in. Soup says, no, we sort of made a mistake here. We can't go Mythic Age. You need the units in to take out this town center. We'll be doing so. Moscow should probably come back over onto this spot and secure that gold mine again. He's going to be running out shortly. 2,000 here. That one's done. More Tsalmani Spearmen in. Do they have the upgrade? Are they on heavy? They are heavy Tsalmani Spearmen. So they're going to be doing some really nice damage here as the Eagle Warriors shoot and scoot forward. That League of Legends micro paying dividends here for Soup as he picks off all of the not the Eagle Warriors, the Chariot Archers. That being said, the Elephants are going to be getting some really big damage. They've got that champion upgrade. So AoE damage onto the Eagle Warriors, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Mummy Vizier getting smacked down on the way out as well. That feels good. Of course, Moscow wants to go into a whole bunch of Mummy Viziers because this allows him a very good answer to the Tlalmani Spearman. However, smart from Moscow. Migdol Stronghold coming back up again. He's got the trade route started coming over here. I like the safe trade route at this point in the game. Soup here. How much gold does he have? Does he have enough? Yes, he's got enough to go to the next stage. That's realistically, that's what he needs. He needs the gold to get to the next stage. He's going to unlock probably Tlaloc, and that's going to give him another gold stipend from his upgrade and let him stay alive for just a little bit longer. But Mosk is playing the longest of games here, is kind of praying that the trade route won't start for Soup and that he's going to be able to find a somewhat of a win here moving forward in this game with just the longevity of the super amount of economy that he's got. Onto this side, trying to finish off this stone wall for the time being. We'll be able to pick that off as Mythic Age still not coming in. If he wants to fight, this is really smart for Moscow. If Moscow can force a good fight here, this could go really, really good for him because it's going to keep Soup in. It's going to keep Soup in the Heroic Age, which is what he needs. So these Eagle Warriors trying to get in onto the champion Chariot Archers, onto the back. This one Mummy Vizier still alive. That's exactly what Moscow needs here to do anything worth anything in these fights. But the Elephants do end up going down. Tlaloc is now pretty queued, but he's got how much gold left? 1,800. He's still pumping units out of his buildings to try and do everything, but he's still winning these fights. The fights are still being won by Soup. He's just dying over onto this side. Up here, Elephants going on to the Great Temple. They're going to, at the very least, take that out. There's still one other Great Temple on the back. More Elephants to come in. Siege works coming up. Walls getting set up over onto here. Moscow's got to dive deep into his bag of tricks here to find something to actually win this game. That something is going to be this gold mine expiring as Soup goes, shh, I need to build a market. The market will be coming through, and that's at least going to be some trade. More units getting pumped out from Soup. He's not leaving the Heroic Age. Would a Pillar of Tlaloc be enough here for Soup to survive? To get himself what he needs? And so he gets the Myth units in, he gets the extra Vizipler in. Eagle Warriors shooting, scooting for days as those Elephants are just like, come back! Come back! Soup's got nearly 350 favor. What's the favor? What unit should he build though? You don't really want to build bunny rabbits at the moment, do you? You definitely don't need to build Ayatollah. He's got himself the Earth Monster, which might not be a terrible shout. Tlaloc is now coming through. But now the gold's only got 500 left in it. Now, luckily, the Tlalmani Spearmen don't cost very much gold. Only 15. So you can get a lot of those out to keep going in this game. The trade route for Moscow, however, is ginormous. He's got 47 trade caravans. Power's coming up slowly. We've got the catapults to come in, siege this town center. That's what Moscow needs. Kill that town center, stop any sort of potential trade route. Life will be good. Of course, the big thing here is that once the Mythic Age comes in, there is this technology inside of the Kalpuli, which will give him a little bit of a boost of economy. It's something like 700-ish gold, which is a big lifeline for Soup to continue in this game. And Moscow, oh, we don't get to see it. Oh, Soup taps out. Moscow gets the dub as he somehow manages to survive here versus all of this nonsense from Soup. So it went for the crazy all-in. I kind of felt like Soup was okay here, especially with Tlaloc coming through to potentially like drop that down onto one of these positions, stop the trade route from Moscow. If the Moscow trade route stops, he basically wins the game because he can win the fights. He gets that gold stipend, he gets that big myth unit boost, and everything else that comes from the Mythic Age. And he's got another Tlaloc in the bank if he wants to, with 350 favor already in the bank. But unfortunately for Soup, he can't make it work here. Moscow does manage to win, comes out 2-1. I'm not sure I'm walking away from this game going, yeah, let's try the Village Center Fast Heroic against Quetzalcoatl. That one seemed like more of a Quetzalcoatl loss than a raw win if I've ever seen one. Nonetheless, guys, we are going to get sorted out with the next game. Don't you guys go nowhere, and we will get started momentarily. Alrighty, onwards and upwards. We will be taking a look now into the Kavoth versus Grass series. This is our next series. Remember, guys, that there is another stream going on behind this with Motsuba. He's covering completely different games and all the other good stuff. So keep that in the back of your mind. If you want to be checking that out, you can watch along while we're going and all that other good stuff. Let's jump into the next series. We've got a draft already done. We've got our first game already underway, and we are going to check out their draft right now. I swear I did this already. Maybe I didn't. Sorry about that. I thought I clicked this already, but I obviously missed it. And this is their draft. Happy days. Oh, the Grass face reveal. It's here. For everyone wondering, Grass is now, he now exists. He's now a human. He's allowed to show his face. He wasn't a human before. He was someone else. Anyways, our first map is going to be Marsh. We've got a pretty interesting draft here from both players as Kavoth picks Gaia, Odin, Uranus, Shenong. Grass on the other side picks Thor, Susanoo, Freyr, and Set. And our first game is going to be a Gaia versus Set. Living the dream. Oh dear, you guys. We got some water. So this next game, again, we got all these best of threes happening. We are already behind schedule. Oh no, that's significantly behind schedule. Starting the second match after an hour and 45 minutes. Well, it is what it is. That's how it goes. Let's jump into game number 1, Kavoth and Grass. I would be jumping into game number 1, but I got owned by the game telling me that it out of synced. And now my refreshing game list isn't working. Alrighty. Give me a hot second. I will sort this out in momentarily, and we will get going with game number 1. And maybe we'll get some background music going, like dun 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 dun, and off we go. All right, let's try this again. Take 2. Off into the map, Marsh. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia, his name is Kavoth. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Set, his name is Grass. I should take this moment. I've been so ridiculously rude. Can we thank today's sponsor and this tournament's sponsor and the absolutely ridiculously generous player, spectator, Age of Mythology enthusiast, and literally just this tournament wouldn't be happening without him. A huge shout out to Mill in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much. He has graciously donated the $1,500 prize pool. He has graciously and put a ridiculous amount of time and effort into planning the tournament, into offering rules suggestions, into making this whole thing happen, and he's made it all go. So huge ups for I Am Mill in the chat. He is the change that I want to see in the world. What's the thing? Roses are red. What's the thing? Roses are red, violets are blue. If I had your generosity, I would be not. I'm not a poet. I would be a poet. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Anyways, we got ourselves a game. We got ourselves a game here as we select in onto the fair. Oh, it's Player again. He's back. He didn't have enough existing in game in our last game. Of course, this is a shout out for everyone who has thrown in for the Pharaoh. It's a little bit of a sneak peek for the Gamathlon situation. This is everyone who donated for the Gamathlon crowdfunder. So there's like 5 or 6 different names that are going to pop up here for the Pharaoh. It is random, so we'll see how that's going to go. And also the Hersur. So next time we see some Hersur pop in, I might start clicking around those and show those guys off. Nonetheless, Kavoth there, he is going up through Oceanus. A little bit surprised to see the Oceanus here from Kavoth. A lot of players have been commenting on the validity, the strength, and the oppressiveness of a certain minor god that is not getting picked in this game, the Leto minor god. I for one, am of the opinion that it is incredibly tough to play Egyptian into Automaton. Incredibly tough. And a player of the level of Kavoth will be able to come out with a very, very nice game plan with that. But he's not going for that. Instead, he's going Oceanus, which is also incredibly tough for the Egyptian to make it work as the town center. Coming up here, we do have Kavoth already in for the Golden Lions. Let's have a little cheeky look at the relics. He's got 3. Dwarven Horseshoes is huge. Of course, the Chariot of Sibel, so he gets his Golden Lions. And Grass Gun. Oh my god. Well, Yuji, that there is a ridiculous amount of relics and strength for Kavoth. For those of you who don't know, Gaia has the fastest counter infantry in the game. The fastest infantry in the game. And then let's just add an extra 5% on top of that. Now, of course, you have to be on top of Lush. You've got to get channels. You've got to then also grab yourself the technology weightless mace. But if you get all of those, they will be zooming. And of course, the other hidden buff for sure is that grass cutting sword will be cutting grass. But nonetheless, Town Center up for grass in the center of the map as a response to the fast second Town Center from Kavoth, not wanting to play any sort of crazy one Town Center all-in type ideas, as the Anubites looking for any amount of damage here. Not going to be easy for him to get damage. Hero Oracle chasing these guys around. There's also going to be the Caladria in to play defense, as Kavoth is already onto his secondary hunt down onto the bottom, coming over onto this gold mine as well already. Simply put, whenever I watch Kavoth's gameplay, I'm just like, he's just doing things that I think players should just try more of. He puts his villagers into a pretty risky place, but he's got a mana to protect them. Over onto this side, he's got hero citizens. These aren't... What are you going to do? Try and attack them? He's just going to turn and shank back. There's no way that this is good for the Anubite here. Of course, he does have the priest in, which can heal up, but still, there's no way that this works out super well for the for the Anubites. And the Caladria should be in somewhere at some point as the Hero Oracle comes through, as I've spoke a little bit too soon, and the citizen is going to manage to survive. And does he get the kill? There is the 5-speed Murmillo hero coming in, as the Caladria will be back in, and that will be a very, very healthy citizen hero. As he's already he's already back up to 72 HP, and the grass early attempt to get anything done has been denied. But the barracks is up. Axeman can come through. We do have Nephthys pre-queued as well, as my guess here for grass is he's going to get the fast heroic in. He's got a fantastic map for this fast heroic with all this hunt on this second town center. His opponent's playing 2 TC, sort of defensive play. But to be completely honest, what are you going to do versus, what's the speed on them? Like 7? I don't want to say they're 7. They've got to be like 6+ speed catapulties. Like, if I'm Kavoth and I'm seeing this and I see the heroic age and I go, I'm just going to make catapulties, aren't I? Like, surely. What speed are these guys? They're at 4.7 speed without heroization, without being on the Gaia Lush. Absolutely insane. Now I've got the Gaia Forest coming down as well. For Kavoth, what's he trying to do with that? Lock up a position or just use it for resources? Fair enough. So Kavoth is going to be attempting to get to the next age as well. I almost don't feel like he should have. I feel like he should be staying staying classical age. There's nothing that he unlocks in the heroic age, right? Like, what unit does he need in the heroic age? If all you need is super catapulties and potentially 1 or 2 Karabalista, why go to the heroic age? Nonetheless, Migdol Stronghold will be coming through here for grass. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe he needs the heroic age for Contaris. Maybe he needs the heroic age for Arcus. I don't know. But Migdol Stronghold coming down for grass. We do have the Spirit of Mart coming through as well. That's going to help out his priest for healing and dealing with any sort of mass dryad shenanigans that might be coming his way. We've got ourselves counter barracks coming down from Kavoth as well. He's got himself a market in his main base, and that will be enough for his next age to come. There's so many villagers on gold at the moment, actually, as the macro is getting a little bit off track, and grass will need to find some real value here with this push, because Kavoth is trying his best to get away with a pretty, I would say a pretty greedy heroic age in this position. I don't feel like he's got this map secured in the slightest. These walls, as a lot of the casual base player base might say, these walls are made of paper. 150 HP or 300 HP. That's paper, right? Of course, the rest of them are at 500 HP, and then if you upgrade them, they go up to 1,000 HP, and if you upgrade them again, they go up to 1,500 HP, and they turn from paper into stone, and they can be a lot stronger. But Kavoth pushed off this gold mine. Pushed away from this side. Sitting on this position, we will see some siege towers starting to roll through as Kavoth will now go in for himself more catapulties, more military barracks. We'll see if he can hold against this big push the grass is trying to make happen. Carnivore will get dropped. We'll eat one of the camel riders down and also be an answer for the siege towers. Got into a bit of garrison shenanigans here. Such a drop in resources to lose that there as the Ancestors does get dropped over here. Going to try and take this town center out if he can. This is a big timing for Grass as Kavoth now says, well, if you're going to build all those axemen, let me just get some of these medium Contarius out. They are recently, I wouldn't say buffed, but I would say side-worked. So they're going to be a little bit less powerful early on and a little bit more powerful later because they are giving more stat per population but costing a little bit more resources. One citizen goes down. This citizen is enjoying sitting inside of this Gaia Forest by itself as the villagers will come over. A little bit of shanky shank. Plague of Serpents comes down as the siege tower coming through. The citizen's going to try and bail out on this one, but I think one of them will end up falling. The other one's going to be able to get away. This one also gets away. Town center down. And I think that that does say something. I feel like Kavoth should have stayed in the classical age, but nonetheless, it's not what's happening. Plague of Serpents has fully spawned now. Town center is down, and Grass is finding himself a fairly decent position now. We do have the channel. Look at that. You can't tell me. 5.4 speed. He doesn't even have this tech yet. 5.4 speed. Catapulties. Alrighty. Nonetheless, Lance of Stone, Contarius. Good raid to come in though. He's got to get some picks here with these Contarius. They're very strong. 6 speed. He's got that the Dwarven Horseshoes, so the Contarius are moving at the same speed as the Camel Rider. That's a big advantage for him in terms of the raids. There's the Priest coming through, going to pick off a couple of Dryads and all the other good stuff. Some Valiant Birds coming through, Poseidon's Secret, more Contarius on the way. To the top side. A little bit of defense here. That's the Valiant Bird is going to be a big help, as well as the Dryad to sort of make things a little bit awkward for the Camel Riders to take a fight here. Also, unupgraded Camel Riders to boot does make things a little bit awkward. But, I mean, right now, advantage is well and truly on the side of Grass. He does not need to go super aggressive here. Just defend, sit on this town center advantage, this villager advantage he's cooking up, maybe get to the Mythic Age. Especially Horus here would be huge. Kavoth is... Priest having a little bit of a disco. Kavoth is getting himself some extra Symphalian Birds out to help out as the Migdol Stronghold on the front here coming through. Contarius swinging around onto the side here to take these guys down as the Galadria pulls back. This attack not going to be looking all too well for Kavoth here. Here's the Contarius charging through, trying to make this all work, but Grass needs to pull back behind everything here as the Contarius coming in onto that back line, poking down Priest nicely. Symphalian Birds. No wiggle micro from Kavoth. Where's the wiggle micro? Completely makes those Symphalian Birds invulnerable to the Priest, but the Priests are also incredibly busy here trying to deal with Dryads. Militarily speaking, there's so much stuff here for Kavoth at the moment, but he still has to contend with the Migdol Stronghold pressure and all that other good stuff. Symphalian Birds will be able to push the villagers away from this gold mine as those will pull back to a different, more safe position. But it's not looking all too good for the Kavoth push after the units abandon the position. Scorpion Man goes down. Game to continue along. Alice from Kavoth is like, well, better get something to actually kill off the Migdols. Oracles to come through as well for Kavoth. Makes sense. He's got to get some favor in to get some more stuff happening. Missing out on that Carnivora in that fight does hurt quite a bit as the Camel Riders will be very well aware that Kavoth likes to raid. Riders are in. And Kavoth likes to face. Oh, little bit of a high five over here as a couple of camel riders do end up going down, and Kavoth will bail out on this spot. I think he wins the fight, but I don't know if he wants to take it. 9 camel riders versus 15 Contarius, just for a quick damage check. These guys are doing 13.5 hack. These guys here are doing 21.6. Of course, the camel riders will have somewhat of an advantage there, but there's just so many more Contarius that I'm not sure it even matters. Over onto this side. What are these citizens doing? What are these citizens doing? They're making a run for it. They've got the wall. They will get to safety. But while that's all happening, now Kavoth says, it's time for an attack. Let's go. Stymphalian birds do need to get brought around here. Catapulties coming around. They're going to be able to take out those camel riders really, really easily, really quickly. Destroyers coming in to take out the Migdol strongholds as well, as Grass desperately trying to hold on. Priest will pick off a Dryad and all the other good stuff there as well. This one Migdol ends up falling. Kavoth desperately trying to inflict pain, inflict damage, and trying to get himself back into this game. Spearman out en masse as a forward economic guild to come down and spread that lush. Contarius will break out looking for villagers to pick off. Stymphalian birds will be able to hold this position, and Grass can't push forward just yet. Over onto this side, Contarius spots some villagers into the main base. He's going to say thank you very much. I will take a couple of kills. He needs to kill villagers here to keep the economy sort of competitive. Now with the spearmen coming in, yes, you've got the Stymphalian birds, but I really wouldn't mind a Cairo Ballista or 2 here. Just 1 or 2 to sit on the back and just murder Axemen and everything else. But Grass is trying to react to the Contarius raids. 7.6 speed. Yeah, no, I don't know about that. That's some speed, and these guys are zooming. They are zooming. I don't have any other good words to use apart from zooming. Kavoth will pull back ever so slightly. A couple more Dryads to come through. Move on to this side. Camel Riders trying to poke over onto that position there is, well, Kavoth will pull back. Town Center will be up. The Destroyers, this is a classic Kavoth here. I love this move. He goes, oh, your Axemen are over here. You're defending this spot. What if I sneak elsewhere? Well, and distract you while it's all going on. No reaction just yet. No reaction just yet. There's no shifting sands. There's Destroyers literally in the main base, and now Grass sees it, and it's too little, too late. That main town center is going to be gone. And that's exactly what Kavoth needs. He sees villagers up onto the top here as well, charging up there to try and deal with those ones as the town center is out of here. And Grass, what can he do now? Villagers getting poked to death. That's such a huge... And now the villager advantage for Kavoth as well, as the Destroyers have killed the town center, killed off a monument there as well, and he just runs. Simply put, just gets out of there. No problems. You get so much damage dealt. That is brutal. After such a good start for Grass, the advantage comes way back into the favor of Kavoth. Kavoth 2 town centers, more military, better army, better upgrades, more myth unit. What can Grass do here? Migdol stronghold getting targeted down. Destroyers to take this out. The Contarius, he's happy to take this fight because look at those catapulties just sneaking in here and just saying, hello there, good sir. My catapulties counter your camel riders harder than your camel riders are countering my Contarius. And that's night-night to that army. This Migdol stronghold going down as well, as the Stymphalian birds still raining fire from above. Look at that damage there, 3,600. What can Grass do at this moment? He's losing his main base. Oh, the Destroyers are back in here to get even more damage done. And Grass taps out as the Gaia, the once Gaia main, Kavoth says, guys, I know Gaia inside and out. Let me just remind you of that fact. Comes in, dominates with the Gaia. This was actually, I wouldn't say dominate. This was looking really bad for him. I think he made a really poor call going to the heroic age in this specific position, but it ended up working out for him. Maybe because of the speed from those Contarius, maybe because of the speed from these relics and all that other good stuff carried him through to some degree. But definitely the decision-making, the raids, Grass just not able to get that full vision going in this game like you normally see from the Egyptians, such that you don't fall victim to those sort of sneaky maneuvers. But that Destroyer raid, taking the main town center out when Grass is trying to just play defense. What a start for Gavoth. Let's jump back over to the drafting board and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty. Game number 2 is going to be on Ghost Lake. Everyone's favorite map. Can't get enough of Ghost Lake. I've never had enough of Ghost Lake, to be honest. It's always good. Without question, it is always good. You can't tell me there's not a good Ghost Lake. And it's going to be a Shenong versus Thor matchup on the map Ghost Lake. This one. Alrighty. We do have a little bit of a wait before this one, just a tiny one. That's okay. Wow. It definitely is drinks and snacks time, guys. It's definitely drinks and snack time. Yeah, you gotta get that. Can we talk about set? We can, but we're not really. The set's already out of here, Satfat. You saw the set. You saw him play and against the Gaia. Now we get to watch Shenong versus Thor. Shenong versus Thor. We can also jump over and see what's happening on the other side of the world, because we can check out this. Let's while we're waiting for this, let's check out the bracket. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. A little cheeky bracket. You can see all the little fanciness going on. As Moscow, you can see that 2-1 for Moscow versus Soup. You can see the 2-0 from Recon, as he did take out Mini Yeti. And currently going on the Motibus stream is the Rapple versus Mosca. And Mosca's got a lot of games today. He's going through a lot to make this all work. So this is very, very interesting. And following that up, we will be watching Magic versus Mosca. Actually, that's a lot of games for Mosca today, and a lot of really, really strong players that he has to get through. Soup, the wildness of Soup into the solidness of the Rapple, into the who even knows what Magic is going to do-ness of Magic. Let's also check out this specific thing, because I'm not sure if we've looked at this just yet. So Kavoth versus Grass has gone Kavoth's way more times than it's gone Grass's way, but Grass did get one win versus Kavoth in the quarterfinals of the Wrath of the Gods tournament back in 2024. My God, that's Jeepers, time flies when you're having fun. It's 2026, guys. I remember Wrath of the Gods like it was yesterday. What happened? Where did the time go? I don't know. Nonetheless, since Wrath of the Gods, however, they've played once in Mythic Wars. So this is actually, there's been a lot of time between when Kavoth and Grass have had to play. So we'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump in onto the map, Ghost Lake, and see who is going to come out victorious. Let's check it out. And off we go into game number 2. A little bit of a fright for Kavoth in game number 1. He was pushed. He defended. He pulled it back. Grass here, he's got to walk away from that first game going, yeah, Kavoth might be one of the best players currently playing, but he's not perfect, and I can play my style and find the advantageous position. Just because I find the advantageous position, that doesn't mean I can back off. Kavoth will be able to push me back later. He's got to stay very, very focused here in these games versus Kavoth. He is going to be a menace to take out, but take solace in the fact that Grass knows he can do damage. He can put that armor is pierceable. It's not perfect. At least not in that first game. Grass here opens up with the Dwarven Armory. This has been nerfed on this patch. A lot of players have been complaining that it's a little unfair that a god can start with a villager advantage. Now, to me, I say, well, you're giving up quite a bit to get that villager advantage. There are some alternate strategies for Thor that you can do, and I know that players like Soup would enjoy playing those from time to time, but because of how strong the Dwarven Armory opening was, you wouldn't see it very often, right? And of course, on this map, this is double gold mine, so why would you go for a rush here? So it's off the table, but still, the option is there for potentially some other games. Kavoth, on the other hand, has decided to actually open double Shenong farm. Now, you know me. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. If you're going to go for a farm opening, a Shenong farm opening, can we at least just drop it on the silo so that there's a little bit of safety for our villagers? That's all I'm asking. I mean, yes, you get probably in the vicinity of, I don't know, 5 to 10 extra resources by putting it right next to the town center. But I don't think that's enough to say that the value of the farms. Anyways, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to say anymore. Just know that I wanted to bring it up. As Kavoth here, he can advance, but it looks like he's going for one more villager. He might even go for another Kwafu before. Look at that food in the back. That's a lot of food. He wants one more Kwafu and the latest advance he can possibly get. He's even getting himself a hand axe. He's surprised with how many resources he has. Oh my god. Well, pioneers are going to be pioneering. Goats are going to be getting brought back. Let's have a little goat count. One of the big weaknesses of going for the Dwarven Armory opening is the fact that you generally don't get that many goats. And we see 8 goats for Grass. So a little bit of an advantage here for Kavoth to kick this game off. There's a couple of goats still left on the map, on the top side of the map here, as Kavoth will look to grab his first relic, which is the Hummingbird Beak. Hummingbird's Beak. Huge relic here, actually, for Kavoth. Because all of a sudden, the Halberdier get an extra 10% bonus damage versus infantry, which might not seem like a lot. Of course, this is even better for the Dow Swordsman, but the Halberdier with an extra 10% bonus damage, that ends up being something like an extra 0.5 bonus damage, or like actual damage versus infantry, which is literally everything that Grass can build apart from the unit that the Halberdier is designed to counter. So he can counter the cavalry with Halberdier. He can then also counter not counter that Berserks, but do better versus the Berserks with his Halberdier. And of course, he can mix in some Fire Archers to do even better. As now, the Kwafu are going to be coming through here. The Kwafu are going to be coming through here. Just going to try that. Apparently, I think I forgot to move my microphone settings over here. Is that volume better now? Do we get some better volume there? Or did I ruin it? Okay, it's better. Sorry about that. I forgot to move my mic settings over onto this thing. I recently changed them, so fantastic. Sorry about that. Sorry about the jump scare on the older Anyways, Berserk over here does get spotted. It is going to be getting picked off, but Grass does spot exactly what he wanted to see, which is that's a second talent center from Kavoth. Fantastic. Ursa charging in as the Pioneer will try to block off, and the Yatsa does get away from here. Talent Center getting some small amounts of damage over here is into the main base. Where to next? Yatsa gets sniped up onto this side. Nice find there from Grass. Is these villages over here are wild. Like, it's wild to go after those caribou. Especially when you got Shenong farms. And he will drop those down. But for the moment here, Kavoth, well, he's got some stuff to have to do. Do you go for Dow? Do you go for Halberdier? Those are the questions. I feel like just going straight into a machine workshop is probably the best bet for Kavoth at the moment. But we'll see how it's all going to go as the troll gets sent packing. These villagers on this wood line. Grass is looking for as much pressure as he possibly can. He is not going to be taking it easy here. One thing that Grass is somewhat known for in his own gameplay, and I think he actually even says it, he tries to play his own style. And his style, as far as I'm concerned with Norse, is, you see these upgrades? Everybody values these. Except for Grass. Grass says, I don't want no economic upgrades. I'm going to try and kill you. I'm gonna kill your economy harder than I kill my own by not getting those technologies. That's his game plan. Our swordsman, number 1, is out. Hersa, pick off a Pioneer. Nice find. Main base, having some issues. Villagers on the front, they're getting hit by everything. No watchtowers in just yet for Kavoth, though he's basically got the resources for it. And I'm surprised to see him not grabbing those. Meanwhile, got some peasants trying to repair up the sentry tower over here as the villagers will pull away. One villager does end up going down as the house over here goes up, and that will help lock these units off from running. And that Ursa gets away from there with 8. No, it doesn't. He's down. So down. Tango down. Down to the bottom side, still looking for more pressure as Grass is just everywhere at the moment. Still, watchtower's not in, but it's now queued up. As Kavoth is just like, hang on, if you're just going to go full aggro, surely I can get watchtowers, and this is going to be enough for me to kind of defend as the villagers run away. And just imagine for 2 seconds that these Shenong farms were placed on this position. And all of a sudden, this raid would not be looking as good. Nevertheless, Town Center on the front actually coming up from Grass over here. He's also going to drop the healing spring over onto this side. Yatsa tried to get in, tried to get some damage done. Not able to do so. Snipes that one. There is currently a small villager advantage for Kavoth at the moment. It's his Dow Swordsman being made to try and deal with these Hers. I should say, while this is all going on, we've got some... got a lot of Celine Dion's in the chat. We got Mr. Solomon. El Cochino. It's all in here. Honey. Manak. Grass is literally saying to you guys, thank you for the support by playing this strat. Little cheeky wall over onto this side, but the peasant is stuck. That peasant is stuck. Is Kavoth going to notice that? I don't know if he's going to want to run all the way around here. But nonetheless, these Dow Swordsmen are now out. And one of the strengths of the Dow Swordsman is that 25% Pierce Armor, which is way more than any other infantry unit gets on the base. And on top of that, it's the high HP. So he can actually decide if he wants to, and Grass doesn't really accept this, and he doesn't defend against this well, he can just come in and kill this, right? So you have to be careful here if you're Grass. Some throw an axeman would go very, very hard here for Grass and Group. Sorry, yes. And Kavoth, on the other hand, obviously Fire Arch is going to be really nice too, as a heroic age coming in from Grass. The entirety of this strat on the side of Grass Group has been incredibly well executed. Really great attack early on. Great talent center grab. He's putting pressure, forcing the China player to play defense. He's deciding to take this fight, which is wild. Picks off one Dow before getting out of there. Somehow doesn't lose a Hersa.
Yo.
And we'll see how it's all going to go. As the watchtowers will be in for Kavoth momentarily. The problem for Kavoth is he's got 2 gold mines. Sure, that's 6,000 gold to play with, but he still has to get over and grab this, which is spreading him out. He wants to grab this gold mine and keep everything really closed in, like close and in a bubble. Doesn't want to go spread out lengthways and get to this spot, but because Grass has grabbed this position, this gold mine looks very tough to secure. Then again, if Kavoth can simply just get a ballet place to get the high ground, and as we know, high ground is everything, except for in Age of Mythology where it doesn't really mean anything, but still it's everything in terms of the mental, so we'll see if he can make that happen as Kavoth getting himself his upgrades in, not actually saying I need to get to the heroic age just yet. He does have the lightning weapons, and potentially here he can go for either Fey Beasts or Nubar. I don't think he's going to do this. I really, really like the Nubar angle for Kavoth in this position. The reason why is because those fire archers are going to be really, really key here. But I don't think he's even got I don't think he's got the ability to do it. Look at the army for Grass. He's got so much stuff. What's the armory situation? He's up to copper, well, not copper, but bronze weapons. Coming over onto this side, we do have the Terracotta Riders coming through. The army coming in for Grass as lightning weapons will be needed. Is there going to be enough stuff here as that Taltier comes in? Does he have enough time to spit out the special ability? Does he have enough stuff here or not? Is the big question. Lightning weapons will be finishing up, however, and there's going to be a lot of red units in for Grass after it all ends up finishing. He tries to run. He's got the speed walk happening. He gets a lot of units out of here, but it's tons and tons of military advantage now for Grass, as Grass going to come in and take out the town center. Kavoth bailing out down to the bottom, coming through the wooden gate, looking for something else, keeping all of his villagers alive. He does still have a villager advantage, and the escape here is important. But the big problem, the absolute big problem for Kavoth is the Battle Ball follow-up is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. Not being in the heroic age means pioneers only, means no Jiangxia, means no heroic age myth units like the Baiku or something like that to help him. And not only that, well, you're on 2 TCs as the Thor, and you're in a fantastic spot. What's going to happen? Grass can now think about even just getting himself the top town center. He does have some eco upgrades, so he has decided that eco upgrades a little bit is okay. Over onto this side, I love this hill fort from Grass. Prevent this from happening. That being said, Kavoth, he will be making his way up onto this top position. He wants this gold mine. Heavy raiding cavalry coming through, but the army is in to defend this. No problems as the houses come through. He does give himself the opportunity to spread that favored land over onto this position. As, well, Grass can literally just make his way around here. He can fight again, but does he want to? Is there any point? Play slow. Get this town center. Get yourself to 100 villages. Get yourself up to full iron. Just no need to really force here, I think, because there's a lot of ways that this can go wrong for Norse here. As I always like to say, never underestimate a Norse player's ability to throw a game. There is a significant advantage for Grass right now. But look at this choke point. This is going to be hard for... This is going to be really hard for Grass to push. That being said, Iron Weapons is coming through for Grass. Now we've got some more towers coming through as well, so that's helping bolster this position even more. I'm kind of shook that Grass is trying this on. Is it going to be enough is the big question. The big thing is that Battle Boars, well, they can kill off buildings. Why not? He's making it work. This army of Kavoth is standing somewhat strong. He's still got all the towers in. The Kwafu can join into the fight as well, if need be. There's only one Pioneer here. However, for Kavoth, how does he break all of the myth units? I think he's just got the best choke point in the world. At the very least, taking out the military camps first would open this all up, but Kavoth, does he have enough stuff to hold this is the big question. Battle Boar's in, taking out Fire Archers, and this is looking really, really good for Grass here, as Kavoth, even with that choke, I thought this wasn't going to go well for Grass at all, but he's at 4.7k military advantage, and Kavoth here, he's got nothing left. His gold is getting targeted down. The main base as well is under attack too, and Kavoth taps out as we're going to be heading to another 3-game series. What a execution from Grass. An absolute display of sheer knowledge control dominance with Thor. I loved the second town center option for Kavoth, but maybe he has to stay one town center here. Maybe he has to play faster into getting his military out. He's very slow. Maybe he has to play faster into watchtowers. He's really, really slow. Maybe he has to play a little bit more safe with the everything. Because it just did not work out for him. He had so much idle time early game. You take a look at the statistics here of the idle villages. It doesn't look like there was a lot, but they trust me when I say these villages were not gathering resources. They were not gathering resources. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Grass strikes back. Alrighty, we are going to be going in onto the map Giza. Check the economy. I mean, it's not much to really check the economy, to be completely honest. If your economy is idled really hard for the entirety of the game, then of course the other player will have more economy than you. It's very, very difficult to say much about that, to be honest. All right, our next game is going to be on the map Giza. It is going to be a Uranus versus Frere matchup. All right, we got 2 minutes. Yeah. If the villagers are walking, they're not going to show up as idle, and they were always sort of moving around. So this will be an interesting matchup. I think Uranus is quite difficult to play into Frere. Frere's got a lot of advantages here if the Frere player fully understands the problems of this matchup. But also the Uranus has got a lot of play with shaking the Frere player up and moving the Frere player out of position and then taking them down with Sky Passage shenanigans. So there is some very, very strong play here for Uranus too. So it's not simple to play for either player, but you do have to be very careful with your idea. Now, there's 2 very solid takes here. 2 very, very solid plays for the Uranus. Solid play number 1 is just to play Oceanus. Solid, works. But it does fall victim a little bit to the sort of Draugr spam, early in the base hill fort type idea with Huskal, Thrown Axeman, and the Draugr. That's very, very strong for the Frere in that situation. The other play is to play a little bit more slow, a little bit more patient with Prometheus, which allows you to then go into Prometheans, and especially versus Norse in the Classical Age, if they get stuck there, Karo Ballast are really, really good with a mix of Prometheans. So there's a lot of options here, I think. I don't even know what you guys are commenting on my fit for some reason. Guys, this reads what a time to be alive. That's what it's reading. That's the tournament. What a time to be alive. Just calm down. Let's jump in onto the map Giza and see how it's going to go. Well, I'm sorry about that. We are not jumping in onto the map Giza at all. I will try again to jump in on to the map Giza, and then we'll talk about it a little bit like that. Here we go. We'll run the clip again. It's gonna work this time. Let's go. And off we go. In the top of the map, playing as the blue Uranus 1-1. I mean, losing, you get nothing. I mean, you get one win. Winning, you get everything. Winning, very important. Losing, not so important. Boit here does spawn in as the Uranus. On the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Grass playing as Freya. And we are on the map Giza. So, pickaxe coming through for Grass as well. We've got some relics in the middle of the map. We've got the Scarab Pendant. That one's going to be nice there. Into the middle here, we've got the Anvil of Hephaestus. Armory Gold Research Rate, minus 50% there. Over onto this side, we have the Nose of the Sphinx. And finally, in the top corner of the map, Tail Feathers of Heaven. That one's going to be really, really key here for Kvothe if he wants to play for Murmillo, which can be really, really strong. Alrighty, so already a mana and the early economic guilds here from Kvothe. So this is something that he likes to do versus specific gods that play very, very defensively early on, and you can't really do a whole lot versus them, which is obviously going to be part of the Grass situation here. Grass here, he does go for early pickaxe himself. He could also grab himself hand axe and all that other good stuff, but he might also decide to play slightly different by getting the temple up for an earlier Herser and go that way too. There's lots of different options, but if he is going for the hand axe, he'd normally grab it right away. So the oracles moving around the map, trying to just get all of that scouting shenanigans in.
Yoshi.
You know what I'm looking at. It's I don't know what I'm looking at in chat. Can we be normal for 2 seconds, please? Just a little bit of normal.
Herr Joe.
Okay. Kvothe, let's see what his actual plan is going to be. So, gold mine situation. This is looking actually quite poor for Grass. He's got this one over here, nice and close to the main base though, so it is easy to move here. But it is easy to move here, but this is also easy to deny as well. And also over onto this side. So if Kvothe wants to get really aggressive and he finds any sort of early game advantage, he can definitely get in here. He can definitely get sky passages set up over here and over here. It only needs 2, and then he can have 1 in the main base for defense because there's no gold mines in the center of the map. This is the exact type of map that a Uranus is going to love. Kvothe's going to be dropping his first sky passage onto the food. Sky passage over here, and it is going to be the Oceanus angle. Of course, you probably don't go for... if you're going to go Prometheus in this matchup, you do want to go for like Hero Citizen angle. But Yeah, versus if you're gonna go for the economic guild, you probably want to do something a little bit different. As Goth already moves out onto that second gold mine. He loves doing this. Save that home gold mine for later. Makes perfect sense. Really, really strong. But this does have issues as well because your opponent can go and get those raids in, as we will see the Ulla. And I have to imagine here that Grass is gonna drop his. He's gonna drop his Asgardian Bastion right away. That's what I would do. There we go. Very, very fast Asgardian Bastion. The reason for this is because you basically want to go for only Huskal and Throwing Axeman. Huskal plus Throwing Axeman means pain for the Uranus play. Because Huskal beat the Karabalista, Throwing Axeman beat all the infantry. Huskal also beat the Terma. So it's very, very hard to push into that and kill them, especially if there's Draugr in the backline as well. So life gets very, very tough if you are the Uranus in that situation. Of course, the Uranus got some other options like getting to the heroic age and making themselves a whole bunch of satyr, but still. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Nose of the Sphinx has been picked up from Kavoth. He is going to be popping through and dropping his relics into the temple. All the other good stuff. Meanwhile, we've got some heroes coming through from Kavoth. He's going to look for maybe a little bit of pressure early on. Fact of the matter is, Grass is being probably too aggressive on this outside hunt, but because Kavoth is playing so slow and defensive, Grass takes the advantage and says, hey, I'm just going to grab that one. Why not? Over onto this side, we've got the house getting taken down as well. And the game will continue along, but there's no real attempt for Kavoth to go into anything other than military barracks here. He's not making Terma, he's not making Karabalista, so the Throw and Axemen are going to be really, really strong as this house over here gets taken down. Hero Mimillos will get greeted by these units here as Kavoth does spot it. Of course, no ballistics in just yet, so the Mimillo and Caladrias will get out of here, no problem. Takes a little bit of damage, but he should be fine. Over onto this side, a little bit of an attempt from Kavoth to maybe come and attack this food situation. As Grass going for a raid here or an attack. This is tough to do. Yes, you kill the Sky Passage, but these citizens are going to run. And generally speaking here, if you're the Uranus, you just go for a counter attack. But Voth has no idea that this is actually currently getting eaten. So he's going to pull back for the time being. Meanwhile, Berserk's coming in. The citizens will need to all garrison, and Voth is very quick with that. Berserks will just try and take down the Sky Passage for the time being. Pacifier comes in, so a little bit of revenge fire here as the Berserks over onto this side will take a lot of damage as he tries to get something out. I don't know why he did that. There goes a shockwave, actually. That's a wild spend of the shockwave. He might kill off an extra Berserk or two, but I can't say that was worth it, as these Berserks, I mean, can snare up another couple of them. Just can't say that was worth it. Shockwave for the main fight is everything. Now there's going to be a long time of, well, there's going to be a nice 3 minutes or so that Kavoth has that Shockwave on cooldown. And, well, Grass is going to be fine. He's getting himself all these upgrades. He's going for copy weapons, for armor. There's also ballistics he can grab in the Classical Age now as well. That's moved into the Classical Age. It's one of the big buffs I think that people have kind of missed for Atlanteans. Because normally the Karabalista is not the easiest of units to use in the Classical Age. But if you add ballistics to it, it's really, really strong. Really, really strong. Without even really needing to deal with it. Oracle's going down over onto the top. Great raids from Grass. As there's 3 oracles out here. This one just hanging for the time being as the rest of these guys coming in. Throw an Axeman. Turning around. Getting a little bit of damage done over here. And Kavoth will pull away and he goes,
Yo.
that's a lot of thrown axemen. He does have some Terma, but these some Terma need to go to medium before he takes a fight because he needs that extra range. And he needs a lot more of them too. Coming forward, gets an attempted snipe. Wow. 6 Terma, not quite enough to pick off 1 medium thrown axeman there with that volley. Of course, with medium range soldiers, they will be. But if you're Kavoth right now, you got to be very scared about what's coming your way. Of course, the Caladrias here will be a scary thing for the Huskarl. But Grass doesn't even need to deal with this. He can literally go for a Talon Center now. Maybe this one on the bottom. That secures this gold mine as well. He can also look to work towards another Asgardian Bastion. He's about 10 favor away. I think it's 50 favor plus 10. So he needs 60 favor. So, okay, 16 favor away. But he's in somewhat of a good spot. Sky Passage over onto the left side. I like that Sky Passage, but right now, Grass is getting his gold, and he is making his presence felt in this game. Now, Citizen for Kavoth, they can simply run. He's got still this gold mine in the main base. He's just going to come over here. No problems. There's now the Mamillos moving through the middle of the map, looking for something to attack here with this army, this ball of units. The problem is here for Kavoth is Grass right now, he could just say, let's kill the main base. If that amount of units is leaving, I can just kill the main base. That's why Watchtowers is pre-queued. So smart from Kavoth. He's still pumping units. Shockwave is back up. There is Carnivora. Kavoth checking this gold mine over. He hasn't seen this one. Surely he knows, though. 1, 2, 3. Everybody count. 1, 2. You're missing a gold mine, my friend. Everyone makes mistakes here in the heat of the tournament. Everyone makes those mistakes. But Grass gets back. So many units for Grass. He still hasn't spotted this. Grass gets back. The army coming in. This is a speed advantage, I think, still for Kavoth, so he should be fine to get out of here. Up onto the top side. Citizens do get spotted over onto this gold mine. Of course, a little bit of a ghost building. Another ghost build, not quite able to make it happen. Trying to get another one in. So Mamillo will be out of here. Still no Karo Ballister from Kavoth is such a question mark for me personally. Like, what is happening? As now Kavoth charges forward, drops down the Shockwave early on in that fight. There goes the Carnivora over onto the left side as the Terma trying to get through, trying to get that damage done. Armory situation is equal for both players. Is this enough stuff for Kavoth to find the win here on this fight? It's looking like it is as he manages to dominate the army of Grass on this fight. Up onto the top position. Little bits of damage getting dealt as the Mamillos, for some reason, charging over here. But he does manage to win the first fight. Lots of favor in the bank, however, for Grass moving forward. But these units will not be getting back home. Kavoth gets the damage dealt. He's down to Shockwave and a Carnivora now for the next fight. But that is a crazy advantage now for Kavoth. That is a crazy advantage now for Kavoth. Wall's coming up. The big problem for Kavoth is I think he feels like he's got a gold staff coming right now. His Oracle should probably be sitting over here. But he doesn't realize that this gold mine is here. Right now, if he pushes, he just wins. I don't believe that any amount of micro can save Grass against the sheer mass of unit that Kavoth has. Now, Kavoth is spending the time to heal up his units, which is fantastic, is what he should do. He's going in for a huge heroization, so he takes that win on the fight and opts for, well, my opponent can spam out a whole bunch of myth units, right? So he's Norse, he took a fight, gets a whole bunch of favor. Let's get our heroes in. That also helps him out too. Berserk's coming in over onto this side as the Citizen for Kavoth does need to be paying attention. But great control there from Grass. Gets the snipe. No, he doesn't. Does not get the snipe. As Kavoth actually opts to say, no, I will leave that. That's fine. You can have that Sky Passage. I'll go elsewhere. So he's going to charge over onto this side. Taking out these buildings will reveal the fact that he can charge in and try and deal with this. And Kavoth is giving Grass the biggest of lifelines in this game. Such a big lifeline here to have that gold mine.
Skopos.
Skavoth has to be feeling, okay, if you're not on the top one, surely you're over on the right one, right? Surely. I see 3 gold mines. This is a medium gold mine. He does not see 3 gold mines. He sees 2 gold mines and a medium gold mine on the map. But he might be feeling like he sees 3. He sees nothing over here. Where's grass? Where's his gold mine? Voth coming in now. He's about to have another shockwave in 10 seconds as the villagers quickly pulling back. There's the heroic age in. Temple going to get attempt to get taken out here. Ghoul Bursty could get dropped down as well. There's Ghoul Bursty plus the Tempest. You don't want to be too close to the Frere's main base. You don't want to get hit with a Ghoul Bursty shockwave and then get hit with a Tempest and then have to run out. It can be pretty brutal if the army is there as well. Loth continuing to try and get through over here. You have this random Mamillo get spotted. As the army for Grass says, I'm going to take the fight, no worries. You also have to remember that now Grass is in the heroic age. He gets heavy infantry. We got the Granite Maw coming through. We got Bronze Armor coming through. And of course, Kavoth will be going for Hyperion to answer the Thrown Axeman and all that other good stuff. So the top side, the Mamillos do catch Grass out a little bit. The Mamillos will be swinging over here. Takes out those units. Great split from Kavoth. Villagers now actually onto this gold mine, as this one's down to 2,300 gold. And of course, Kavoth now sees this and he goes, oh, great. My opponent's finally finished up with the gold mine in his main base. He's on his second gold mine, right? Not right. There is a Carnivora available as well, and that's exactly what he's going to drop down in order to win this fight. Heavy Berserks comes through, however. Heavy Infantry comes through. That's going to be a big help as the Mamillos will sacrifice themselves to try and take out a couple of villages. There's the army coming around. There is still this Tempest in the back pocket for Grass, however. We can drop a potential fortress down over here as well. Giannis, thank you for the 500 ARS. Appreciate you, my friend, for the donation. Zerk gets cleaned up. Heroic Renewal to come through as well. You see this HP, 138. How about we add an extra 10% to that? And also give them some regen, because why not? Bergreasy are coming in. A couple of Hersa. Oh, we got the Hersa Hero. That one is not meant to be in there. I have to fix that. What? That's why. TSM players back! Now the Mamillos charge forward. Chaos onto the backside. There goes the Tempest. And Kavoth will say, no problem. I have in my back pocket a Chaos in 4 minutes. I believe it's 4 minutes now. I have in my back pocket a Chaos. You will not have in your back pocket. Actually, you might. You might have another Tempest here. If he doesn't decide to build any more myth units, he might have another Tempest. Kavoth does have another Talent Center up onto this side, however. Meanwhile, Grass now says, hey, I can grab my Talent Center over here. And that's going to mean Ghoul and Bursty for the next fight too. I think Grass is getting through this game. He shouldn't be. There's no... I don't accept that Grass... I don't accept that Grass should be in this game anymore. He should have lost the game already. But because Kavoth, for whatever reason, had no idea what was going on, that was a shockwave and a half. There was a big, big fat shockwave. Great taunt, though, from the Bergreasy as the Ghoul and Bursty comes through. And yet again, Kavoth will say, goodbye, sir. Your god powers are out. Thank you. Let's try again a little bit later. Hero Contaria is going to be coming in as well for Kavoth. Is in an effort to potentially either take out the Thrown Axeman or anything else. I'd love to see some Satyr in here. Wait, what? He turns? The Ghoul Bursty's still there. What are you doing, Kavoth? He was out. He was in a good spot. Those Hero Contarias might have an eye on this. The Satyr just sitting over on this side as well. Golden Burst has managed to get very close over here. We do have the Sons of the Sun tech as well coming through for boosted favor gather rate. All of the oracles turn into heroes here. A lot of those Berserks could really be using this specific technology right now. Berserks throwing axe on all low HP. Get Feast of Renown. Get your healing in. But Vidar is now coming through for Grass. Vidar is now coming through for Grass. I don't know if Kavoth is going to be able to win this game. Like, you look at the score, you go, he's got all the military, he's in an advantageous position without question, but Grass has now secured this gold mine, at least a little bit. Charging forward, there is a Carnivore that's almost available. We've got an Asgardian Bastion coming down instead of the Tempest. Montarius are onto that backline. They're chasing... they're tanking up a lot of damage from the Thrown Axeman as the front line does go down. Terminal can be used to take out that back line, but he decides to pull back away instead. Of course, he can come in and take out the Asgardian Bastion. No problems. Bit of a waste of favor, if you ask me. Maybe it was a misclick. I don't know. And Kavoth will pull back up to this side. He's still has to deal with the fact that a Mythic Age is in. He's got a villager lead. The Mythic Age is in. And part of the problem... Terma have got a mind of their own. Where are they going? They want to kill off this hill fort. So it's like, I don't want these units anymore. Have my Terma. I hate Terma. He's like, get the Terma out of my army. No more Terma for me. But Grass has got himself Mythic Age, which means he gets a whole another round of half-price upgrades, which effectively means that the fact that he's behind 20 villages, I mean, part of this isn't actually 20 villages. Of course, the citizens from Atlantean do gather a little bit slower, but he gets an extra 20 villages, oh, sorry, extra upgrades, and that's going to mean that his economy is going to be able to catch up a little bit. Meanwhile, over onto this side, an attempt to repair this back up. And Kavoth says, let me split. I'll try and stay alive here against an Inferno. He still doesn't have any real answer for throwing Axeman. Contarius, well, they are technically an answer here. A great fight over onto this side. Charges over onto this side as the Berserks get converted. Where are the Satyr is my question. He's got a Chaos. A Chaos here could be what he needs. A couple more units getting heroized over here to try and avoid... Wait, does this work on heroes? Affects human units and myth units. It does not affect the hero, so he avoids the taunts from the Bergrizi by going basically full hero. Comes back in, picking off the dwarves. Units coming up onto this side. Of course, what Grass wants here is he wants a Inferno to hit and hit the town center. He wants a little bit of everything. As Kavoth coming in, he's still got this Chaos. He drops it down. Will we see the Inferno coming in? Yes, we do. And the units here from Kavoth just say, I see you. I know what's going on. Great control. Plays around it. Units get sent flying. Only 3 of them die from that. Over onto this side. More damage coming in as Kavoth is playing chicken with this army. He's like, I'm over this side. I'm over this side. Grass here almost getting up to champion, though behind this. He's coming through. He's got this wall here as well. Walls are an incredible resource for a ranged army composition versus a melee army composition. Over onto this side, the Fafnir coming through. Is there a sky passage? Yes, there is. You definitely use that. Tempest coming down yet again, but it's looking like Kavoth now says, hey, Tempest is better versus just a handful of units. If I got all the units I can stay in here, it's fine. He will say, no worries, let's come through. We can pull over here. Fafnir will end up pulling one Fafnir versus a whole bunch of hero villages. Will end up being the advantage there as the villagers for Grass going down on this position. He gets caught out here. The Arado Sky Passage advantage is being felt in full swing right now as those gatherers will end up going down, and he's back up to the top. The Sky Passage up here still alive as those Contarius now, they're going to feel incredible versus these sideways buffed, nerfed, throwing axemen as they all melt. And now Grass, he is 50 villages behind. He's got nothing remaining. He's got no gold, and he is tapping out as Kavoth gets through off the skin of his chinny chin chin. An entertaining game nonetheless here from one Grass and Groom and Kavoth. But man, Kavoth made this game hard for himself. Always be counting gold mines. It doesn't matter how many times you play this game. Get into the headspace in tournament of counting gold mines. It will be a very, very important part for you to never, ever be subject to he had a gold mine the entirety of this game situation. But Gavoth shows why he's so good with this Uranus, why Uranus is so strong. The Sky Passages do manage to really give him the advantage here. He plays around the Tempest, he plays around the Ghoul and Burst, he plays around the next Tempest, he plays around the Inferno with skill and grace as well. Gets that dub. It's a round robin, but Gavoth gets through the first one. Grass is going to be looking for that next win. See what's going to happen. Let's jump over to the main menu and see what's going to happen next. Alrighty, then we've got Mosca and we've got Magic up next. There are so many gimme games here to get through. Let's just see. Are we up to time? Or I think is Mosca currently still playing? I think he might be. I think Mosca might still be playing here. Let's jump over to the bracket and see what's happening there. Alrighty, so Rappel and Mosca is currently 0-1 for Mosca. Can we talk about the Egyptian win rate? Well, they won one game. That's more than I thought they were going to win. All right, looks like we're going to have the shortest of breaks while we wait for this this other thing to happen. Give me a second. And yeah.
You see champion infantry now for Rappel. No armory upgrade just yet. We have to remember Hephaestus was nerfed. Instead of 100% build rate for the armory upgrades, it's only a 50% right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And down on the bottom side, we're seeing the Son of Osiris. He manages to catch out these Hydra. These Hydra are going to town on this Migdol stronghold, but Mosca cleans it up nicely. But he actually lets the Hydra get on top of the Son of Osiris. And even though it is a myth unit versus a hero, those Hydras did a butt ton of damage to that Son of Osiris. He's not looking all that healthy anymore.
Rappel pushing hard into the center of the island. He's trying to take down the TC, which he is gonna be able to do. Son of Osiris did manage to bail, and he is safely in the back, dishing out incredible damage here. And Rappel's front line has melted. Rappel
That Son of
does
Osiris is getting up to 6,000 damage. So that's very. The Lightning Storm does about 4,000. So he's already better than Lightning Storm at this point.
Rappel kinda needs gold mine. He doesn't have any gold mine at the moment. Mosca took over the top position. He's gonna be continuing to push with his catapult and couple of chariots. While in the mid, there is a big fight going on, and Rappel trying to mine on that position in the meantime, and has to bail now.
Apple mining on that position means he's run out of gold. You see, he's got this gold mine up just a little bit north of the center shenanigans, center, whatever you want to call it.
But both Mosca and Rappel are going for the same gold mine. Mosca sent his villagers forward. Rappel with a great villager migration, trying to take this gold mine for himself. Just now he notices the villagers. Mosca has to bail, but now he can switch all his army onto this position. And that would kind of mean Rappel has no gold mine left. Does he have a trade set up? No, he doesn't have any trade set up for the time being. This fight might as well be it for Rappel if he doesn't manage to win this one. Although champion Greek units with full iron are scary, man.
No myth unit out for Mosca means he has to fight the late game Greek with no myth unit advantage. The Son of Osiris, low HP, but it seems like he still has a bit of life left to give.
Mosca has been doing an incredible job with Son of Osiris micro through town center mid goals, and he manages to clean entire Rappel army on the central position here. And Rappel's Q looks kinda small. He can trade a bit of wood, I guess, for extra gold, but he decides it's enough, and Mosca takes the dub. GG, well played. Absolute banger series here from those two guys.
PG, well played. I just want to comment quickly. The army of Mosca actually already had iron in before the Rappel had iron. So that Hephaestus wasn't a timing for say. It was sort of just to help him catch up to Mosca. In the end, it just wasn't enough.
They were kind of close on resources gathered, and then civilian count was also close, even though Mosca did grab a VC instead of a TC. And then military value, Rappel had an incredible advantage early on, but he just didn't manage to force the fight. Mosca did a great job running around, drawing attention elsewhere while he gathered enough army to be able to fight Rappel. And you see here, once Rappel lost a big fight, he didn't manage to really recover from that. Absolute banger game, bro.
Banger game. That was so good. I think Pandora's box changes this whole game. Rappel gets that. Makes a couple more Hydra. It's over.
I think I would love that Pandora box relic to be picked up, but unfortunately, neither of players did decide to do so, and we have our winner in this series.
Well. Huge shout outs to Mataba there for covering that game. He's still got another 3 games to cover tonight. We're gonna be moving into Magic versus Mosca now. Mosca doesn't get a break. No break for you, no break for me. Well, I had a little bit of a break. No break for you guys, though, as these guys are going to be well on their way to making a draft happen. The day is very, very, very young here, and the mood is proper. I actually think we're only an hour behind schedule, which that's not bad. So hopefully these guys can get started very, very quickly. And we'll see how it's all going to go. So let's just take a quick look at the old bracket Aruni and see what happens. So after all is said and done right now, Mosca is already 2-0. He has to get through Magic though. So this is going to be his hardest series yet. I think he did manage to take out Soup, though it was close. He did dominate Rappel in that one, as well as Rappel struggled versus what Mosca was putting down there. And we'll see if he can keep his winning ways going. As we jump over to the head-to-head and see exactly what these guys have encountered. Last time they met was in April of 2025 as the Magic Man absolutely and unequivocally dominated Mosca in 3 games. Very, very tough time to be alive there for those guys, but we'll see how it's all going to go. Let me have a quick look and see where we're up to with this draft Rooney. Still just waiting on the Magic Man to get going here. So yeah, if there's a matchup that you guys are somewhat interested in seeing here, Mosca and Magic is obviously the matchup we're going to be watching. But yeah, if there's a matchup you guys want to check out, what would you want to see? Mosca versus anyone? Kavoth versus Magic. I think we looked at this one. We looked at this one already. This one was this one here we've got a slight edge on the Kavoth, but remember one of these games Magic was playing in Panama, so apparently that doesn't count. Soup versus Boit. I don't know about that one. That one no one wants to see Soup versus Boit. That's no. No, I don't think so. That's embarrassing. Oh no. Mosca versus Yeti. Let's watch that one. That's way better. That's way better. Mosca versus Yeti. Oh dear. That loss doesn't count because it was on the stupid fortifications patch. No skill on that patch at all. Only abuse. Mosca and Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti did get a dub over Mosca in Clash of Immortals. There you go. But Mosca struck back in Champions League. Some exciting times in the past. So Magic and Mosca are currently doing their draft. So hopefully they get started. Anybody else? Any other Gimme games? Grass and Mosca ever played in the tournament? Maybe. Mosca and Grass normally gets top 4, so I think so. Jay Touche says, dude, boy, these graphics are sick. Well, yep, that is a Uros Wolf Studios invention. That's why they look sick. If it wasn't for him, they would not be looking sick. They would be looking the opposite of sick. All right, let's go back to the Magic Man versus Mosca, and let me just have a quick look at see where they're up to. We do have a map, so I am going to jump over to the draft, and we'll start talking about some things. Alrighty, so The map picks. Wow, they both just go in on Obsidian Ridge. And you guys said you didn't want to have it. Here's the thing, right? I don't care if the majority doesn't want Obsidian Ridge or doesn't want a specific map. If there are a good handful of players willing to play on a map, guess what? That map is worth putting into a tournament because the players get to choose which maps they play on in these situations. They ban out maps and they get to pick. They get to pick. Nonetheless, let's have a little look-see at the old draft Rooney as it is coming through. And we've got Magic, the Magic Man. He bans out Mosca's Poseidon. Mosca bans out Huitzilopochtli. We're about to be able to show it anyways, but you know what? I'm not even gonna run you through it. We're gonna be able to show it to you in less than 30 seconds. So it is gonna be it's gonna be time for that. So last pick for Mosca. Wow, there's a lot of Egyptians. Mosca is feeling confident in his Egyptians, but he is about to meet someone who is very, very much confident in his ability to take out the Egyptians. So the Huitzilopochtli ban from Mosca, the Poseidon ban from Magic. I like the Poseidon ban. Take that away from Mosca. Mosca then picks up Amaterasu as his first pick. This is Mosca's like priority. Mosca's priority in this draft makes no sense to me. Amaterasu is not in my top gods at all. But hey, man, I've been wrong on this stuff many a time. I put out a list and I get laughed at by all these top players. They go, "Poof, what's Boit smoking?" I have not been seeing the Amaterasu dominance. However, there is a strategy that I have been waiting to see from Amaterasu, so I'm excited to see if Mosca is going to go that way. Magic picks Quetzalcoatl and Tsukuyomi. Then Mosca grabs the Set Ra. Magic grabs himself the new S tier in Demeter and Susanoo. So, wow, Magic's draft is just slapping me in the face, just saying, "Hey, boy, want to see some strong gods?" And I say, "Sure, Magic, show them to me." Mosca picks Fuxi as his last pick. First map is Obsidian Ridge. And guess which gods are going to be great on this one? Well, you got Demeter. Demeter's good. Also on the other side for Mosca, he's going to go Amaterasu. So we've got, I'm not surprised to see the Demeter on this map. I am not surprised to see the Demeter at all. But does the Demeter have the ability to survive versus Amaterasu, who says, "We ain't playing a long game here, Magic. I got Siege. Walls don't stop me." Where's the S triple plus tier Aranos? I don't know. It was in the last series. We had one player who understands that Aranos is always and like literally always S tier. Even in the patches where he sucks, he's still S tier. So there is that. Alrighty. So that's why Kavoth number 1. Exactly. All right. We've got to have the shortest of toilet breaks from Mosca before we kick off in this game. I'm really excited. This is probably, of all the matchups we're going to watch today, this is probably going to be this is what I'm looking forward to. Because these players, their play style is so, they've got a similar mind for this game. They're both very happy to play a late game. They don't need to do anything crazy. So I mean, we basically just have to strap in and just say, we're going to be here for a while watching these two tango. I'm a big fan of this best of 3 format. I want to do this more. This best of 3 format has really, really tickled my fancy, so to speak. Especially in this patch. I think so far, every single game has been entertaining and been incredibly competitive. We're yet to see a matchup that's just, I don't know, how do I put this? Stupid? Silly? Silly. We're yet to see a matchup that's just silly. which, like, for example, Witzler is getting banned every single time because nobody wants to play versus the silly stuff. No one wants to play versus the silly stuff. So there's that. All right, let me see if these guys are off to the races yet or not. And they are off to the races. So let's jump this. Let's do this. And we've got ourselves just a little bit. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this round robin idea as well. Of course, we've had some similar things in the past. For example, Champions League. Well, actually, not in Retold. The Champions League Season 4, we had to sort of cut the group stage a little bit short. Normally, we have 2 groups of 8, but that was cut short from memory because of time constraints. We had to go with 4 groups of 4. But yeah, this one with the round robin is very, very, very fun. This format would be arse last patch, of course, because of the fact that all of the Aztecs were insane. But yes, this patch, I don't think anybody really knows what's up, which is funny because everybody knows what's up in the Balance Discord. Not to really harp on it, but everybody knows what's up in the Balance Discord. Nobody knows what's up in reality. And yeah. The Balance Discord members know everything. That's true. That's true. For those of you who aren't aware, who are just watching this game because they love this game and they want to watch the tournament, they want to watch the professional players play or the high-level players play, there is a place that we call the Balance Discord. This is where players of all shapes and sizes, all ELOs, decide they would like to gather. It's open for all people to come and give their opinions on whatever they want. You can reason your way into and out of everything. Many hours will be lost discussing the minute details of the Poseidon versus Kronos matchup, and how broken it is for one side, even though the data says the complete opposite. It will be a difficult time for everyone, but if you want to go and participate, you can. But yeah. How do I find the Balance Discord? I actually don't know where the link is, but it's definitely somewhere. I'm not going to be advertising that one. Go search for it. You can ask in my Discord if you like. I'm not going to be posting the link. Data is for kids. True. We need to go off of our feelings of the matchup that only translate because we have misplayed or have not played the right way in that matchup. It's a big fan. All right. So onwards and upwards. Our first matchup, Amaterasu versus Demeter. The one thing that I think is going to be scary for Magic here is how does he survive versus the one Yudo all in. That's the big scary deal. So option number 1. Do you do some sort of Cyclops thing? You have AoE damage to take out the archers, and then obviously the Cyclops can also kill off the one. Of course, the Bushy can be made, but if the Bushy are being made, then it's a little bit less units or whatever, and you don't have to go into... yeah, you got to check out over there. If you haven't looked at that... If you haven't looked at the Hecagigantes, have a little look-see there. It's a little bit of excitement for you. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, the big question is, can Magic get past this one Yudo, Yumi Archer sort of all in, so to speak? Now, if he gets to the heroic age, he should be fine. But if he's stuck in the classical age, then life gets very tough here. You're making cavalry versus this on Obsidian Ridge is going to be a challenge. Of course, walls can help, but then the one Yudo come and knock them down, so they don't help that much. How does the glasses stay on top? Well, he's got to know. It just stays there. Just Have you not seen The Matrix? Orpheus? Have you not seen those glasses? Anyways, in on to Obsidian Ridge. I'm excited to see this one because we haven't seen this one very much. We get a pretty cool map intro. Let's check it out. And off we go in the bottom-ish of the map, or in the bottom of the map, playing as Amaterasu. It is Mosca. In the top of the map, playing as the Red Demeter. It's magic. The new S tier. Everyone's favorite god to hate. No. Everyone loves this god, right? I feel like the general gist of Demeter, from what I've seen, like what everybody likes. We do have a little cheeky bit of the old wither coming in. That's going to lower the 0.05 favor there. I feel like the general sentiment around Demeter is everybody loves the god, right? Well, everybody. I think the majority of the player base and people not even playing the game as well love the idea of this god. She hasn't had her time in the sun just yet. I thought she was quite strong in the recent patch before this one, but she has had an amazing, like a huge glow up in this patch. Couple new techs, power budget getting flipped around into different things, whole bunch of new stuff going on. But overall, same sort of game plan. You're playing for economy, you're playing for defense, you're playing for that late game. You do have some sort of mid-game timings you can go for now as well in this patch, and yeah, lots and lots of power here. As Magic will shoot the alpaca down onto this side, and we'll see how things are going to go. Obsidian Ridge is the map. It's one of the more interesting maps to play on. I played a game the other day on this map, and I was like, what is the worst possible strategy I can run here to see exactly how bad this is going to be? What's the worst possible? I thought, what if I build center? Turns out building center on Obsidian Ridge is a fantastic idea, and you should never ever run with your gut when it comes to what you think is a good idea. Just try random stuff and eventually you'll find something that's good. Anyways, Minakazatomi coming through. I'm not surprised here. I'm not surprised here with the Minakazatomi. This makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense here for Mosca. He's going to be playing a very specific strategy that I've been waiting to see. Some people have been telling me about this one, but I'm yet to see anyone have success with it. On the top side, we see Pan from Magic, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Pan, no Ares, so no Cyclops to help him deal with anything here. He does get himself the Lycaon, as that's coming straight into the middle of the map. Wait, is he going to attack? Sure. Wait, sure. Hang on. If you're going to go with the Lycaon like this, at least convert it early. Moves fast. The 3.8 speed is... Oh, he brings it back. Brings it back. And Mosca will go for a town center. Okay. Well, it's not going to be the one Udor full Yumi Archer spam. Magic here will want to get this scout in. He comes over with his Orpheus onto this side. He's going to get the scout in with his Orpheus. He's got himself the resources to go for his own town center as well. And he is going to be dropping it on the back. So we're not seeing what I thought we were going to see. We're going to see something completely different. I assumed that this would be a one Udor, Yumi Archer, all in from Moscow. On this map, sounds perfect because your opponent feels like they're safe to go for the town center. They go for it, and then boom, you hit at 8 to 9 minutes with 5-1 Udor and 50 billion Yumi Archers, and then you cry because you can't beat them with Demeter until you get to the Heroic Age. But now Magic's got all the time in the world to get himself to the heroic age. You probably should go for a 2TC fast heroic here. Mosker, on the other hand, probably should stay classical age and still go for this strat. He probably should, because he's probably going to get damage. But Magic probably can defend, and then the game will continue along. If he just goes for a heroic age here, if Mosker does, 2TC heroic age, then Magic gets everything he wants. He's not going to be under pressure. He's going to be heroic. He's going to be able to get himself into his dryads and things like that to play defense. He's also got this technology queued up, Call of Lakawan, which does give him 2 extra wolves to play with. Not moving over onto this hunt just yet, playing very, very safe inside of his main base for the time being. I don't feel like he needs to. What's Mosker going to attack him with? Naginata Rider? Yeah, but if he attacks him with Naginata Rider, you got the wolves to defend yourself. So there's no real threat here. But that's not what Magic's doing. He's playing super safe and all that other good stuff. We will be seeing the saltwater spring coming in, and it is a boom off. It is a boom off. Meanwhile, Shrine coming up over onto this side as Mosker. He can shoot up because Magic is playing so defensively here. Mosker can easily take full advantage of this technology that is grabbed with the Miko, the Kagura technology, which makes them train 25% faster, or their train time goes down by 25%. And he could just spam these up all around the map. Because whenever your opponent turtles, and this is something you can take for anything, just take full advantage of the map. If your opponent turtles, you can take full advantage. And that's sort of what we're seeing here. Magic will drop an archery range, a stable, gets himself his Call of, I think this might be Call of Lakawan? Like A? Soup, you're always good with pronunciation. Someone help me. Call of this has got an A in it. Normally it doesn't. Like the hang on. Am I wrong on this? Yeah, this is Lakawan. That one's definitely Lakawan. We have the alpha Lakawan's out. Gonna scare him off. Comes back. Hello there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's not that important. Lycaon. No, that's no, that's not right either. I give up. Anyways, we got Bushy coming through. He needs those to deal with the werewolves. We're just gonna go in with werewolves. That makes sense. We got ourselves the Hippias coming through as well for Magic. He's deciding to build some units, play defense, stay in the classical age. Pulling in here now, going to eat the cows. Oh, I keep calling these cows for some reason. The herdables. Happily going to jump onto those as he manages to snipe the Kitsune there. A little bit of damage to come through. There is this really, really great technology as well. I think it's in the temple. Yeah, this one here, which can give some healing over to Magic. So an extended classical fight isn't the worst thing in the world to do for Magic here. But we'll see which way he's going to go. As we do have the Divine Labor Tech also coming through as well. This one makes your herdables gather 10% faster. If you're already finishing up with your herdables, I'm not sure it's quite worth it, but definitely sounds like a good idea to grab it before you go onto the herdables. That being said, Magic just ignoring this hunt. Did he not scout it or something? He absolutely scouted it. I'm just surprised he didn't go there. Especially with the Alpha Lakawan. Anyways. One Udot looking to threaten the house, looking to threaten the temple as well. As the Orpheus can come over and start dealing with that. There goes the Divine Labor after all is said and done. So he does want it, even though all of his herdables will be finishing up. Hippias looking to potentially take a fight here as well. But pressure is mounting. The good thing here for Magic is he's got this back gold mine. So no real problems where that's concerned. Lots and lots of food in the bank right now for Magic. The big problem is dealing with those Yumi archers. There's so many units actually in for Mosker. I don't actually think this is... I don't think this is because of he has more resources or anything. I think Magic's just not really spending his resources, no? He's got some units coming out. He's got some resources in the bank. Now he's over onto the hunt. Happily enjoying that as the temple is under threat. Hoplite does get sniped. Nice play. But Magic just stuck in this classical age. We talked about it. He needs a heroic age so we get Peltas so he can deal with these Yuumi archers. Of course, Hippias can be good versus the archers, but he's got to get through those Naginata riders as well first. As the Hippias coming into the center of the map, love this play. Vintage Magic goes, hey, if you're going to attack me, there's something going to be kind of weak in the center, and that's the reinforcements. But in doing this, Magic does sacrifice a temple. As the Hippias charging through into the middle of the map. More units coming through. He does have access to the Arcadian Meadow, which you can use to protect this gold mine. All he has to do is drop the Arcadian Meadow like here or something, and then the army won't be able to break through here. And I think he's going to have to do that. Villagers coming through. They're going to pull back. Nice little bit of damage to come in. Ballistics is now in for Mosca. Okay, you need to drop Arcadian Meadow here before the wall goes down. He's not going for it. Hippias still standing guard, but some Yeti Spearmen coming in to try and help him get the units up here. Pulling back to his main town center. Mosca, so much pressure here. Farms coming down from Magic as well. As that there is painful. As now Magic's got himself his upgrade for his Hippias. Bushi, or not the Bushi, the Bushido is starting to come through quickly here as the Hippias get in onto that back line. Orpheus to take out the one Udor there on the back. Is there enough stuff here for Magic is the big question. Lots of reinforcements now coming through, but is it too little, too late is the question. I don't think it is. Of course, the Alpha Lacawan could definitely come in and help out here. Magic going to pull back to his town center. Town center getting some good damage done. He can also use the town center to garrison, gets even more bonus damage in. Watchtowers will come through. This wall's still not up. One Udor could be getting spammed out here, and Magic would be in a lot of trouble. But Hestia has managed to get researched while this is all going on. Hestia is coming through. More military buildings. A temple as well. Is there enough time here for Magic to survive and get his economy in order and make something happen? Because there's a third town center coming up for Moscow. Moscow's plan here is to stay in the classical age for forever. Like, why does he need to leave? What does he need? Nothing. What does he get from the heroic age? Nothing. He wants to build Naginata. He wants to build Yari. He wants to build Yuumi. Maybe build Samurai. He doesn't need anything else. We do have another technology coming through for Magic. The problem here for Magic is his favor situation is a little bit on the low side, but Hands Pioneers now does make the farms or buildings cost 10% less, but allows you to jump onto those farms and have 2 villages instead of 1 on the farm. But Hachiman, after all of that, will end up coming through. Magic continuing to build Toxotes. I'm sure he will go straight into the Peltast as well. It's 4 villages now over onto the temple. Also getting himself the Hamadryad now. And Magic will be wanting to grab this town center as soon as he possibly can. As soon as he possibly can. We've got the Crenellations coming in. There's the Faded Arrows as well. Houses to come through. Unfortunately, Magic doesn't know that the Lacawan do build a little bit slower. We do have a Hamadryad as a tree next to the temple. I'm sure that will get remembered. This guy gets forgotten a lot. Very, very strong unit to have in your army. But just going to hang out there. And the villagers move over onto this gold mine. We're going to grab this town center as well. Meanwhile, walls coming up everywhere for Mosca. He's so fundamentally sound. This is such... You see players just not bothering with this, but he's got full map control, and he's like, let me just do this. Let's just get the map locked off so I don't get raided ever. Dojo, guardhouse, Mosca coming into the middle to drop a castle down and look to start sieging here. That's the plan. Ballistics coming through now for Magic. He's still missing those Peltas. I wish he got some of those out. Coming in to try and take the fight right now. Is he going to be able to win this without the upgrade, though? Faded Arrows is the big help on this position as Mosca's army looking very, very strong. Turns around, continues to fight. He could try to pull these units back into the Hamadryad. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. And yep, Mosca says, no, I don't want any part of that. So I have the communal hearth coming down in the main base. Will boost up the villagers' gather speed. That's not really what you want. I mean, maybe if he put it such that it was on top of the favor gathering, I don't know. Tengu gonna swing around up to the top side, looking to get onto the back of Magic, who's trying to grab this gold mine. Now getting targeted. Villagers trying to get onto the gold, not able to do so. We have the Shogun coming through as the Toxotes starting to get that damage done. They got so much damage with faded arrows. The technology allows their arrows to bounce and do multiple hits. Almost gets that Naginata Rider with the Communal Health, but Oyumi sieging this down. We've got another castle coming through here for Mosca as Magic getting his own fortress up. Knows he needs some siege to get out of here. We'll see if he can survive against this maddening pressure from Mosca. Mosca with that 19 range versus 15 range is so hard to deal with these Toxotes. Of course, you've also got access to this Arcadian Meadow, which could be... Oh no, that's Magic. His Communal Hearth is dead as well. Well, that there is not how you use that that god power, guys. That being said, units being idle over here is how you use that god power. The Communal Hearth does end up dying. We've got the shield coming through. Magic in a lot of trouble right now. Oh god, that is not the usage. Drop it on the enemy army or something does make the units need to move off of the thing and causes a lot of problems. Magic should go back to super. Guys, stop. Everyone makes mistakes. We're not all perfect here. We do not judge. Towers coming up. Mosca coming in to steal this gold mine as well while this is all going on. But Magic's Toxotes, they're carrying him here. I want to see him utilizing this Hammer Dryad at the very least in the army. He hasn't picked it up yet. We do have the villagers trying to grab the town center for the time being as well. To try and take out the Oyumi as well. Villagers going to come through. Where are the Likawan as well? We could definitely use those in this fight, but there just does not seem to be enough stuff for the moment for Magic. In fact, Mosca's just going to take this time and say, give me some more watchtowers. He kind of knows that the Underworld invasion is somewhat of a problem for him, but I think even at this spot, he's going to have some trouble. Vulcani Nushi is queued up. More towers to come down. And Magic now finally says, hang on, I got this really cool unit. It's called the Peltast. It's also affected by faded arrows. So the arrows bounce. The arrows bounce. And they're doing bonus damage. So a handful of heavy Peltast would literally erase these Yumi archers. Unfortunately for Magic, he is struggling to stabilize here after that disastrous Arcadian Meadow. He does still have some gold going over here. We've got Mosca coming in to grab the rest of the map. He's walling up the entirety of the map, just saying, you're not allowed to play this game anymore, Magic. You're out. Resign. You don't have any opportunities. He does have gold. That's the one saving grace. 2 archery ranges and a dream. Town center in the middle coming for Mosca. And Magic now will click up through Persephone. Now, Persephone is really, really good if you got 3 town centers. Really, really good if you got 3 town centers and full population. Magic doesn't have 3 town centers. He doesn't have full population. So, Persephone is going to feel underwhelming here. But we'll see if he's going to be able to get out of this. Castles everywhere. Problems everywhere. Vulcani Nushi will be in. And guess what? Even on top of this, please tell me. Okay. What do you think the answer? What do you think the answer is to let's just even if Magic went to like, let's just say 600 population here of units. What do you reckon Mosca can do to kill 600 population of human units? He can build an extra temple. He can build an extra 2 temples, and he can make himself 6 or 7 Omeraki out, and that will shut down 600 population of human units in an instant. You guys like your memes, don't you? That's good. I'm a fan. This is fantastic. Temple on the front, up for Mosca. This is his second one. He can go for 3 more if he wants, because why not? He's got so much favor, so much population to spam this all out. Magic's trying to get himself up to full pop here. The one saving grace for Magic versus that specific strat is the fact that the Orpheus can make all of his units get some bonus damage. It's only 2.5, but he can definitely make that happen. He charges forward, and Mosca says, what are you doing? Get back in your corner. I'm able to get all this damage done. It's fine. Okuyanushi comes through. And immediately, we will see Divine Prefecture. We will see the Sacred Gate. There's going to be another shrine to come down as well. Shrine of the Hunt. There's going to be another one of this. There goes the Underworld Invasion. Over onto this side, the population climbs up only to 340. I say only, that's still a lot, but only to 340. That's all Mosca needs to do now is literally click this button, spend all of his food and favor on Omeraki, and I don't see this army doing very much at all. But it looks like Mosca doesn't want to do that. He's just refusing. The Magic tries to come through here. He's trying to deal with all of this stuff. He's got so many more units at the moment, but he's got no siege. That's the big problem. And all of these units will get cleaned up with this defensive position, as Moscow is just so ready for it. And that there is game 1 in the books as Moscow manages to clean up the Demeter. I think Magic sort of missed the memo on the Peltast here. I think if he built Peltast, of course his Arcadian Meadow, unfortunately, was placed very, very poorly. It did not work out for him in the slightest. But if he'd built Peltast here as soon as he got to the Heroic Age, around 10 of them, you don't need more than that, 10 Peltast, the rest Toxotes, he would be able to clean up the Yuumi Archibald very easily. He'd be able to break out of this position and at least force Mosca to have to move away from whatever strategy he's going with the Yuumi Archers. Has to go into something else like, say, Shinobi or more Naginata Riders, something like that. But well played game from Mosca. He is on fire today. He's playing an incredibly solid day 1, and he's 1 win away from being up 3-0 in this 7-match round robin. He has to play 7 games. 3-0 means he's almost halfway to just killing everyone. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, they're going in onto the map. Ghost Lake. All right, in onto the map Ghost Lake, and it is... it's an Amaterasu win. And it's going to be a set versus Susanoo on Ghost Lake. Alrighty. All right, so second match, Set versus Susanoo on Ghost Lake. You can go one of 2 ways. You can either have 1 gold mine, or you can have 2 gold mine. And then a whole bunch of stuff will change because of that. Oh. How's the YouTube chatters going today? You enjoying the tournament, YouTube chatters? Can I get a hey ya in the YouTube chat? We've got 312 concurrent viewers on YouTube. We are absolutely dominating the metrics. We've got such a banger series here. There's also Motaba covering some series while this tournament's going on as well. So if you're not getting enough games here, you can also watch them as well. You can have it all open. Could you imagine if Age of Mythology, with all of you guys having multiple streams open at once, if Age of Mythology had like, I don't know, let's just go ahead and say a crazy number, like 5,000 concurrent viewers? Could you imagine that? We could just pretend like we've got so many more people than we actually have. How good would that be? It would be amazing. USA will destroy Australia. Look, we're friends, okay? Even if you've got the orange man at the helm, Australia and America, we still mates. It's all good. Do what you want. We're not talking about no destroying over here. No, Australia does not want to get destroyed by the United States of Orange. America. Sorry, we're not going political here. I never go political. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I didn't put a timer up for you guys. I'm so sorry. We're about to jump into game number 2. We are about to jump into game. Oh dear. We are about to jump into game number 2. Onto the map goes Lake. Magic on Susanoo. Mosca on Set. Can Mosca be one of the first to win with Set? It's been a god that's been very much struggling to get dubs. Let's have a little cheeky look at it. And onto my favorite map. It's Ghost Lake. I'm not even sorry. We're this deep in. We're 3 hours and 48 minutes into an insanely amazing tournament, but I think there's something in the waters tonight with the Twitch chat, and I need to hit back. When I see the opportunity to strike back, I got to strike back. It's very, very important. It's very important. In the right hand corner, we got Mosca as Set. In the left hand corner, we've got Magic playing as Susanoo, ready to do all of the Susanoo shenanigans in this game. Let's have a little check over onto this side. We've got the Pelt of Argus. This is going to be line of sight +6 for the units. Onto this side, we have the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm, which is going to be plus 0.5 regeneration rate there for the myth units. Always nice to have some regen. Even if you do have healing, it's always nice. Armor of Achilles is damage vulnerability to hack, -5%. And finally, up onto the top, the Atlatl of Hekatel. This was actually nerfed because it was too strong. It was doing 10% faster speed on all buildings and ranged units. So yeah, that's what's going on. All right. Now, as we always like to say on Ghost Lake, it's always important to have the counting of the goats. Now, Magic does have the faster initial scout. He is charging around the map with his Kitsune, searching for left, right, and center, far and wide for all of the goats. All the goats currently have basically been spotted except for on the top side of the map. So there's really not many left. And I don't know about you, but it's kind of looking like Mosca's found a healthy amount of them. Magic here struggling a little bit. Oh, there's a couple more here. struggling a little bit on the numbers as this polar bear is now out, and now advantage for Mosca as he's going to claim a couple goats over here and continuing along. Temple down for Magic as well, as he is going to be off to the classical age, meaning Tommy is God of Choice. He does throw 7 villagers over onto wood, so he's definitely looking for something in the shape of Yumi archers or something like that. Meanwhile, we've got the Kitsune coming through here for Magic. Anubis is on the way for Mosca as well. And Magic does grab himself Armor of Achilles, making his infantry a little bit stronger against hack. A little bit less vulnerable to hack damage. And some extra Kitsune will start to come through. So the standard play for the longest time here for Susanoo is to literally just open up with somewhere between 3 and 5 Kitsune. And looks like Magic's going to go for 3 and then get himself Crushing Waves. That's going to speed these bad boys up. They go to 6.3 speed when they get to the classical age, and then up to 6.6 speed once they get that Crushing Waves tech. And we will see a stable coming down from Magic as well, as he's going to be looking for some early game pressure. Of course, the standard play for a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, of which this is generally to go for... Kitsune coming in. He sees the potential snipage of a villager, but the last Kitsune not quite in there. He's trying to get that surrounded, not able to do so, but idle time caused and some Bushido gained. Over onto this side, finds the other villager, going to get a couple of nibbles off there, trying to get that final little bit of kill. Oh, misclick there from Magic. I thought he had it, but he gets out. Don't want to drop any. It's not even worth it to pick a Vil if you lose a Kitsune here for Susanoo, because it slows down that Bushido game. Every little bit of time that passes is gains for the Susanoo as a town center. Not surprised, coming through from Mosca. This makes perfect sense for him. It's 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. It's what you're supposed to do. He's got to play a very, very defensive game. But inside of this strategy, he is going to be very open to literally just getting 1 Udor rushed down. That being said, for the moment, only 2 meat go out for Magic. If I ever see a Egyptian player going for the second town center, it's straight to 3 or 4 Miko. And then we're going to start looking for our 1 Udor strat, or you just start going for your own town center and playing a little bit slower. Of course, 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, so the slower approach is probably the more safe one, but you can still make this work even versus this. That being said, Mosca's set. He's going to have Hunt that he can eat underneath this town center. Magic scouts this and he'll go, should we go for an all-in? Should we go for a town center? What's the right choice here? Up onto the top side, does spot a priest trying to get away with murder. Well, animal cruelty. One of the two. It's basically the same thing. A new bite gonna unfortunately dive in to get nibbled to death. And he does get this around, but a nice snipe there from Mosca. Gets 1 pick. It's exactly what he's going to want. We are seeing Spearmen coming through here for Mosca, which might be something that Magic is happy to see. I don't know. We're seeing what he's actually doing behind this. He doesn't go on for a town center. But if he goes for Spearmen, then this sort of plays into a mass Yumi Archer type situation. But the priests are in. They're going to get some healing. We see watchtowers coming through. Mosca playing incredibly defensively. See a new bite goes down, and Mosca will chase away a little bit. Magic tries to use the 1 Udor to get some damage done, but once he gets snared, it's going to be a long road back. But luckily, even a snared 1 Udor, it moves faster than this very, very sad priest at 3.6 speed. So he will be able to get out of here, no problems. Of course, he could leave the 1 Udor a little bit and pull away. Does turn, gets that little bit of damage up again as priest gets hit with a little attack. Definitely don't want to be losing the 1 Udor if you can. As Magic, his plan has to be going to the heroic age here, right? Turns around, Kusanagi gets dropped down, little bits of damage to come through as the priest will get targeted down on the backside. Big amount of Bushido gains as he's almost up to tier 2. But the majority of the Kitsune have been picked off, so that does slow down that passive Bushido gain. And Magic, strangely, going pickaxe, hand axe, Naganacha Rider, Yumi Archer, and I am a little confused as to what the plan is here for Magic. He's got a lot of favor in the bank. He's about to get even more favor in the bank. He's going to go up to 100. What is the plan here for Magic? Miko going to get that healing in. Spearman searching around the map to try and take out Miko's and all the other good stuff. So that's just going to garrison into the shrine. Good reactions from Magic. He's got the Samurai in to deal with the Spearman. He probably should be okay here for the time being, as these Spearmen will get caught out. He does manage to get in. Nice control there from Magic. Good awareness. Coming around onto this side, though, the Wolves are in here, so he doesn't want to run straight in onto this spot and then even over here and get attacked by those Wolves. As Magic is very happily going to come in and take this fight, snipe some units, get some damage done. The one Udor coming through, he's got that technology Condemned Soul, which is going to make them even stronger. Look at that damage coming in. I think, yeah, it does show you he's already up to 700. The flaming wheels from hell say, get out of here, Spearman. What are you doing? Now more units are going to come in, and Nephthys is on the way. So here's the thing. Mosca has bought himself a lot of time here. The only real problem that he can run into is if his villagers get cut off up on this side and they all die to the big attack. If Magic executes the big attack, well, life's going to be very, very tough for Mosca. But, I mean, he has to execute the attack well, right? As the one Udok come through, get a little bit of damage onto this villager. Do have Plague of the Serpents coming in as a little bit of desperation help to defend the town center, and Magic says, all right, you put the serpents down, I'll leave. To be honest, you can just turn and fight this. Yeah, get that damage in. Take all the Bushido you possibly can. More one Udop going to be coming in for Magic. Does not yet have an armory, but Mosca now in the heroic age. Migdol Stronghold coming up onto the top. That's exactly what he needs. He also needs upgrades. Nebti, Spirit of Mart, potentially even more priests. How many does he have? He's got 5 heroes in. Is that enough? Well, we'll have to wait and see. If they're sitting next to the town center, they might be enough. Great positioning here from Mosca thus far, as Magic trying to come in, trying to get this damage done. Migdol Stronghold up for Mosca. A little bit of damage there as the army, or the spearmen, will be set on fire for the time being. With the Ondamusha coming out. Oh, man. This is so tense. Because, you know, after one fight, with this amount of one Udolf, these, like, after one fight, like, well, life gets very, very tough. Going to take out the temple. I like that play. Stop the priest numbers from coming in. Stop Nebti and everything else. A temple up onto the top needs to be dropped, basically. And that's what's going to happen from Mosca, as these one Udor are now going to start erasing this base and force Mosca to do something here. Barracks to go down. Monuments to go down. Town center also is under threat, but now there's the Raijin. Waiting on that Raijin, waiting on that heroic age god power to come in and cause a whole bunch of problems here. This gives a whole bunch more time, though, for Moscow. A bunch of buildings go down, a whole bunch of time for Moscow. I'd love to see Moscow setting up some obelisks here so we can see where Magic is moving. Magic says, I'm going all the way back home. See ya. The villager differential is climbing into the stratosphere. That's the big issue. Barracks coming up onto this top side, sharing the monument to the soldiers. Everything cheap here for Moscow at the moment. He's just wanting to wait, heal up, and then look for the big fight. That's all he's waiting on. Waiting on the upgrade, waiting on his heroic age. He could go in for a whole bunch of Raiju immediately. He's got 90 favor in the bank. Just take everyone off of food, everyone off of wood, put them onto gold. Get yourself out all those Raiju. Yes, there's a ton of priests here, but you've already got a ton of human units to take them out. So you can definitely get through. We will see the Raiju upgrade coming in. Thunderous presence for Magic. Magic ready to make something happen here as the army right out into the center of the map. This is exactly what Magic wants. He drops the Kusanagi. He drops the Thunder Burst as these units are going to take a lot of damage on the retreat. Magic gets in with his own Naginata Riders trying to prevent the retreat, but if he doesn't kill off the units, the priests will simply put heal everyone back up. But look at this. Raiju comes through, but the Infernal One Udor, those are the units that are going to be getting some damage done. Ancestors comes in. I feel like he should turn and just get some damage done onto those. Look at them. They're all basically dead. Magic pulls away, though. Mosca feeling very confident to charge forward. I don't think he should be. They are moments away. Let's just do some quick counting here. This guy does 2.78 damage over 5 seconds. 1 divine there. Area effect 4.5. And there's 6 of them. I'm more than certain this Spearman will not have a fun time being set alight. But Mosca now says, great, I can heal up. He gets the time to get this all sorted out. Magic not making it happen just yet. He's on full pop. He's got himself a very scary army here. And he's going in to try and get some Vil picks as the Spearmen will be making their way over onto this side. He's got to pick off the Priest. There's not enough Priest here. Surely there's not enough Priest here to deal with the threat. Trying to take out the Raiju first and foremost. Another Kusanagi does come down as the army gets spread out. Huge damage to come through from Magic as Magic is up and down on the score coming through. The Priest trying to deal with those myth units nicely over onto this side, trying to take out villages here as the Infernal One Udor can definitely go after the town center. There's no problems where that's concerned. We've even got Priest trying to get produced from the town center here from Mosca. Raiju denying the Spearman from coming in here as this town center is getting absolutely lit up here. Villagers bailing out from this position. He's got to just keep them alive. Losing the town center doesn't really matter at the moment. Another Raiju goes down. Another Raiju goes down. But the One Udor have set everything ablaze as those Spearmen are incredibly close to getting picked off and just dying here. The Priest turning. They're onto the One Udor. They do a lot of damage to them. The rest of this army not in position to take this fight. Is there enough stuff to break through here? Is the big question. It's looking like the answer is just barely. Priests, a couple of them left, taking down another One Udor, and it's not just barely. Mosca survives here. He's the one who survives just barely. Town center coming back up. The attack is over. But Magic says it's time for town centers. I feel like I got enough damage. Didn't really kill the villagers, though. He didn't really kill the villagers. But Magic feels like he got the damage. He feels like he can slow the game down, grab himself his 3 town centers. He's got the gold mines back here. He should be okay. But now, chariot archers are on the way. Magic not paying attention to his army. He sees the chariot archers. He's going to have to start thinking what to build here. I think Raiju we've got to be careful of the priest, though. Raiju and Naginata Riders right now is kind of the only thing he should be thinking to build. If he can get himself to full pop, catch the chariot archers out in the middle, he should be fine. Chariot Archer's going to be looking for any amounts of pressure here. Mosca going to drop himself the vision. Sees the villagers on this gold mine over here. Of course, Magic. Oh, he's going to be attempting the Shinobi angle I do like the Shinobi angle here as well, because not only did the Shinobi do some nice damage versus the Chariot Archers, but they also do some nice damage versus the Priest there as well. With all that speed, as the villagers will pull back, they can maybe pop over onto this gold mine for the time being. There aren't that many gold mines left on the map either. 1, 2. There's only 2 gold mines. You've got to start a trade route soon. We will see the Hannya Mask coming in. Heavy Shinobi starting to mass up. A very scary position for both players to be in. Chariot Archers on this spot, incredibly strong. Don't get me wrong, but they're out of position. Priests, 3.6 speed, out of position. Magic's got all of the engage advantage here to move forward. And he's going to have 100 favor coming in momentarily as this army here will turn, will take the fight. The Shinobi coming through. Does Magic know? He's got to use that special ability. Attack moves in onto those Spearmen. That's not what you want to be doing here. Spearmen don't counter the Shinobi, but they don't lose to the Shinobi either. As all the Raiju go down before the army can even get in here to deal with the Priests. And that looks like Mosca. Is he going to be winning this fight, though? I don't know. The Shinobi are on top of the Chariot Archers in a big way, and there's a whole bunch of Samurai here. Like, I got to be honest, I'm fairly sure Magic just had his army in the wrong spot. He literally just had his army in the wrong spot. Samurai on Chariot Archer, Shinobi on Spearman, Raiju on Priest. Not working out for him. Meanwhile, Shinobi in onto this position looking for any amount of raids. It's the Spearman here for Mosca. They want to get in here. They can get in there. That'd be fantastic for him. 63 villages to 82 villages, however. We'll be seeing Kumiki coming through for the cheaper archers. We'll be getting a little bit of damage done underneath this Migdol stronghold. Getting close to champion. But Horus is pre-queued. And Horus is coming through. Big long walls coming down from Mosca as well, as he's just like, I'm just going to draw this line because I don't want you to be utilizing all that speed to shut me down here. Shinobi in the middle of the map here. Not quite finding it. We will see ballistics coming through shortly here as well. That's the Spearman circling up to the top. He does see the gold mine there, but obviously a little bit more distracted with other things rather than going for the game-ending push. So villagers onto this top position. They need to get garrisoned. This raid is hurting Magic a lot. He's looking for damage up onto the top, preventing the walls from coming up and all the other good stuff. Villagers over here getting sent packing as well. Magic still not reacting to this raid. Castle going to come up over onto this side. There's the Yumi Archers. They're going to be good here, actually, versus those Spearmen. At least they should be good. We'll see a Migdol Stronghold coming up from Mosca as well, as he's about to run out of this gold mine. If he can get this gold mine, it's going to be game over here for Magic. Magic will get up his castle, but is that going to be enough? Spearmen onto this top side. They die quickly. This is not the place to be for the Spearmen. Not at all. The villagers do get pulled back. Yumi Archers are in. Getting that damage done. Nice amount. And they're out of there now for the time being, as that Migdol Stronghold does get denied. And more, very, very soon, there's going to be another tier of Bushido in for another power spike for Magic. But all of these Yumi Archers will get cleaned up by a tornado. Generally speaking, that's how you get value from the tornado, is on archers. Champion is in. Tornado gets dropped down. And all of the Yumi Archers get sent flying here. And now Mosca can move back in, get his Migdol Stronghold. Magic, 4 guardhouses up only. That's not going to be enough for him to get those units out and deny that Migdol. He did He's got himself 100 favor though, so he can go for another one Udor angle. Big fat one Udor push, break through the Migdol, try and get that gold mine back. Spearman back up to the top town center here as Magic does pay attention this time. Garrison's trying to bail away with the villagers for the time being. One Oyumi is out. There's not that many priests anymore. All the priests were taken out in the last fight when all the myth units died. And now we'll see Avengers from Moscow to come in as an amazing answer to the Yumi archers.
Nanda?
Fair of repair. But this big old stronghold is actually going down. Even with the... Is it? I think it's going down. It's going down really slowly. And Moscow is now up to 190 pop, looking for his third town center over here. Villagers onto this side do get spotted by the spearmen. It's a bit of a tough fight there for the villagers, but he's going to go for it. He does drop the Kusanagi down as Moscow says, I've had enough of this. Let me charge in. Let me get that damage done. The Samurai attempting to stay alive, but there's just too many units here for Moscow. And this looks like it might just be game over for Magic. I don't know what else he can do if he gets pushed off of this gold mine. He's got a little bit of a, actually got a little bit of a hold coming on here. Catapult coming through, going to take out the castle, but now elephants starting to come in for Moscow as well. More Avengers on the way. Town center almost up. We've got the trade route as well started for Moscow, as he knows gold mine's going to run out. We definitely need those. Shinobi in for Magic as well. That's the Camel Rider coming through. That's going to get sent back. I don't see Magic getting out of this position very easily at all. I mean, what do you do? I mean, one Udo is the only thing that makes sense, right? He makes a whole bunch here. Maybe he can take out the Migdol. Maybe he can help take out everything else. Those Avengers coming through. Terrifying. A couple of Bushi will come in, but he's got one on the Musha on the way. That's going to immediately get targeted down. Another Kusanagi gets dropped. Try and send the units flying. The castle gets flung. And that there is the game as Moscow manages to survive here. Oh dear. I think this game here really ended up being all decided on this one fight where basically Magic, I could be wrong on this. I'd have to watch it again, but I feel like Magic sent his Raiju in and they attacked the priest. He sent his samurai in and he sent his samurai in and they attacked the chariot archer, and he sent his shinobi in and they attacked the spearman. It's a hard life to be a Japanese player, but that did not work out for him. Moscow somehow managing to survive after all of that, just barely keeping the spearman ball alive to heal back up was incredibly clutch, and maybe a little bit forgiving for Magic if he maybe punished that a bit harder with the one unit, or maybe sacrificing one or two to get the final shots off to ensure that they died. Would have been a very, very, very different game. But Magic does lose here in 2, and we will move on to the next game for the day. Alrighty. So our next game is the Rapple versus Grass. Wait, is it? Am I right on this? Yes, I am. Okay, the Rapple versus Grass. They are draft Rooneying. We sure Hestia GP works in favorite gather rates? I'm pretty sure. We're supposed to. All right, we got Thrapple. And we got Grass. We got me exiting. We got me jumping over onto this screen, actually. We'll check out the bracket first. See how everything's going. Alrighty. I do have to take a short toilet break, so before I do, Mosca now up 3 wins. Kavoth is still at 1. Recon at 1. Grass at 0. Super 0. Magic at 0. Mini Yeti at 0. And the Rapple at 0. I will be right back, and we'll start the next series in a little under 5 minutes. Alrighty then. We are in for our next Gibbity game. I am very much excited, Rooney. Let's have a little look-see at our first matchup, which is going to be a Loki versus Huitzilopochtli. The Huitzilo, this is going to be the first Huitzilopochtli that's got through the ban phase. Love to see it. A little bit of the Aztec spice. Now, this is a great god against Huitzilopochtli. Seen it have a lot of success recently against this god. Of all of the gods in the roster, the Norse do seem super solid versus Aztecs. That being said, I personally think that, well, the Aztecs have got exactly what it takes here. Exactly what it takes here to deal with the Norse as well. So we will see how it goes. Oh. I think I'm starting to hit my wall, but we've still got ourselves an extra, I think, three more series. I can't even remember what we've done so far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 1. We've got Grass, we've got Rapple. I have these players the wrong way around. Excuse me while I fix. Grass is on Loki. Rapple is on Huitzilopochtli. Let's get into the map Giza. And off to the races we go into game number 1. It's best of 3s. I'm like, we got best of 1s. No, best of 3s. In the top left-hand corner of the map, playing as Loki, it is Grass. He did get off to a really nice start versus Kavoth, but he just could not quite crack it. Kavoth did put him out of his misery there, and I do believe that Rapple also had some trouble versus a certain Mosca in his games. Not sure exactly what happened. Didn't see it. But some nice games nonetheless. We've got Huitzilopochtli here for the Rapple. We've got Loki for Grass. And Rapple is going to be having his gold villages spied as he gets just enough wood in order to get his temple up. He does. All right, guys. I'm going to go on my rant. My first rant. The Aztecs, you need to go livestock pen. Why? It costs a grand total of 100 wood. But it nets you those resources back before you otherwise could advance. Right here, we're seeing a 14 population advance. You can get a 14 population advance with livestock pen. You must get it. I do not accept not getting the livestock pen. Ever. Unless your plan is to drop the temple immediately for Warrior Priest. That's the only exception. If you're going to go temple immediately, Warrior Priest in the Archaic Age, without advancing, Warrior Priest as fast as possible to get yourself the relics. It's the only other valid option. I need to pay for the AOM course. Nope. I am 100% right on this. Everyone else is wrong. And I will take that to the grave, unless I am in fact wrong, in which case I'm wrong. But I don't think I am. Okay, rant over. Thank you for listening. We will see some walls coming up from Grass as he's going to attempt to defend his main base, as the Warrior Priests from Rapple are going to be coming in. But immediately, one pack to come down. Never mind, they will just garrison. He's going to come up to the top side. Grass is doing a fantastic job of just keeping everyone alive. It's a big god power down the drain here if he manages to make it all work. Great movement away. He keeps everything alive. What a ridiculous defense here. What a ridiculous defense here from Grass. I've seen a lot of players struggle against this. This here, ladies and gentlemen, is somebody who is very well versed in how not to lose anything versus Bloodback Warrior Priest Rush. Going around onto this side. This rush is failed. I don't believe that he's going to get anything happening. He's going to go for a Tajipla on the backside, but the Herser can literally just come over here and just claim favor and then heal themselves back up. There's no problems where that's concerned. Bunny Rabbit pulling up to the top side as Grass is going to enjoy some slaps there, and I think that's going to be a dead Bunny Rabbit. Lots of favor in for Grass as well while this is all going on. Villagers literally, I'm pretty sure he could just turn and fight that there, but he runs anyways. And that there is how you defeat the Huitzilopochtli rush with Loki in 2026. Fantastic defense there from Grass. That is why they pay him the big bucks. Paying the big bucks to play Norse, show you how it's done. We just see the relic in Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. If they want to keep that. Anyways, over onto this side, the rabbit did end up dying after all is done. All is said and done. And we will start to see upgrades and everything else in for Grass. He can go for the Eyes in the Forest next if he likes. Of course, he wants to be spamming as many Herser as he possibly can. Onto the backside, we do have the Kalpuli. Lumber Outpost is in now as well for Rappel. As the Berserks will look to try and take a villager out. Great attack move there from Rappel to say, or great awareness to say, there's only 2 Berserks. Let's just turn around and shank. We've got a tower here. This ain't going to do anything. Meanwhile, villagers, however, coming around. Oh, they high-five each other. The Herser are in position to defend. Tajipla getting converted. He's got a wall he can run through. Grass not paying attention at all. Big mental lapse. Loses 1 villager there. As the Tajipla is in, but there's not really anywhere else for him to go. And, of course, Grass will simply just say, hey, I'll happily ignore your Tajipla in favor of just charging after the rest of these units. I like this move, actually. A little bit of turnaround. Doesn't take too much damage. Chases the warrior priest away. He's got the speed advantage now as well at 5.3. Still no Eyes in the Forest, which can put him up to 5.5. But 5.3 is advantage there, as now the Tequila Archers will start to come through. But Grass needs to pull all the way back home. Does have the Great Hall up so he can make raiding cavalry to deal with those Tequila Archers. But to some degree, I kind of feel like he should just go for nothing but her. So we got Ironhide in. We got Unmonarch. We got Mr. Solomon. We got Akalati. And Celine Dion. Celine Dion is in. Happy days. Another great haul up for Grass. The backside, random troll spawn. Or random troll. I don't know if it was a spawn or not, but a random troll does get taken down. Grass is literally just popping houses everywhere, just being like, can I have any opportunities to raid? Any? Meanwhile, Rappel is looking to get to the heroic age here. He is building Tequila Archers. He is building warrior priests. But he's looking to get to the heroic age. Meanwhile, the villagers will sneak over here onto the zebra. He's sitting back onto his healing springs, pumping units out, thinking about some sort of an attack. It's equal on the military resource diff for the time being. Grass going to be looking to try and sneak around the back and potentially catch the Rappel going to the heroic age. It's Papalotl is the god of choice. Militarily speaking, Grass should be finding himself with somewhat of an advantage here, because he's not going to the heroic age just yet, as the Units will sneak over here. We've got this 8 HP villager. It does pull back. Does it go down? Nope. Survives. Units will pull away from this side. Try and prevent the army from getting out of here as that Kalpuli lumber outpost getting in. These are somewhat speedy units. Is Rappel going to come in over onto this side? But I think the speedy Loki units are too speedy. While that goes on, the raid onto the villages as well. Great play. Amazing decision from Grass. Bait you out to the back. Pull your army away. Attack you on the front. Fantastic Norse play. It's on Partly Tower. Under attack. But its Papalotta will be in momentarily. Onto the top side, the Kalpuli will go down from the Rappel. The heroic gauge will come through. Raiding cavalry doing what they can as the Plough-Manny Spearman will take a couple of smacks to the back before getting out of here. First turn, we'll lose that one, and I think Grass has to get out of here. He's doing a fantastic job. Just minimal losses, maximal gains, maximal kills. Njord, the god of choice, makes sense. This has been really strong for Loki for the longest time. We'll see how he's going to make it work as the Obsidian Butterfly is coming through. 5 speed. He doesn't have his upgrade on it just yet, so the Ursa will be able to shut this down with their 5.5 speed. Doesn't even need to go full walls versus this for this bad girl, but I think a lot of smacks before getting away from there. And Grass has to pull back into his main base.
Shika Manalti.
To have the flowery walls coming in. I haven't seen many people grabbing this deck. It's actually quite strong. Plus 20% from Tonali. That's got to feel good. That's a big favor boost. But Njord now through, or basically, and that will be a big boost for the Hersa. The Walking Woods God Power getting dropped into the main base as all the units are out of position. Of course, Warrior Priests will simply get built, and you normally defend this. If you have any population to react, you normally defend this. The other thing you could do is go for a purge or something. Trade your purge for that is perfectly fine and reasonable, but we'll see if he's going to be able to defend this as the Warrior Priests come out. Villagers aren't actually repairing here, though. As Rappel does decide to now. Meanwhile, up onto this side, the army does get surrounded. There goes the purge. Grass not paying attention. He doesn't run. All this raiding cavalry are going to get exploded. They all die. What was that decision from Grass? He didn't run. Bloodback comes through. And somehow, some way, he wins the fight. But I feel like Rappel wins the mental war there. The Mountain Giant over here going to go down. Spied villagers making their way up to try and sneak a gold mine can never go well. Of course, he doesn't know that it's spied. And Grass very well sees those villagers making the sneaky over onto this side. And those villagers will make a run for it, but it is not going to be doing... the Agave Bloom! I don't think that's going to be enough. These guys are doing too much damage. I think Grass is going to be walking away with a game 1 victory as the Rock Giant spawns in here as well. There's not much left. He's up onto this top side. Does pick off some units as well. Picks off some villagers, but it's 37 to 26. And then he can also kill off this Kalpuli. Claim the Agave... No, he's already claimed the Agave Bloom. He can heal up on the Agave Bloom there as well. Town Center coming up from the Rappel. And I think Grass... I think Grass is walking away with this game. Why is this gold mine existing if it's got 0 gold in it? Am I going crazy? I am going crazy. Let's not ask that question. Town center back up. Grass will say, give me this town center. No problems. Little attempts from Rappel to try and raid his way back in here. Now the Tlalmani Spearman. They are in for a little bit of a defense as Grass is going to pick off a villager. Of course, one villager pick here is kind of a big deal. Every villager pick is a big deal now. He's got the extra town center, but he loses one over onto this side. Oh, not the... Anything but the second walking wood cast. Come on. Look at all that favor in the back. Build some mountain giant. Rappel trying to make this work, running around, but I'm not sure what he can really do. He just doesn't have anything left. What's he playing for here? Sean one? Is Sean one going to be able to carry him through if he can get a great temple up? They might. Now the Hearser coming in. There'll be some dead walking woods trees there, but Hearser in any myth unit spawn here could be devastating. I think he's going to get one as well. The Huitzilopochtli, not the Huitzilopochtli, the Huitzilopochtli Tajipla comes through. There's the battle ball. That was the myth unit spawn we were talking about, but he decides he doesn't want to fight it until that Tajipla is gone. More Hearser to come through as the Einery gets the horn blow, but doesn't hit any of the Hearser. Is another Tajipla coming through onto the back, but I don't think this is going to really matter. He's going to die fast, so he doesn't even get a single shot off. Well, War Hut over here as the battle ball will come through to disrupt this. Turns in Mountain Giant to come through. At the very least, you can get Jotun, right? Get the Jotuns in. That's the one you want. And that is the game done. That is the game done. And Grass is now 1-0 in this best of 3. Rappel going to have to readjust it. That was his first pick. His big Huitzilopochtli pick got dismantled by Loki. I've seen this already with this rush into Loki, and it did tons of damage, but it doesn't even matter because the Loki has all of that Hearser build up damage, and he gets into extra myth unit spawns and things like that. But in this situation, the rush didn't even get any damage done, and Rappel was just behind from the get-go. I am of the opinion that it's probably best to not rush the outright rush the Norse. Play a little bit slower, maybe go for more of a death ball type thing with Tequila archers, maybe some Tlalmani spearmen, warrior priests. That's probably your better bet, but not what we saw in this game. Grass gets the dub. Let's jump back over the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Next one is going to be Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Thor versus Susanol. Saison, thanks for the kind words, my friend. Keeps picking Zeus. Zeus is a strong god, man. Just have to go Hermes, that's all. Hermes, strong god for Zeus. Oh, wrong winner. Absolutely wrong winner. Whoops. All right. I need to fill my water bottle up. I am out of water. And it is painful. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna fill up my water. Don't you guys go nowhere. Once this timer is done, we will be back. Alrighty, off to the races we go on the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Thor. His name is Grass. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Susanoo, it is Rapple. First game goes very, very quickly and strongly and heavily over to Grass and Green. Next game, Rapple looking to strike back. He goes for the earliest of second shrines here. He is looking for a lot of early game favor, and we'll see what type of Susanoo he's going to go for. Will he go for the mass archer Susanoo? Will he go for the myth units? Will he go for something else that I've never seen? Will he get all the kitsune out? Let's see what's going to happen. Am I streaming live from the map? Yes, it is winter in down under, and winter is cold, so I'm cold. It's a vindication shrine I've ever seen one. True. He's hitting the boars though, right? Like he hits these boars, he hits these boars. Even if they die, it's still
Nani?
getting affected. That one's not getting affected, so he should probably drag it in and at least have it under here, but it doesn't really matter. It's not the biggest of deals. Let's have a little goat check after all is said and done. Grass loves to do this, where he picks the red color as player 1, just to make my life very confusing. I'm like, I see red, I go, player 2. Wait, that's not the red player, this is the red player. Everyone's confused seeing the blue player as player 2. Anyways, relics on the map, we've got bone shards of Mictlan. Not the biggest of advantages with that relic, but it is always nice to get a little bit of favor back for your lost units. Kui drum over here as well to boost up those heroes a tiny bit. Got Kathara over Apollo making the villagers move just a little bit faster. And Tarawara Todder's last arrow. Plus 0.2 divine damage there. Very, very nice. So after all is said and done, Rapple ends up with 17 goats. Grass is 6. And that there is a little bit of a comment on the difference in ability to scout when you open up with a Dwarven Armory. I'm actually kind of surprised here that Grass isn't going for any sort of aggressive play. Yes, it's double Goldmine Ghost Lake, but he's known for his aggressive play. He's playing against Susanoo. Fast advance here into any amount of pressure with a whole bunch of Hersa would be really, really strong. That being said, boars are in underneath the town center. Not really going to be able to do a whole bunch. I take it back. I've thought about it for half a second. It's a terrible idea to go for a rush. Don't do that here. There's going to be a Shrine of the Hunt down on this shrine as well. Not going to be able to attack any villages. These villages over here, however, for some reason, Rappel has decided to go for 2 watermills. Probably should be on this top side, but he's not going to. Alrighty. Forseti on the way for grass. Not exactly surprised there, though it might be the more safe idea to go for Freya here for higher HP Hersa rather than the, and also Godi unlocks, rather than the faster Hersa. Idea being, and also the more speedy cavalry. Idea being that you're going to have to deal with an Archibald, and stronger rating cavalry feel great, though. Rappel drops a dojo here. Rappel drops a dojo, which is a little bit surprising. Of course, he wants the dojo so he can deal with Hersa, but... Oh, uh-oh. 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 Dead Berserk. Rappel does manage to keep his Kitsune alive, as the Hersa would not... They were not yet taught the ways of the hammer. Now they are. That's going to be a... Almost a dead Kitsune. It's going to be able to get back home. Nice attempt from Grass, but Rappel keeps himself alive. Great Hall going to be coming up. Wait, where was the shrine? Here? Rappel! What is this Shrine of the Hunt usage? We put the Shrine of the Hunt in the main base so it protects our main base. We don't have to leave our base so that we don't have to risk our villagers getting targeted. In this situation, your villagers are now out in the middle of the map and they're going to get targeted. Yes, there's the wolves to protect you, but this is an absolutely insane decision. That being said, the troll does get spotted over here, but so too does the Shrine of the Hunt, and that will be a dead troll. So far, Rappel is making me look like the fool, saying this was a terrible idea, when he has now got all the advantage. He's killed off a troll, and he's got himself the villagers over here. His opponent, however, is very upset at the idea that the Susanoo player will be gathering food outside of his base. Rappel may be looking for a wall over here as well. There's now the Hersa coming in. One samurai and a dream here as the Hersa going after these wolves. They used to be myth units. They're now no longer myth units. They are indeed animals. And that's got to be the idea there. As a Hersa falls, of course, Rappel would be more than happy to trade a little bit of HP to get some damage off, because he can just heal it back up. And I think, yep, I take it all back. This idea is way better than any idea that I had. Fantastic play from Rappel as Grass is continuing to spam out Hersa, which are getting greeted with a ton of samurai. Meanwhile, the saltwater spring to come through. And of course, for Rappel at the moment, in seeing all those Hersa, we won't want to go for any myth units just yet. But the problem with that is, if you don't build the myth units, you don't get the passive Bushido gain. You can see this one's 1.5. You can see this is 0.25. You can even see over here, these Kitsune are all 0.5 as well. So they're all getting a ton of bonus or passive gains here. So not building the, even though you don't want to build them because your opponent's got so many heroes, you want to build them so that your human units get the Bushido in faster. As the raid to come through from Grass hits on this side, villagers all have to garrison as he moves over here. Still going to be fine for the time being. Can actually just build some units to play defense, and he's going to be doing exactly that. Though the idle time getting forced, that hurts a little bit, as the villagers will be back to their wood gathering business. Samurai and Yumi Archer both out. And Grass is in for a little bit of pain here as that Samurai, just a bit of damage done. Of course, the Miko can come over here and heal this. Not actually healing it is a little bit on the surprising side. As Grass goes, oh, you have a Miko. Let me run away. That's too scary. Wall's coming up onto the top here from Grass to defend his villagers. Nice play. Exactly what he should be doing. Of course, we've got all the different Hersa under the trunk. I don't exactly remember who this is, but I'm pretty sure that is someone. Unless I mistyped it, which I may have. Let's go ahead and check that again. Hersa coming back in. Of course, now the upgrades for the Yumi archers are coming in. Hunter's Strength. Samurai are also into play frontline shenanigans. And sooner or later, I wouldn't be surprised to see an armory coming down from the Rappel here as well. As Grass does get the surround onto the Samurai. He gets a kill. And he will run away from that after, but he does trade a Samurai for a Hersa. That's a good trade, to be honest. Not terrible. I think that's a trade that you would take 9 times out of 10. But Bushido Tier 2 is now in. An extra little bit of favor in for Rappel. Is he going to throw down another Shrine of the Hunt with that 100 favor? Or is he going to go into any sort of anything else? That's the big question. Longhouse coming in from Grass as he knows he needs to get some sort of an answer for the throwing axeman. That answer is normally going to be throwing axeman. What did I say then? He needs some sort of answer for the Samurai, and that answer is throwing axeman. My brain has left my body. Happy days. So Samurai coming in. Bragi is through. A little bit scary to be this far forward. We do have the copper armor, copper weapons to come through. Of course, there is a disengage tool as Grass is looking to get the surround in. He's coming in from the top. He's coming in from the back there. Rappel turns. He does drop the Kusanagi straight in. Sends those Ursa flying, allowing the Yumi archers to get some more damage done. Samurai trying to take out all those Ursa, but I don't think this is enough stuff for Rappel. He doesn't have an answer for the Battle Boar and the mid-unit spawns that are going to come through as well. More Battle Boar to come through. Grass manages to clean up that army of the Rappel incredibly easily. Now, of course, was there any reason for Rappel to be there? Answer, probably not. Like, you normally want to attack your opponent while they're going to the heroic age, if you can feel it. If they're in the heroic age, you want to bail as fast as possible because they've already gotten the value to get there, right? Especially when they're full Hersa, because that's straight in on the upgrades or the passive upgrade, whatever you want to call it. Villagers moving up onto this top hunt as Rappel will try to get out of this position. The Miko does get picked off. Villager's going to be bailing as the Hersa can swing around and try and take those out. The Wolves getting some decent damage done here, but the Hersa will deal with all of those there as the Ondamusha. He's got one. Is that going to be enough, though? I don't think so. Now, a whole bunch of Bushi to come through as an answer for the Battle Boar. Bushi on the Musha, doesn't really matter. The Battle Boar basically just sits here being this general purpose tank of a unit because it's got the same amount of effective HP in Pierce and Hack. Doesn't really matter what you build versus it, but he definitely needs a lot of heroes. The big problem for this is the Battle Boar, they're quite cheap at 250 gold. Whereas these heroes, you need a lot of them, and they are much more expensive than just spamming out Yumi archers and samurai. But Grass will take this opportunity now, grab himself another town center. Battle Ball for Grass. Coming up around this side, going to be looking to try and break down the temple. Doing whatever they can over here. Meanwhile, medium infantry, pickaxe, hand axe coming through. And that will be a very quickly dispatched temple. Raijin is queued up, as you do have one on the musha to come over here, but a little bit of micro can go an incredibly long way versus that on the musha. And Rappel is trying the same move yet again. He says, hey, it didn't work the first time. Maybe we can make it work the second time. He's got a lot of units in, looking very, very strong with this, but Grass doesn't need to really take a fight anytime soon. He can wait. He can get himself to full pop and then look to kill off this army. Jarl's also on the way. No real upgrades for them. Well, he has medium, but going up to heavy now. For the Great Jarls, they can be a big help as the Herso will swing around and try and get onto this. Rappel going to be utilizing this forest, these choke points, and all this good positioning to try and make something happen here. He does have a god power inside of the Kusanagi, but Healing Spring is in. Battle Ball's coming through. Is this enough stuff or not? Jarl's onto the backside here as well. Kusanagi does get dropped down, sending units flying here. Is the Bushi going to take out the Battle Ball? But Heavy comes through. Defender's advantage is going to be absolutely huge. And Rappel loses all of his army as Grass is just in a commanding position. Heavy comes through, but what does that matter if you've got no units? 202 favor is in, but what does that matter if you've got no resources to build Myth Unit or no reason to build Myth Unit? Rappel has found himself in a very, very difficult position. More Yumi Archer to come through, but just look at the amount of Cav. I feel like he needs an answer for Cav. This is all sort of stemmed from that really beautiful early game engage with flaming weapons, and Grass is taking that advantage and just run with it. 190 pop, fighting here on top of the Wolves. Another flaming weapons here just to say, I have not needed to spend this favor on anything here. I'm so far in front. Your army melts. Rappel, the game is done. Thor will take the dub. Grass's Norse is so incredibly strong. Villagers over here attempting to make a break for it, but they're going to be getting picked off on their way back home. And Rappel taps out as Grass finds the dub. A very, very well played game here from Grass. This was so beautifully orchestrated on the attack. I think Rappel had way more time in this game than he thought. He went for this big push when in reality, he could have just sat back and just played slow and played methodical. Because it's not like his army gets less strong as the game goes on. It gets more strong. More upgrades come through. Get to Raiju. Raijin, go to Raijin, get the upgrade for Hanya Mask. You get yourself a Samurai to be even better versus those Herso. Then you also get an answer for flaming weapons with your own Thunder Burst God power. But he just wanted to make that attack happen super early. And I mean, Grass, just the bait him in, surround him, prevent the run. And well, once you lose an army in that fashion to Norse, it's all over. Nonetheless, we'll jump into our next game. We'll see what it's going to be and get it started momentarily. All right, our final game of the day. Recon and Husk Super. We have really nailed this thus far, haven't we? Alrighty, let's see. Has it moved? Am I going crazy? Nope, that's all right. Finals tomorrow? No, we're still doing round robin tomorrow. It's just Thrones of the Titan day 2. That's 4 days of Thrones of the Titan. So today, tomorrow, next Saturday, and then the grand finals on next Sunday. Wait, is Recon or Soup playing on the other stream at the moment? Is that what's going on? I got no idea. Hold on. Let's jump over and have a little quick looky at Motaba and see what's happening.
Is there not a game at after the next one? I thought there was another Throne of Titans game, or are we going straight into the MCL after this one?
Yes, they actually rescheduled that because Grass has to play MSL games as well. So we kind of like I believe that's the case. I'm not sure though. I didn't really read into the chat much, but I just saw that the game was postponed for the June 20th.
Well, I'm very excited to watch Kavoth Magic. Kavoth's had a few games today, actually.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Looks like they aren't in the middle of a game at all, and Recon and Soup are ready to go, so they will be hosting up a thingamajiggy momentarily. So we just have to give them just a little bit of time. I'm going to have a very, very short break here before we jump into this game. The guys aren't even started the sked. They haven't even started the old whatchamacallit just yet. So we will have a short break, be back in about 3 minutes, and hopefully they will have their draft done. See you guys soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is the last series of the day. What a spicy time to be alive. Recon and Soup, I'm excited about this matchup. You got a little bit of craziness coming here and a little bit of solid fundamental shenanigans. They are currently middle of their god draft, as we do see. I'm picking some gods. Got some unsurprising gods getting, actually some surprising gods getting banned here. 2 gods getting picked early on that one I would have expected to be banned, and the other one I have seen get first picked several times over the past couple of weeks with a very low win rate. But a certain superstar has a liking to this god, and we'll see how he's going to go with it. Mr. was here. Mister's the, yeah, tell us where to go. Where do I tour? If I was to go to Athens for some random reason, I don't know, maybe a gaming convention, maybe like a LAN, I don't know. What would you suggest for me to do outside of that LAN? Combination of places close together. I guess so. All right, we are moments away from having a draft here. We are moments away from telling these players to get a wriggle on. I'm not surprised to see this god getting picked. He's very, very strong at the moment. We got Frere coming in. Oh, sorry, no, I'm telling you guys the draft. I was gonna just show you it. Okay. Points in chat if you can guess what the god bands are in this game. You have to guess both of them. Let's try that. Go. Go team. Go team chat. Team YouTube chat. If I see anyone who's got it right, I give you a VIP. I don't think any of you will get it right. Loki Gaia? Frere and Gaia? You have to get both of them right. I'm not going to give you I'm not going to give you one that is right if you've said it. Demeter and one of the Japans? No. Isis Loki? Isis Wits? Frere Uranus? Thor and Poseidon? I'm not seeing it yet. Ra and Gaia. You can just say every single one. I think you guys are a little bit late. Fushi and Loki, unfortunately, you guys have indeed failed. And that is unfortunate, but I will show it to you guys now. No one gets a VIP. Maybe on the YouTubes. I don't know how to give the YouTubers anything. I don't have that technology set up. But it is going to be a Loki and a Kronos. There's a first Kronos ban in as Soup wanted to pick Set, so he banned out Kronos. I like that. I like that decision. I will also throw out there that Isis wasn't banned, was not selected. Maybe, just maybe, not the best god anymore. All right, that's enough of that. I'm gonna take my Isis's C tier to the bank. Fantastic. I love it. I love it when the players just prove it to me. Probably just a solid god. It's probably not even C tier. I don't know what I'm saying, but. God picks here coming in for the first map. It is on Marsh. I imagine we're going to see either a Set or an Odin for Marsh. Yeah, you know that Soup thinks that Norse is in a good spot when he picks 3 of them. Normally he stays, in tournament, normally he stays far away from the Norse. But he first picks Set to allow him to pick the 3 Norse gods. Man, Soup is so ridiculously smart. Are you kidding me? How does he do it? How does he get that smart? He's like, all right, all the Norse gods are good. I want to play them, but I don't want to play versus Egyptian. What do I do? Well, I just take away the Egyptian god I'm scared of, and then I'll just play the rest of my Norse gods. I love that. I love that. Alrighty. Our first matchup is going to be a Witzlapotchli versus Frere game. That one's going to be interesting. I quite like Frere against Witzlapotchli, but I do play my own cheeky brand of a Frere. So we'll see if Soup is going to cook up something here, or if he is going to get overrun by the early game shenanigans, or the mid game shenanigans, or the late game shenanigans of the Witzlapotchli. Alrighty. Loki is getting banned everywhere. I honestly don't think that Loki is like ban worthy, but apparently it is. So far, I haven't seen anything that points to Loki being ridiculously broken. But maybe he is simply just one of the best gods right now. I don't know. Maybe he's just a solid god, and Recon just wants to keep that away from the soup stuff. I don't know. We got ourselves just a little bit of a wait before game one, and we'll see how everything goes. Following this as well, Recon did also pick Quetzalcoatl behind this. So, I mean, the Quetzalcoatl might just be an answer for the set to some degree. If he can snipe that set with his Aztecs, he's going to feel really, really good. Of course, if Soup can snipe the Quetzalcoatl with his Norse, he's going to feel really good. And to be honest, every god that Recon's picked here, unless he understands how to play Aztec versus Norse, not the easiest of matchups. Zeus versus Norse is totally fine. You can definitely play an Athena style versus Norse, have success. You can definitely play a Hermes style versus Norse, have success. Gaia, you can play Leto, have success versus Norse. At the moment, it's really strong, actually, at the high levels with really good control. I imagine a lot of Norse players will struggle versus Leto, especially Kronos Leto, but also Gaia Leto, just on the fact that the Karaballaster is so good in the classical age now. So we'll see how things are going to go. The other thing to keep in the back of your mind here is that Soup might try to do some things. Can you give a summary of what happened today? Sure. Before we jump in, wait. Whoa. That's strange. Did they restart? I think they restarted. All right. They do you guys want to know what happened and why we're restarting? Well, a certain somebody turned 3 dwarves into berserks. So yeah, we're restarting. I'm not exactly sure. Generally, that would be just an auto L. Wait. Did he? I want to see it. I don't want to show you guys it. I just want to laugh at it myself. And there he goes. That's funny. All right. That's make him play. He resigned. He can't play it. He just resigned. So they're just going to play it again. All right. Let's try this again. And we will... well, we got a little bit of time. Well, we can have a little recap on the day. Let's have a little recap on the day. Hey, let's jump over to the bracket. Alrighty, so the day did start out. The day did start out with Mosca playing against Soup. Incredibly close series. Soup definitely could have taken it, but wasn't able to get across the finish line. Had a really nice start and a really nice game with his Quetzalcoatl versus the Ra, but Mosca somehow managed to survive with a good position and managed to then continue to survive for the rest of the game, even though it felt really, really tough for him the entirety of the game. Recon versus Mini Yeti, did not see it on the Multiple channel. Gavoth played against Grass, which is again another really, really close series. Grass had some really great chances there to win. The Rappel against Mosca, I didn't see it, but Mosca did win with Ra again, which is surprising because that's a god that I've been seeing struggle a lot, but maybe it was just a difficult matchup. I don't even know what happened. Magic played against Mosca in a little bit of a non-Magic-esque situation. That's what I would call it, a non-Magic-esque situation. Magic did not seem like himself in those games. Mosca played incredibly well and did dominate him 2-0. Mini Yeti versus Kafothi. Mini Yeti took out Kafoth. That's wild there. And then, yeah, we did just watch Grass and Rappel play. Grass absolutely dominated Rappel in that series with his Norse. All right. What we're going to do is... Actually, let's just jump back over to the drafting menu. Now, I think what's going on the Motsuba stream right now is Magic versus Magic versus Kavoth, which is obviously going to be quite fun. So you guys should check those games out while it's all going on. Mini Yeti is one of the scariest opponents to face in the best of 3. Yeah, probably. Mini Yeti is just going to throw a whole bunch of cheese at you. He might even play a standard game, so you just have to be ready for it. Have a pretty in-depth understanding of the game, and if you do, you should be okay. But if you don't, and you play like one style, and you don't like explore and you don't experiment, then yeah, Mini Yeti is a bit of a menace. He is an absolute menace. But that's also part of the fun, part of the best of 3 nature. I think we need to do more best of 3 tournaments. A little bit of a change of pace to some degree. I'm also pretty excited about the state of the game right now with the current balance because of the variety of gods we're seeing in a best of 3. That shows one of two things. One, nobody cares about playing the strongest gods as much as we once thought. 2, nobody's got no clue. Nobody's got a clue which gods are any good at the moment. Number 3 potentially is everyone thinks they're playing the strong gods, and they are, but they're just getting outplayed by the players playing some off-meta picks. That could also be the thing. I don't know. No idea. I'm not going to pretend to know. All right, our first matchup here is going to be Huitzilopochtli versus Frere. We haven't really talked about it a huge amount, but the Frere player just wants, I imagine, just wants to play a really, really calm game. Turns out Demeter not really S tier. I mean, it depends. If you're going to drop Arcadian Meadow on your main town center rather than on your opponent's position, then sure, it's probably pretty bad, you know? If you don't use any of Demeter's strengths, it's probably going to go pretty poorly. But Mr. AQJL has come into my chat and talked about how bad this god is when every time I show Demeter playing well, he's just nowhere to be seen. It's wild. Let's jump into this next game. Recon Soup on the map Marsh. Alrighty, off we go. Our final series of the day. It's been a pretty hefty amount of games being played. In the top right-hand corner of the map, in the red color, playing as Frere, his name is Soup. And in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Huitzilopochtli, his name is Recon. Temple coming up for Recon. Very fast here, and again, we're seeing no No shenanigans here. No livestock pen. I mean, at least this build here from Recon makes a little bit more sense. If you're going to drop 2 Cowpuli, or if you can share the gold mine Cowpuli with a wood line, it is not worth it to not build the livestock pen. But here, there's no real sharing. It's not going to be the easiest of situations for Recon to really deal with this. So he does go for this angle instead. That being said, if you could herd the animals, why not just herd them to the wood, get the livestock pen, take the villagers off of the wood, put them onto the animals, and then you're actually getting even more stuff. You're actually getting even more stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. Up onto this side, Soup drops himself the temple under his town center. He is getting himself out the villagers onto the food. He's doing his 3 villagers on gold. He's going to be going for a fast advance here. Stock standard stuff for Soup. He only plays this way with pretty much every single one of his Norse gods. He loves the fast advance. He's used to the macro, and he is going to be advancing here through Ulla incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, Malinal Jotchitl to come through as the warrior priest spammage will begin. And Soup says, bring it. I'm ready. How is he ready? I don't know. Does this Ghoul and Bursty create a explosion that stuns heroes? I don't know if it stuns the heroes or not. I think that would be a nice counter to the early Blood Pact. But anyways. Alrighty. The Kimichin spy over here just playing a little bit of what's actually going on in this base. That's the Berserk in the center of the map. Going to get a little bit of damage done as he got to run away and at least get himself... Is this guy catching up? I don't think they should. Needs to get himself to the next stage so that he can actually take this fight. Both players hit the next stage and the Berserk will say, oh, whoop, I did not want to fight this. I don't want to be here. Let me get away from this. No problems. It's the Hersura out, the Berserk's out. I mean, if Recon wants, yeah, he's going to come in with this infested nest and Soup has to pull back. I feel like Watchtowers here wouldn't be a bad shout. Just grab Watchtowers in and maybe another wall up to the top and he should be fine to hold everything as we do have one Tajipla coming through. And a Draugr over here. You've got to keep that one safe. It's a great answer for the Scorpion Men. I said Scorpion Men. The Scorpions. As Blood Pact on the Mack's Coatl to try and take out the Asgardian Bastion is a wild decision. I think this game has not gone the way Soup was hoping here. Garrisoning away Watchtowers does come through as the Mack's Coatl will give quite a bit of favor actually over to Soup. So that's got to be nice. With the Watchtowers up, now Recon has to decide, does he want to just run or does he want to keep on going with the Tejlipla attacks and all that other good stuff. We'll have a great haul coming down as well. Of course, Milena does give access to some really strong Tequila archers. I would, if somebody did this to me, I would drop the Ghoul and Bursty in and just start beating away at the infested nest. Don't even worry about everything else. Kill off the infested nest, and that seems like it'd be a half decent idea as the Tajipla does sneak through here. Going to be coming over, and we'll just have to garrison for the next one as Soup does leave a little bit of a gap there. But he's going to be locking that off for the time being. He's still got to lock off the other side as well. But this is not going well for the Soupster at all. Recon is just getting value after value after value in this game. Wow, he's coming up here. He wants the hippopotamus. That's so risky. But it's out of sight, out of mind. Recon doesn't have that scouted, so he's not even going to be able to do the cheeky check onto this one. And this is exactly what Soup's going to need here moving forward. Without question, he needs this. Oop, ox cart will come up onto this side. A little bit of an attempted attack onto the infested nest. And the game will continue along as now the raiding cavalry will try to sneak out, try to get some revenge damage on. Oftentimes, one of the best ways to actually counter this warrior priest all in is to actually just counter raid. So he's coming in. We are going to be seeing some Ocelot warriors, which, to be honest, against Norse, I'm a little confused on that unit being built. Like the reason for the Ocelot warrior over a spearman or a Tequila archer is simply confusing for me. Double Noble's Hut here. Like simply you just throw an axeman and you can deal with those. Nonetheless, hand axe, pickaxe coming through for Soup. He's getting some more buildings up. An armory coming down over onto this side, locking up his base here. Is another wall. There is a little space here that he's got to be worried about, but he is just about safe here after the early game has settled. And Soup does see that gap, and he'll go, great, I'll put a house up, no problems. Commission Spy does sneak through this gap. He thought he walled it off with his armory, with his cute armory placement. Sometimes it's better to not be cute and just make sure that it's all correct. Raiding Cavalry still looking for some vills to pick off as Townsend picks off one. Almost gets the second one. Does get out of there, but gets the vill pick. That's got to feel good. 24 villagers to 26, though, as more Ocelot warriors are going to be coming through. I think the reason for the Ocelot warriors is actually to help deal with Huskal. But there's no Huskal here if you've dealt with the yeah, there's no Huskal here if you've dealt with the Asgardian Bastion, which he has done. Nonetheless, Soup's raiding cavalry going to be making his way, simply just scouting around, doing all the good stuff. Some long houses now coming down as Soup goes, you're building Ocelotls. Let's just get ourselves throwing axemen. Makes sense. He also wants to get to the next age. I feel like he's defended the majority of... Like, it wasn't a good defense, but... Like, if you look at this current position and you go... Is this advantage for... Is this advantage for the Witzler-Pochley player? I'm not sure it is. Like, yes, he's got a military resource advantage, but... Surely Soup is fine here if he just gets the heroic age. Units sneak through over here. Got to be careful with that wall. Getting cavalry onto the bottom. Just going to be harassing at some Pantley Tower for a little bit. And the villagers will finish up on those hippos. Get out of here. No problems. Oh, no, he sees Hunt. Soup's obsession with hunting will be his undoing. But he's getting away with it for the time being as the units do decide to leave on this position. Have a market up for Recon. He wants to go to the next age. That's generally what building a market in the classical age means. And the wall will come back up for Soup. He could have, like... No, he doesn't have any units that can build traps. I was going to say, maybe he could have built a trap here to deny the wall for a little bit. But he puts the wall back up. He gets knocked back down. The units are hiding over onto this spot as the armory upgrades slowly coming through. It's equal population. Military advantage for Recon. Is that... Do these have cost? Yeah, I think this is just on the large Scorpion Man. Yes, these are worth this amount of resources, but this is just a god power that he's got an advantage from having. That's it. If Soup had had a Hillfort down here in his main base, he'd be in a good spot. He could grab this tech and try and drop another Asgardian Bastion down, but not really any rush for that. Townsend coming up for Recon as he says, I don't need to kill you here. Let's just deal with this. A dock. I love this dock, though, from Recon. Dock, transport ship, attack from this side where Soup is distracted over here. Happy days. That would be a really nice one. Raiding Cavalry getting sent away as this one large Scorpion Man. I say man. I don't know why I'm saying large Scorpion Man. I don't even know why it's called a large Scorpion. I guess Scorpions are normally quite small, right? And these ones are large. So there you go. Does this remind anyone of... I'm going to show my age to some degree and my Unk status here. Does this remind anyone of the RuneScape classic Dwarven Mines. Just me? All right. Wooden gate going down. And we'll see the raiding cavalry coming down to the bottom. There goes the A gear. Soup at this moment should be thinking about getting a town center up. Especially if he sees this town center, which he hasn't yet, but he should. Ocelot warriors come through. Villagers do get spotted. Big damage to come in from Recon. Throw an Axeman in. That's going to send those packing, but they've got a transport ship to get out of here. Finally, someone has built a transport ship. I need a transport ship emote. That's right. I'll make one. I'll make one. It's going to happen. Transport ship. That's coming. That's the next emote. Thank you. Ray Murloc. This one. That's the transport ship. Meanwhile, Recon defending fine. He's in a fine position. He's got the second town center. He's dealt a huge amount of damage to the Soup economy here. Soup for the moment putting some farms down, but he is in the next age, and he's going to try and get this town center up while distracting away with his raiding cavalry, which will give him access to a Ghoul and Bursty Tempest sort of combo into the center of the map, which is big. And no one expects the transport ship on the map with water, right? Everyone should, but no one does. It's too much of an investment, right? You got to build a dock, cost 100 wood. You got to then build a transport ship, cost 110 wood. All to just maybe kill off some villagers. Guaranteed kill off villagers, but fine. Town center up on the front now, though, for Soup. Even though he's taken damage, he has gotten to the heroic age. He is getting himself all these upgrades in. That's going to sustain him a little bit. He's going to pull back and try and grab this town center as well. Getting into the biggest of booms is incredibly important for him, as onto the top side, the large scorpion does get taken out. Spearmen pick off 2 villagers or 2 dwarves as they have to move to another position. But all the walls are now up for Recon. He is in a perfectly valid position. We will see Wings of the South come through to make these Flamani Spearmen and Tequila Archers much faster. But like I said, Soup is in no rush here in this game. Yes, Recon's come out of this with somewhat of a villager advantage. He's up by 9 villagers, 10 villagers-ish. But Soup is going to be able to catch back up on this villager count. He maintains somewhat equality here through the cheaper tech. You can see he's on equal military. He's up in age. He's got 3 town centers. Everything points to Soup being in a perfectly fine position here. Big question is, can Recon deal with this late game Frere if it goes that way? Or is there going to be some really big mid-game power spike? For example, a blood-packed Ayatochli comes in, kills off the town center. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Do I have a temple coming up in the center of the map here for Recon? I'm not exactly sure what that's for, apart from maybe to just get himself an Ayatochli out. Meanwhile, Ring Oath coming through for Soup as he wants to get up a somewhat cheap... I don't like this play. I only like getting that tech in the classical age. In the heroic age, I'm just going to throw the hill fort down. Like, there's no... I don't think that 100 favor is worth a hill fort, because that's what you're paying. Yes, you can get the next cast for 50 favor, and that starts being sort of worth it. But I don't think 100 favor is worth the hill fort unless you're still in the classical age. Just put the hill fort down. It's fine. It costs a little bit more, but I guess Soup doesn't like spending favor anyways. But Tlaloc is now queued up for Recon. He says, get me to the mythic age. We'll do something with our Pillar of Tlaloc, our big power spike. And we'll see what happens. Does Ghoul and Bursty counter the Blood Pack Siege Myth unit? I think so. I think it's going to stun the guy. with the special. And I think that's enough for you to be able to kill it. But I don't really know. I feel like I don't understand the Gullimbursti at all. Onto the top side, the Spearman just trying to get some scouting in. Oop. Leaves him alive. Fine. And Vidar is queued up as Soup is just like, what's happening over here? Oop, the Berserk conversion. Wall's getting broken down over onto this side as Soup will charge in here. One villager gets picked. Now the portable rams to come in here. We will see this earth monster getting dropped as the Tempest also comes down at the same time. I don't really know if this is a good or a bad position for Soup. He's going to kill off the Great Temple. Slylock is coming through as all the units pop out over here. They've taken a lot of damage. Gullimbursti will be getting brought in onto this spot. Is this going to be enough? There is an option to blood pack something here. There's not many units left for Soup. He seems to have really thrown that by hanging on this spot. One Gullimbursti versus the world. We'll see if he can actually get some real damage done as Recon says, I'm just going to try and take down your big boy. And he does indeed do that. 3.4k military resources remaining after all is said and done. And a blood-packed Oyatochli to come through and potentially take out a town center if he wants to. Here goes the fortified town centers. There's also going to be Frez gifts coming in for 40 favor. It's a lot of favor. He needs so many more units here to hold on. Pillar of Tlalocan is also going to be available. Drops it straight down onto that hill fort as the Ayatochli actually will end up going down. He doesn't blood pact it. Probably the better call, to be honest, and just kill this normally. In fact, 21 HP in a dream for the Ayatochli as the town center might actually end up falling. 1-8, nope, never mind, goes down. Still 300 HP remaining on this, so he can actually just smack it down. Onto the top side, the Ocelot Warrior is going to be taking out all the villagers over here as another attempted Asgardian hill fort to come down. So that ends up being 150 favor for 2 hill forts. Is that worth it? I don't know. I'm not sold. Wolf's getting picked off. More Ocelot Warriors on the way here for Recon. And Recon as well, he did lose his Great Temple, but he's going to be putting it back up. I'm sure he's going to look to spam out a whole bunch of units, sacrifice them into the Great Temple for that myth unit shenanigans. He's actually going to go for axolotl mutants. Really? Is this guy worth it to use? I like the other unit for the healing, right? Wait, what's the other guy cost? Because you can just convert them, right? This is cheaper, no? Can you just build axolotls and then convert them? Am I going crazy? Wait, you have to get the upgrade to convert them. I can't remember. I can't remember how it works. Nonetheless, Recon going to claim another town center. There's some upgrades coming in from Recon as well. As Soup going up through Vidar now. He's still alive here. He's missed out on all of his power spikes. Did not get the Gullimbursti Tempest combo that he really wanted. That Earth Monster is just such a strong god power that it just shuts down a lot of what you can possibly do against the Aztecs. And Recon is very happily taking the position in the middle of the map. He's on 4 town centers. He's still got his Pillar of Tlalocan here. And life is going to be very, very tough for Soup moving forward in this game. All the great hauls coming up for Jarl, Thrown Axeman, as Soup. I mean, he can still bring this game back. The fact of the matter is he's going to go up to Champion Infantry, Champion Cav, Iron Armor, and all the other good stuff. Whereas
Manati.
Recon here, he's still got armory upgrades to grab. I'm not sure. I can never tell which ones they are. It looks like he's still got tier 2 and tier 3 to come. And Recon not playing around. He says, I don't want upgrades. Let me just grab 6 of the Titans. We'll get a Titan out. That'll flatten you. Because, well, Soup can't afford it. He doesn't have the favor for it. That's for sure. Onto the top side, the Ocelot Warriors trying to sneak around here. Soup does spot those. He's got the throw and axeman in, and I mean, these guys can sort of just jump away, right? Like you can tell them to randomly jump. Doesn't tell me what their range is, but they can jump. You can convert him. Does it cost any resources or is it free? Anyways, that's enough about me. Titan Gate coming through now. Where did he place it? Over here. Titan Gate coming through for Recon. It's just going to be 3 minutes for him to break out of this. There's the Fafnir getting stolen by the Ahuazotl. But Soup says, I can take your town center. If you're focusing on over here, let me just kill your town center. The Ocelot Warriors kind of idle over onto this side. The Axolotl Mutants kind of chilling over here. Are going to be getting some medium Jaguar Riders. But oh my. Holy damage. Well, that is an interesting unit. That special ability is very interesting. Toxic Bubble. It does 15 divine. Damage up to 4 units. That's kind of crazy. But Recon over here trying to hold on this spot. He does have himself his units in. That's still not a Great Temple. The Great Temple's up onto the top. The rest of this army is going to be getting cleaned up, and Soup now drops down to 100 pop, will tap out, and Recon manages to get game 1 with the Huitzilopochtli. That's something I didn't know. These guys with that it's not AoE damage. It's doing 15 divine times 4, basically, if there's 4 units around. That's still a lot. That's a crazy unit. Look at this guy. He looks crazy. His eyeballs are like sort of pointed up. Where's the other guy? This guy's cute. I like this guy. All right. First win for Recon. We'll see if Soup can bring it back for game number 2. No more Huitzilopochtli for Recon. He's going to have to pick something else. And we'll see what he's going to go for if we check out the draft. Alrighty then. And it's going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Odin. So another Norse versus Aztec affair on Giza. Ugh. Guys, this may not be the right place, but somebody know any of the Rhinos divine intervention blocking on half of the map since recently. Yeah, there's a bug fix coming from that, from what I understand. There is some there is a bug right now where God powers are blocking the map for after their duration. It's getting fixed. It will be fixed soon. All right, so we've got a potential Odin Berserk opening type thing from Soup in this one. That's what he's been liking. We'll see what Recon wants to go for with an answer to all of that. Yeah. How's everyone enjoying the tournament at this point? Amazing. Love it. Great way to spend the day off. Well, huge shout out to Mill for his sponsoring ways and all the other good stuff there. Hopefully we can get more of these types of tournaments happening in the future. But for now, game number 2, Quetzalcoatl versus Odin. Soup versus Recon. And onto the map Giza. Off we go. Alrighty. The top left-hand corner of the map. Recon. Playing as Quetzalcoatl. He already showed off that he has a fairly deep understanding of the Aztecs in Game 1. Game 2, he got this Quetzalcoatl. Soup, on the bottom of the map, does grab himself the Odin. Soup has also showed that he has an incredibly deep understanding of Odin, and especially this specific opening as Odin. It looks like he's going to be opening early Hersa, plan to get early favor in, as well as grab relics. For Boit on the map for healable heroes is going to be beautiful for him. Tower of Cestus over here for the Sentry Tower is also going to be really nice. Got the Huri's hunting bow for some synergy with Odin as well for the already fast hunter-gatherer rate. How about having another 5% there? And Bone Shards of Miklan for a little bit of favor back when you lose those myth units. Always nice. On the flip side, Recon has opened with the Lumber Outpost, the Livestock Pen, and the Craft Workshop. He's very happily just taking a slow opening here. As the Commission Spy does come through, spies on this, sees the temple, goes, okay, I might be getting rushed. I don't know. Part of the joys of playing against Soup is you don't know if Soup is rushing. You don't know if Soup is advancing at 6 minutes. You will find out when he gets there. As the Ravens are searching around, Ursa coming up will look to grab its first relic. He does see this one. This is probably the one he wants. But he's going to go for the far one anyways. It's not the end of the world. He will be able to get out another Hersa if he wants to grab some more relics. But just going to take the far one first, work his way back. Of course, Temple is now up for Recon. Recon can also get himself out a Warrior Priest and start looking for those relics. But already 2 relics are in as the far ones, Tower of Cestus and Bone Shards of Miklan, both coming in. Now Recon will be going up to the next age. He does decide to go for Patakatl, and we will see the Freya in for Soup. I'm not exactly surprised to see Freya here. I think Soup is like, I need all of the cavalry buffs I possibly can. He's probably going to go Freya Njord here, or either super rating cavalry, which I haven't seen a whole lot of, but I think is very, very good, or just simply super Jarls. That's the idea. Oh, and for Boy gets picked up, as the Hori's hunting bow also gets picked up. Pickaxe, hand axe. coming in from Recon. Wow, he's just going full in onto the eco. Walls over onto this side as well. I think, is this a full wall? It is. Someone's been checking out that moose content. The moose wall, always good. If it has 15, if it costs 21 gold, it's a long wall. That can be gated. If it costs less than 21 gold when you place it, it is not. Or if you somehow can get the 15 gold one down without the wall segments. I'm not sure it's possible. Nonetheless, we do have a wall hut coming down here for Recon as the Hursars trying to find a little bit of damage done over here. Town Center will get some revenge fire in. That fire of Boit is going to be so nice as the Warrior Priest does pop out. And the Spearman coming in. A little bit of assistance. The Valkyrie trying to get some healing in. But Recon did not defend this gold mine at all. But he will have out some units. This villager over here gets poked. But the Valkyrie gets punched. And they will run away. House coming in from Recon. Villagers up to the top will move to grab the zebra. And enjoying that. A little bit of an advantage from Soup from the start of the game. He got a nice little bit of damage. He's got his Valkyrie to heal up. He's going to be able to start getting some really good pressure on. And, well, Recon splitting up onto this top side. Obviously, really good for him to get Hunt and be on Hunt at this point in the game. But it does spread him very thin. Not here. Not here. He has to figure this out. A wall over here would be huge. But that's not going to be happening anytime soon. Salmani Spearman sort of high-five the raiding cavalry. Soup says, let me through. Two warrior priests playing defense as these raiding cavalry coming around onto the back. He does see a noble's hut coming in as the villagers over here might get forest fight. He sees the lumber outpost and he's like, yeah, let's just kill that. That's fine. Over onto this side, the Sensen does get taken out. Many Spearmen coming back to try and play defense. The villagers do manage to stay alive. As one raiding cavalry goes down. And of course, you can just run over here and put another cavalry down. No problems. You might even turn it into a tower. Sensen, is it going to die? 25 HP in a dream. He keeps it alive. He's going to be able to eat up the berry bushes. Get himself to Veterancy Tier 2 or 3. You really don't want to be allowing the rabbit back into the main base or away. It's just going to get stronger. It's just going to get stronger. Now the wall's coming over here to prevent the raids. And so far, Soup has to be feeling very good about the damage that he's done. Again, we're seeing the Ocelot Warriors against Norse from Recon. Just don't understand this. We'll see if it's going to work. It worked out for him in the last game. The rabbits coming in. That's going to be up to 325 HP after all is said and done. It only did 5 damage. It nibbled something, but it's already up to 3 of them. There's 3 bunny rabbits ready to go. Raiding cavalry sneaking through here. A little bit of a raid over here. While raiding onto this side, the multi-raids looking very, very powerful. But the Recon defense, as he fends off this raid, comes up to the top to fend off this raid. Raiding cavalry getting stuck up here as well. And, well, Soup is going to try and get out of here. But this is the risk of charging in. The wall's coming up over onto this side as the raiding cavalry gets stuck yet again. He's coming over here. The units are already in to defend. Does he get out of here? He does. He gets out with 6 HP and a dream. Look at all those low HP units. How many units has he picked off? He's got 1 kill. 1 kill total. Literally 1 kill. Soup is so lucky there with that attack. He didn't kill anything. He didn't do anything, but he just didn't lose the entirety of his army like it looked like he was going to. Town Center coming for Soup. More Ocelot warriors, houses, and all the other good stuff. There's now the market coming up from Recon. To be honest, one thing I'm somewhat confused on, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but these raids, with all of these raiding cavalry, at 6.6 speed, maybe I'm wrong, but don't these Salmani spearmen go to +7, like 7 plus speed? What's half of this? 2.4, right? They go up to 7.2 speed with the tailwind. So if the raiding cavalry get too close, you just click tailwind and then you can pick off the entirety of the units during that tailwind, no? They just chase them down. They kill them. You can't escape. Nonetheless, the raiding cavalry coming through here. We do see some spearmen scouting the town center. And now Recon has to decide, okay, do I go town center myself? Do I go heroic age? What's the right call? Up onto the top side, we do have the agave bloom, and he's done it right by having the livestock pen up here as well. As now Koat Lakue will be on the way. And of course, this is going to be a big god power, but Soup also very smartly is going to be like, you're hiding in your base, playing very, very defensively. So what do I do then? Well, I'm going to grab 2 TCs, already done it, and probably get to the heroic age myself. I've got to imagine he wants to go for Njord, but maybe, just maybe he's going to go the other way with Skadi here. This is a very, very infantry-focused army versus a very, very cavalry-focused Odin. Surely Soup is going to build some throwing axemen soon. He's got a couple of longhouses. Looking to poke through over here yet again. But this can't be... Soup sees this and he's got all of these raiding cavalry. They're basically useless, no? They're somewhat... I guess you could call them... They're further along the line of a counter archer than they are a generalist cavalry. Like somewhere in the middle, right? At 1.75, but they definitely are more of a counter cavalry unit than, sorry, a counter archer unit than a generalist. So their ability to deal with things like the Ocelot Warriors is very difficult. That being said, if you grab Vikings, the extra now 1.5 divine damage you get, maybe that turns them into the generalist that Soup is wanting them to be here. As Octopukli infusions will come through, and that's going to start healing up these units for Recon. The Ayatochli is a little bit sad about his life. He cannot get out of here, and the Calpulli will get deleted as moves up onto the top. I think he now has to pay full price for the craft workshop, but nonetheless, Recon moving across the map. Going to put pressure onto this town center. I think Soup, to some degree here, is just going to say, if you want to attack me, I'm going to charge into your main base and wreak havoc. This is just going to be havoc here. There's no watchtowers in. Njord is through. You can click Njord, or whatever it's called, Walking Woods, and try and kill off the town center. One Teshipla going to be coming through, and that's exactly what Soup is doing. And he gets Vikings behind this as well. I love that decision. Yeah, Tochli will kill off this. This town center will end up falling over onto this side. The mountain giant getting taken down by the Tejipla. These spearmen need to get active. Main base is in a lot of trouble. These raiding cavalry don't do anything versus these units, but I'll tell you what they do. They take out villages very, very nicely. Up onto the top side. Soup sees this, going after those villages, getting a lot of gold income from this attack as well. Town center does end up falling. Town center over here does end up falling as well, as Recon dropping villages like crazy. He did go for the tailwind, but Recon now needs, he needs to get revenge damage in. Without question, he's got to get in here and pick off some villages himself. As the villagers over onto this side will be pulling. We got the, oh no. The Tejipla turns, and this looks like it might, simply put, be over for Recon here. Charging into the main base is the only option he's got. He's got to take out this town center and all the villagers. Up onto the top, these villagers are going to be pulling away. Recon is shanking. The numbers are... Not only are the numbers... He's got 15... Recon has 15 villagers remaining. Soup's town center is going to die, but look at the resources. He just has to spend his resources. Are we going to have like a Ragnarok off? The raiding cavalry. There's 8 villagers remaining for 5, 3, 2. There's 2, 1. Recon's got no villagers left. He's got... Recon said, I don't need villagers to win this game. Let me just kill all your villagers now. But it's 54. To be honest, can't you just convert everything into berserks and just win the game now? Recon is 1 with the Aztec. He says, bloodshed. All we do is, we're just going to get the bloodshed. Does he have favor for Earth Monster? Answer, no, not even close. Does he get Tenali from killing off villagers? I don't think he does. Raiding cavalry coming back over here, but I think you have to take the fight. Berserks get converted in. Is there enough stuff here? Is the big question. Look at this big fat bunny rabbit. There's 4 of them in there. The spearman getting the damage done. Is there enough stuff for Recon to keep going? Even if he wins this fight, the game is not done. Soup has villagers. He's got an economy. He can rebuild units.
Me it's talk.
67 favor. There is a tailwind.
Mutla no batil.
And that's the game. Well, turns out, leaving your base and going to try and kill the Norse ends up with the raiding cavalry running through and killing all of your Deuterinos. The bunny MVP. The bunny's still... Look at this. He's almost at... Is he veterancy 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can get to 6 bunnies. So he's got 1 more bunny to go. What a game. What a silly game, but what a game. I feel like Recon probably could have approached this a little bit more sensibly with that move out. Of course, he's like, I'm on a timer. I got to move out, but I think he could have tracked the raiding cavalry a bit. He could have maybe left some spearmen back home. Maybe he could have sent some back when he saw the raiding cavalry charging into his main base, lock off the map, or his base, lock off his base, kill all the raiding cavalry. Of course, there was that opportunity earlier on, but he didn't quite manage to do it. Soup played with fire, and he didn't get burned. Nonetheless, off to the draft. See what's in for game number 3. All right, last game is going to be Midgard, and, well, we are back to our tried and true for game number 3, and it will be a Zeus versus Thor. At least it's not a Zeus versus Hades. That's a good thing, right? We'll see if Recon can make this one work. I definitely think that Norse is quite good on this map. I've never seen a game where there are 0 villages. We got to watch more Age of Mythology, man. Got to watch more Age of Mythology. The only way to know. feel like Hermes is the better pick here than Athena. Not really versus Thor. Thor can go very heavy on Herser if you want to go into the center or the myth unit. So you have to avoid that by having hoplites first and then going into it. So yeah, it's not super simple to just play, like not like versus Odin or Freyr, for example. All right, let's jump into game number 3. One last game for a pretty epic first day of Thrones of the Titans. Let's check it out. Midgard is the map. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is not, in fact, Soup. It is, in fact, Recon. As I flip-a-rooney that scoreboard. And on the left-hand corner of the map, we do have Soup playing as Thor. The map is Midgard. Very fast dock. And we will see how things eventuate here for Recon. He's very comfortable with Zeus on Midgard. He's played a lot of Zeus on Midgard, but it's a lot of Zeus versus Hades, to be completely honest. The Zeus versus X, other god that's not Hades, tends to be something that doesn't get seen very often. That's sort of my take from the top players, from the pros, because these guys, they go in, they play these draft formats. And what ends up happening inside of these draft formats is that you end up seeing a lot of the same matchups because players start prioritizing certain gods and they want to pick the best gods for the maps. And then oftentimes you just end up with, well, we've got this water map and I've got to pick this god anyways because of how the draft works. So we got this Greek that I don't want to play on the land map, even though in this patch the Greeks are very good on the land map. Got this god I don't want to play on the land map. And we go, okay, well, I better just pick him on the water map. And then they end up both picking Greek, and then they both practice Greek. And then for whatever reason, if you practice the gods on the map, they become the priority picks. And for someone else to have to come in and take these guys off their Greek and start saying, well, maybe that doesn't work, you need someone like Soup to come in and say, let's just try this other thing. Let's just try this other thing. Which is Thor. So we'll see if Recon is going to be able to get through this. He does go for an incredibly early hand axe. I haven't seen that before. It's going to allow him to get a huge wood boost for a crazy dock boom, but it's going to slow down his classical age immensely. If Soup has his build order down, which I imagine he does, Thor can easily, very easily be in the classical age at 5 minutes, if not 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And with that comes Herser that can literally be bashing away at this forward gold mine. The more I think about it, the more insane this hand axe grab is looking. But that's what Recon's done. We'll see how it's going to go. He's got the docks coming up onto the top. Another dock there for his third one. All the fishing ships in the world to come through. And it is a 5-minute advance from Soup. Trust Soup. He knows how to play the game, and he's going to get his Herser out. He's going to wander across the map, and he's going to start looking for early game pressure. Temple on the way now for Recon. And, well, I look at this going, please build a wall then. If you're going to invest into the early hand axe to get some extra resources, fine, but let's defend our base. Let's get the wall in. You win for a little bit of extra resource to get extra fishing ships to get everything, and then you lose because you need to defend your base. But We'll see how it's all going to go. As actually looks like Soup is favoring the skulls of the Cercipes instead of an early attack. And of course, maybe this is just a meta game from Soup. From Recon. Because Recon's like, well, it would be crazy for him to come forward and take out and attack the village. It'd be absolutely crazy. Why would he do that? I'll just hit him with my Jason and my Heracles and I'm going to be in a good spot. But in reality, I think it's just good to do that with Thor. Because you can then pull back and heal up with either the Valkyrie or the Healing Spring. And its favor and all that other good stuff. Monkeys at the top. Tarawara Todder's last arrow. Such a late advance from Recon, but he will be able to get himself safely to Persane, safely to the classical age. He does give that bone shard to Miklin. He did pick Athena. And the military academy will be coming down as the Hersa charging to the top side and looking for some good damage. Do we see an armory up yet? No. No crazy fast armory from Soup, so he's not going for the ultimate of shenanigans. He is still building fishing ships, only 16 out at the moment. You can definitely be going up to some crazy numbers. 21 from Recon here. So there is some crazy numbers, but the dock going to go down up here, but I don't think that Recon really needs to care about this. He will grab a trireme, which is a bit odd, but he can sack this dock, no problems. Come back and rebuild it later. He's just a little bit less efficient fishing ships over here. But still, the trireme is in for little bits of damage. Gonna try and take out the baboons or the monkey relics. The relic monkeys. As hoplites coming in and a market from Recon. I love this market. It means it gives him the option to sell food if he gathers it. Because this is what is that a Minotaur? Minotaur in the main base of Soup. I don't think he got a kill. He just got a big fat headbutt off. And a Dwarven Armory now coming down for Soup as Recon gets just a bit of damage done. Units coming into his main base over here. Hall of Thanes on the way for the extra movement speed. We will see the Sarissa to come through for Recon 2. Archery ranges, whole 9 yards. I think getting to the heroic age is very important here for Recon, because if he can get himself a pacifist, he's going to have such a good option versus Hercules, versus the Hersa, versus TSM player, versus Jezien, and versus Honey. But yeah, he wants that heroic age in for more than just that, but it's going to also unlock the Peltash, which helps him deal with the throw and axeman a little bit easier. And Dionysus is pretty cute. It's going to be Scardy on the other side. Ooh. Apollo from Recon is very spicy. I don't really know what the option here is, aside from Underworld so that he can defend his main base from the counterattack while he goes over onto another gold mine. Because that's what he lost to in the last game, and he's probably thinking about that going, how should I deal with the counterattacking Norse of Soup as the villagers do get caught out here. Big raid to come in. One villager down. The storehouse did actually get deleted. Villagers over here as well will get sniped on the way out, as Soup will very happily take just a little bit of damage for all those villager kills. Huge over there as these hoplites getting shoot away too. So a Minotaur to come in and help could be quite nice. As the Minotaur get that headbutt in, the units will probably think about running away after this. I don't know. Minotaur getting some big damage done. There's one Ursa, one Berserk goes down. Still going to continue to hang out over onto this spot as the hoplite searching over here. The reinforcements, however, coming through, and this will catch out the hoplites. The Berserks are moving faster. The Ursa are moving faster. But one Minotaur will be enough if it doesn't die too quickly to everything else. Underworld passage into the main base, however, coming through, as that's going to be a potential frost. And, well, this is not making any sense from Recon. He saw Scardy, I'm sure. Hoplight's coming over onto this side as the town center will now get beaten down, but he can, if he's quick, dive into this underworld passage. The Berserk's getting converted over here from Soup to try and defend this. Town center down to 400 HP. Is it enough? He will pull back into his town center and maybe just pop back in here a little bit later. All the units are back. Another Manticore to come in. And, well, that there was not what I think Recon was hoping to achieve. He does bolt a Kraken as his ships are over here to defend. But, wow. That there was an amazing defense from Soup. He did sack a whole bunch of villagers to make it happen. So we're back to equality. There is a restoration for Recon, but there's a frost for Soup. So now Soup looking to attack. He's going to see the villagers here, and he's probably going to click frost. Like, this can't be a good fight. He does manage to freeze one Manticore here, but the Frost Giant will go down. Half of the units getting frozen. And, well, Soup will take the 30 or 40 seconds of idle time on those villagers and run with it. That's such a painful position to be in now. Like, it's so much idle time on the villagers. Very, very, very painful. There's that Dwarven Gold Mine as well in the main base for some boosted gold gather rate. Meanwhile, Soup bringing back the Arctic winds as he is going Dreki. We haven't seen him do this in a while. He did this on Anatolia with mad success. As Recon going to come around onto this side. It's a big investment, but the Dreki are so strong with that Arctic winds upgrade. Of course, enough Trireme will deal with them, but it's a big investment as the dwarves over here get pushed off of this gold mine. Soup still has 500 gold left in his main base. The army of Recon is looking very, very strong. Manticore getting built. Manticore, Hoplite, a Paspis. I'd love to see some archery ranges taking into a couple of potential Peltas. He doesn't have to go into them just yet, but just having them as an option as the Skylar does get frozen, and that will be a dead Skylar and potentially also a dead Trireme over here as well. Let's come out of that frost to get just a little bit of revenge fire in. Meanwhile, into the main base, trying to find some villagers to pick off. The Soup going to be pulling away. He needs an answer for all those Haspis, whether it be throwing axemen, whether it be Jarls. But at the moment, his infantry-based army is not going to cut it. We do see a fortress coming down over here. More Trireme on the way from Recon to try and defend everything. Villagers trying to grab this gold mine as the Paspist will get greeted by a bunch of Berserks and they're all going to die, so no problems here as Soup will set up shop here. He needs to get that hill fort down very, very quickly. But while that's going on, the main town center is another threat here. Or a weakness, I should say. But Recon doesn't know that this is happening. He kind of does. He did see the units, but he doesn't know this is happening for certain. Not going to go for the crazy move and go for the town center. And Soup manages to survive another day here now that his hill fort is up. Up onto the top side, Dreki searching for any amount of damage. The Paspis taking this fight while this is all going on. Definitely Peltast, just a handful. You don't need to go too heavy on him. You've got the Manticore. Holy Manticore damage though. Restoration coming through. Healing Spring coming through. An attempt to block them from the retreat into the hill fort. Doesn't quite manage to do so, but now the Jarls are starting to come through. How many hoplites do you have is the question. There's 16 of them here as the Manticore going after the throwing axeman on the back. There is one or two. There's three Goaty. Manticore on the retreat trying to stay alive. Almost dropping one there, but the units for Soup have dropped dramatically here. What else can he do? He's going to have to re-macro up something. He's trying to make Berserks, he's trying to make Jarls, but this just is not ending up working for him at the moment. The villagers pull away from the gold. He's got himself another Dwarven Mine that he can run for into the main base. If Soup can get his villagers back to safety, he should be okay to continue along here, especially with the Drek. No, he's not even killing off the fishing ship though. And this is just max chaos as Recon is taking every little bit of advantage here he possibly can. Hill Fort up onto this side, going down slowly. Buildings going down left, right, and center. Longhouse coming through. Soup trying to macro up an army again, but the thing for Recon now is he's got a second town center. I'm not sure I like the town center. I would have liked to see Recon just go Mythic Age at this point. Stamp the advantage down. Stick it 175 pop. Soup will barely get out, barely macro out another army just to run into a lightning storm. Now we do have all the units secured out. I mean, Soup had so many resources in the bank. What's happening on the armory upgrades? He did have a lot of armory upgrades, but so too did Recon. It was equal. At least, I think it was. It's equal now. Random Kraken going after fishing ships, but Recon's still got 18 plus fishing ships out at the moment. You just see the heroic fleet. He could just bolt this. Like I don't like suggesting it because I love my myth units, but if it's going to cause this much pain, may as well just bolt it. Get the units back to work. Up onto the top. Another hill fort coming down to try and secure this gold mine again. Recon's spidey senses tingling. He comes up to see that this is going to be up. He steals the healing spring. That's kind of a big deal because all of his units are sort of injured. So they're going to get back up to full HP slowly. Still no Peltast from Recon is a bit of a strange decision. He's going for another town center. He's going up for some upgrades, 2 archery ranges, getting himself that Sunray and medium ranged heroes. Oh, medium range heroes, that's not right. Medium ranged units. Fortress now under attack as the Dwarven Armory will go down over here. Fortress slowly going down on the front there as well. Of course, Recon somewhat fine with all of this. He's backing himself, but now some Peltas coming in. He's getting that Hephaestus in. I mean, I guess. I think I much prefer to see, in this position and most positions, Hera, but Hephaestus is going to be the god of choice. Soup back into this game. He's got to get some town centers and get into a good position here to some degree. He does have this town center coming up. He's got the units up onto this one for this town center as well. So even though Recon is in front by quite a bit, he does have the Hephaestus. Soup should be okay here. He should be okay here. The question is, how does the late game work? As the Katoskopos will spot the town center finishing. There's a lot of villager catching up, however, that Soup has to do. He's at full pop. He can't build villagers, so he has to actually delete military units to get his economy cooking. But good news is, Recon, he's not building any villages either. Main base under attack. This is the town center that's going to the Mythic Age. It's a really important attack from Recon. From Soup. And Recon cancels it into a different town center. Question is, can he actually prevent the Berserks from escaping out or not? As Soup is looking for all of the fighting. This is such a big move from Soup. Villagers going to be falling left, right, and center. These units getting chased away. Can Soup find the advantage? Turns around. He does have those There's only 3 Peltas, 4 Peltas here to take down that amount of throw and action. It's just not going to cut it. But Soup says, I better run. He does the dash. He's literally equalized the game. Are you kidding me? He's literally equalized the game. Villager differential is equal. Balder pre-queued, but a ways away. Kraken up here will end up going down, but Soup now going to think about maybe attacking somewhere else. That was such a crazy good decision from Soup. This has been many, many great attacking decisions from Soup in this series thus far. But Recon strikes back. He sees the town center. He says, no, we're gonna deal with that. He does have restoration. He can take this fight. There's no problems here to drop this restoration in. In fact, he should have already dropped it. His army is melting. He's not going for it. What is... I thought this was a fine attack, a fine fight with restoration, but he decides he wants to hold off on it. Hephaestus is just about to hit. I think that's advantage for Soup there, for sure. Little cheeky Great Jarl raid over onto this side. Don't know what Recon was thinking there. Pumping out hoplites. Town center coming back up onto the top here for Soup. There goes the Plenty Vault. Where did he drop it? I want to see it. Right at the back of his base. There will be Forge of Olympus to come through. That's going to be full iron. Of course, there's also going to be a potential Ragnarok here from Soup. And Soup will just get his town center back. Unlike Recon's town center, the town centers for Norse are very, very cheap. You don't have to spend villager gather time. Or villager time to get them as the portable rams coming over here. That's the Balder on the way. Recon is just playing so turtly, so defensively, as Soup says, no, we're going to keep fighting. Your town center will go down. Units up onto the top do manage to take out the Colossus as Recon trying to circle around here and deal with these portable rams, but too little too late. He will get the... Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Hill Fort coming up. Portable rams into the main base as well as... You got to be quick here. You got to be prepared for these ram raids. How many gold mines at the moment, though? There's still 3 gold mines on the bottom here for Recon. Recon charging it up onto this side. Throwing extra numbers, looking absolutely huge. There is still a restoration. There is full iron. It's the Peltasts doing what they can to try and take out that backline, but there's just such a small amount of Peltast to deal with this, and still no restoration from Recon. Now he finally drops it as Soup pulls all the way back. Great control here from Soup with the shoot and scoot. So the town center is up over here, and we'll see. We'll see if Soup can continue to fight back. Looks like he's completely fine, though, in this spot. In fact, I almost think like an immediate Ragnarok here could simply be game over for Recon. Normally, I don't suggest that type of craziness, but I think it's not a terrible idea. He can also make Fire Giant if he wants. One unit I think I'd love to see here, considering we didn't see the Hera, it's a little bit weaker, but wouldn't mind seeing this upgraded and making Minotaur at this point. Super important unit. Can help deal with the throw and axeman. Of course, there's now Ragnarok on the table, so it's probably a terrible idea. But what else are you going to do? Comes up to the top side, taking down the fortified town center here. Villagers over here going to get taken down. Got the wooden wall getting blown up onto this side. Trying to get onto some villagers and trimming all of that, trading a town center a piece here, as the villagers kind of have to just bail over here. But what's going to happen with the berserks? They're just going to convert in. 46, he converted so many there. The hoplites will happily come through and take this fight. These aren't tier berserks either. They are just 4-seti berserks. The hoplites will clean up all of them. Even more getting this. How is that the decision that Soup is making? Soup goes, yeah, I don't need any villagers anymore. Who needs villagers? We'll just go full berserk. As the Hypaspist coming up onto this side, the hoplites can run. Over here, villagers getting caught out as they will manage to get into the town center though. They're going to be okay. This army over here, however, they're in a little bit of a tough spot. Fortress coming in. We will see some Myrmidon. The villagers here can grab this gold mine for the time being. What a swing here. I don't understand what I'm watching, but Soup said, I don't like villagers. All I want is berserks. He would rather do a mini berserk Narok. He would rather do a mini berserk Narok than click rag. Surely just go tier then. Like, why are we going Balder? What's the advantage? All right, we got the portable rams getting shanked down. Recon's trying to get another town center up. Hoplites, the Hypaspists into the center of the map. Villagers coming through as well. Is this gonna be the rag? I've got no idea. Another dwarven mine into the main base. Also got the Karkanos doing shenanigans over here, because why not? As these villagers do get caught out. I mean, both players' villager numbers are plummeting here. Without question. We've still got raids coming in from Soup onto the water. Dreki attacking everything. Absolute chaos. And Soup's got not very much gold. There are only 6. Only 6 Peltas to deal with all those champion throw and axemen. That's the problem, and that's been the problem here for the entirety of this game. Not enough archers. Could also consider making cavalry here. I mean, he obviously has to tech into it. It's a lot of resources to actually get those Hippias out, but they're a good option versus the throw and axemen. Fortress attempting to come up here a little bit on the late side as Recon needs to keep his units. A huge Berserker rock up onto the top yet again. The Hypaspists are in for a little bit of a defense, but Soup is just sending it. He's like, I see the opportunities. There's 25 villagers idle in this town center though at the moment. You can send them back to work very, very short, very, very quickly and be fine. But look at all of these Dreki just killing everything. The chaos from Soup. He is just living the Norse dream here. Another frost coming in. That's gigantic. Denies the fortress. Can take out the town center. Recon villagers back to work. He's got to start doing something here. Villagers onto the favor for another restoration. There's so many different things he could be doing here, but Soup is just in his element. But is it going to be enough? Great control from Soup as well, ignoring the frozen units. But town center goes down. Frost will be over soon, and I think Soup needs to get out. He's still 66 villagers to 39, but there are still 25 idle villagers, sorry, 25 idle villagers in this town center. More Balder Rams coming through onto this side to try and take out everything. Fortress will be finishing. Town center will be coming back up. Soup has caught up somewhat on the fishing, on the villager count. Like, you have to remember, he's got himself 23 fishing ships, and Recon has got 3. Recon's economy is absolutely shot in this game. Even though he's got the villager lead, it is shot. Luckily, he's got the plentiful. That keeps him pumping along here. Recon does have the stronger army out as well. Surely, put some villagers on the temple and get some favor. If we've learned anything from the hundreds, thousands of Zeus games that Divine has played, once you have your death ball as Zeus, you almost don't need economy. You just need favor. Now Sons of Slipnir, champion cavalry to come through. As Recon has his Archer Ball. There's still 3 town centers apiece. Villagers back up onto the top gold mine. There's still gold mines all over the place. Some Berserks coming in to raid this bottom position here too. Units up onto this side to take the fight. Is there going to be enough stuff here? As Recon trying to make this work. His Peltaster in to take out the back line. Infantry units swinging around onto the side. Not actually fighting here. But it looks like it's going to be maybe enough for Recon to win this specific fight. But doesn't matter. He's starting to lose the town center over here. As Soup is just like everything apart from just a one big fat death ball fight. That's all he cares about. Town center going to be going down here as well. What is this game? Foxotes in to try and deal with this as the villagers sacrificing their lives in an attempt to keep the town center alive. No garrison magic micro here from Recon. Still got a little bit of time here. Hopping in. Now, that's going to be the portal ramp down. There'll be a little bit of time left over here. Town center on this side does end up going down. It's 150 versus 150. 50 villages apiece, but one player has got fishing ships. Please rebuild. Send the fishing ships back to work. Rebuild the fishing ships. We've got to get that economy going. Bellerophon does see the fire giants coming through. They do manage to get it once. One special is all you need. Recon doesn't have survival equipment in this game. He doesn't have the resources for it. Town center getting repaired back up. 2 town centers apiece. Please, fishing ships. I know this sounds weird to say it 31 minutes into the game, but fishing ships. Sounds weird with 700 food in the bank, but fishing ships. What an insane game. Why is this game so insane? 7 villages now finally on to the temple. I couldn't be happier. Docks still have got fishing ships to send back out to work. Okay. The army ball is in though. How many heroes? He does have himself the Bellerophon chilling at the top. Just in case. Units coming down onto the bottom, just checking this out. Villagers to come through. Does Soup have any gold? Answer is not really. These villagers will sneak down to the bottom potentially. Soup playing a little bit of, let's just try and get my army back in. The split from Recon. Absolutely huge over here. Bellerophon coming in to take out the fire giant, but not before one big special attack comes down. Is there enough stuff here for Soup? I'm not sure there is. The Thrown Axeman trying to micro, trying to make this all happen. But in the end, Recon somehow, some way manages to hold on against the onslaught that is one Husk Soup. Where was the final Ragnarok for this final fight, though? Seriously, there's plenty. Where was the I feel like that would have been enough for him to potentially break through this, and we could still be watching this game. We could still be watching this game, but Soup did not even want to try the Ragnarok. He had an army. Look at this at the very end. It's not a better army than Recon's, but Ragnarok would have put him in front here for at least a fight. At least, and he has fishing ships, and he can then rebuild the villages, and he can keep playing the game. But unfortunately, didn't even want to try it. And that there, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Throne of the Titans, Day 1. Congratulations to Recon for this dub. We will check the bracket and all the other good stuff before finishing off. We are back tomorrow as well with another day. If you like this, it's basically the same day again, so make sure you check it out. Well, let's check out the bracket and see what's going to happen. Well, I'm going to hit this button. All right, there we go. So, Mosca. He has 3 wins. He has played 3 games. Recon should say 2 wins, 2 games played. coming in second at the moment. Grass, 1 win, 1 loss. Kavoth, 1 win, 1 loss. Mini Eddie, 1 win, 1 loss. Anyone's game here. Soup, Magic, and Rapple, all with 1 loss. Rapple with 2 losses. I don't know who won between Magic and who was he playing? I can't remember. Anyways, a fantastic first day and all the other good stuff. We will be back tomorrow with some more shenanigans, some more tournament shenanigans. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. I am taking a little cheeky. It looks like Kavoth and Magic are finished. I don't think there's anyone to really raid here. I might send you guys over to Motobot just to give him a follow. And then I will see you guys soon.